Chapter 840. When Ning Qin finally left, Bian Changli, who had been crying tears of joy on the sickbed, suddenly fainted because of the violent fluctuations in his mind. This startled his wives and concubines into crying again and again. They rushed up and massaged him, allowing him to slowly recover. "Master, you absolutely cannot have anything happen to you, otherwise what are we to do?" The wife gripped her handkerchief, her eyes red and swollen like peaches. Bian Changli gasped for breath as he laughed. "Don't cry. As long as that surname Ning leaves, my illness will be mostly gone. In another 10 years or so, our Bian family's great family business will be recovered." Although he said this, Bian Changli still felt heartache as he thought of his greatly reduced wealth. His cheeks twitched. He would never forget that surname Ning's great enmity, but luckily, once Ning Qin left, it was likely he wouldn't return. Although it was a bit regretful that he wouldn't be able to personally take revenge, thinking about his opponent's strength, this was undoubtedly the best result. Otherwise, if he was given a chance to attack, it would be hard to say who would live and who would die. As Bian Changli was incomparably excited, the vanished Qin Yu was riding Sky Declaring Pavilion's flying ship, heading towards some unknown destination deep within the Yuan mountain range. On the flying ship were Old Lin, Feng Qing, Dorlies, and Yun Dai. There were also a number of guards, their eyes surging with a sharp light and their faces filled with the appearance of an elite. The flying ship was fast and didn't stop midway at all. It seemed that the true master of Sky Declaring Pavilion was already impatient. Sitting by the window, Qin Yu looked down at the boundless sea of clouds. Between the mountain ranges, fog gathered and tumbled like raging waves. Qin Yu's expression was calm and there were no waves in his eyes. Occasionally, he would take out 1 or 2 green pills and swallow them with tea. This pill was slightly smaller than the knuckle of his pinky finger. It was a deep green color and didn't emit the least bit of smell. As Qin Yu's lips moved up and down, in the silence, one could faintly hear the sound of chewing. Dorlies turned her head and glanced. She glanced again, and then glanced again. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer. She stood up and walked forwards, a curious expression on her face. "Qin Yu, what are you eating? It looks so delicious. Can you?" "I can't." Qin Yu interrupted her. Dorlies nearly choked on her breath. Her complexion changed on the spot. She looked at Qin Yu with a sad and aggrieved expression. "You've changed. You treated me so well when you needed her, and even hugged me so intimately. But when you were done with her, you immediately turned your back on me. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Yun Dai pricked up her ears to listen. Her eyes couldn't help but widen. She looked at Dorlies and then at Qin Yu, her face filled with shock. It was as if she was saying, "How could you do this?" Qin Yu rubbed his eyebrows. "First of all, there is nothing between the two of us, so don't speak too ambiguously with me. Second of all, this thing is mine. Whether I give it to you or not is up to me." He looked up at Dorlies. "Now, I will repeat myself. I will not give it to you. You." Doreli's nose turned crooked. "That damn Qin Yu, you bastard son of a bitch and a watermelon egg. Just you wait for me." In the little ledger in his heart, he made another note. Moreover, it was already densely packed with Qin Yu's countless crimes. If there really came a day when Dorlies rose to power in the future, his fate would be miserable. There was nothing more to say about this. Endure it, endure it. He had already recorded so many bills, he couldn't break them now. It wasn't time to settle accounts yet. Dorelis's expression turned cold, without the slightest hint of emotion. "Qin Yu, you still owe me several favors, and there is also a pile of items on that list. I will give you a chance to erase all of this." She lifted a hand and pointed. "Give me 100 similar green pills and the debt between us will be written off. Now that I think about it, I haven't taken advantage of you in this matter. To be more precise, you have saved yourself a great deal of trouble." Qin Yu hesitated for 2 seconds. "Really?" Dorlies nodded. "Of course. I have always kept my word." Qin Yu said, "Deal." He stood up. "Wait a moment, I will go get it for you. Remember your promise. After this transaction, we are even." Dorlies was expressionless, but she sneered inwardly. "Qin Yu, no matter how cunning you are, You still want to dig your way into this old lady's trap. She didn't know what the green pills were, but there was no mistaking their alluring scent. As long as she could obtain 100 of them, the strength of her projection would greatly increase. At that time, she would be able to do many things. The first thing was to teach Qin Yu a lesson. She would have him remember that women weren't to be provoked, women were very vengeful. A moment later, Qin Yu returned. He placed a jade bottle on the table. There are 100 pills inside. You can count them. Dorlise really began to count. 1, 2, 3. In truth, when Qin Yu agreed so easily, she still felt a bit uncertain. 100 pills, that was the correct number. She carefully put it away. Dorlise took one and tossed it into her mouth. She chewed on it a few times and her complexion darkened. Qin Yu, you dare to play with me? This pill isn't right. The color was the same and the aura was similar, but after she ate it, it didn't have any effect at all. It was like ordinary candy. Dorlise felt like her lungs were about to explode. She originally thought that although Qin Yu was a bit loathsome, he still had a basic level of sincerity. But now, his only advantage had been completely shattered. He had actually used something like this to fool her. This surname Qin wanted to light a sky lantern, right? This time, she really couldn't endure it. Qin Yu frowned. What's wrong? Dorlise clenched her teeth. Don't play dumb with me. The pills you ate just now weren't the ones in my hand. Qin Yu lightly said, I swear that the pills in your hand were refined together with the ones I ate just now. If there is even half a lie in my words, then let my stomach rot and I will die a horrible death. Doreli's aura stagnated. At her level, she certainly knew that things like oaths couldn't be spoken carelessly. Once spoken, karma would follow and there would eventually be a day when she would be haunted by it. If Qin Yu dared to swear, could it be true? She looked at the jade bottle in her hand. As she thought about how she had used a pile of favors and treasures to exchange for 100 candy beans, her heart was in chaos. No, wait a moment. If Qin Yu said they were refined together, then there was a great deal of information hidden within. Dorelisa's eyes instantly turned sharp. She stared straight at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, do you dare to swear that the materials and process used to refine these pills are all the same? The ones you were eating just now. Qin Yu looked at her, a heavy expression on his face that said you don't trust me? He slowly nodded. That's right, I dare to swear. Then, if you don't have any more questions, I will go back and rest. Aya, this is the way of the world. Where did the most basic trust between people go? Dorlise was thoroughly bewildered. It was actually true, but it clearly shouldn't be like this. Just where did the problem go? Yoon Dai watched from the sidelines. Although she didn't know what trick her teacher was playing, it was clear that the big-breasted Dorlise had suffered a great loss this time. As she thought, her figure was too tyrannical. In the eyes of her teacher, this sort of thing wasn't worth mentioning at all. She gloatingly smiled and turned to leave. This woman was in a bad mood right now, so she didn't want to stay and be the punching bag. After closing the door, Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. This woman, Dorlise, had been completely played over by him. She was indeed smart, but since Qin Yu dared to swear an oath, he certainly wasn't afraid of violating it. Those green pills were indeed refined from the same pill furnace, the same materials, and the same process. Even the batches of pills could be said to be from the same furnace. However, it was in this state that everything was exactly the same, but the pills refined were completely different. The appearance and the smell that ordinary people couldn't touch were completely the same, but the effects were worlds apart. What Qin Yu ate was the real deal and what Dorlise obtained were sugar pills. Of course, calling them sugar pills was too much of an injustice. After all, the materials themselves were incomparably precious. In order to refine them, all of the materials he obtained from Sky Declaring Pavilion had been used up. As for the pill refining formula, it had appeared in his mind after he fused with the jade egg. It just so happened that he could use it now. Dorelisa's nose was quite useful, otherwise Qin Yu wouldn't have eaten the pills in front of her. Qin Yu rubbed his nose. It seemed that he had exposed his impure intentions from the start. Haha, he didn't care about it anymore. In any case, the problem had already been solved. Otherwise, if he left a bunch of favors for Dorlise, Who knew what she would come up with next? As Dorelis's thoughts were in chaos and Qin Yu was feeling refreshed, to the east of the Upper Prime Mountain Range, in the hinterland of the eastern Great Plains, a team from Dragon City was flying towards them. Ju Li sat in the carriage, the dragon mark between her eyebrows flashing. Her face was dignified, as beautiful as a goddess descending from the heavens. One couldn't help but feel awe towards her, not daring to look straight at her. Around the carriage, with the Shadow Clan patriarch at the lead, all of the elites were dispatched. They formed a team of around 300 people. Every Shadow Clan cultivator had a solemn expression. Deep in their eyes, there was an irrepressible excitement. After waiting for countless years, this day had finally arrived. As long as the Dragon Sovereign could be resurrected, the Shadow Clan could soar into the heavens. Thinking of this, the Shadow Clan patriarch's eyes fell on the magnificent and dignified carriage. His eyes flashed for a moment before finally turning into indifference. For the sake of his clan, he would eventually have to pay a price. But as long as he could help the Dragon Sovereign resurrect, any price was worth it. Ju Li didn't know that the lofty and aloof her, the most respected person in the entire Shadow Clan, had been placed on the list of sacrifices, and this list was personally passed down by the Dragon Sovereign that the Shadow Clan believed in. She also didn't know that several days from now, she would see that person once more, a person she never wanted to mention again, a person she would never be able to forget. The matters of the world were like this. They would never proceed according to the will of some people. No matter how meticulous the arrangements were, there was always a chance of accidents occurring. For instance, the Ancient wanted to take back the myriad dragon body, but didn't know that they had been waiting for this for a long time. For instance, the Master of Sky Declaring Pavilion thought that he could control Qin Yu, but this was only a trap. For instance, the Dark Parliament also wanted the myriad dragon body, but didn't know that this was only Qin Yu's arrangement to take advantage of the chaos. Or, for instance, the Shadow Clan of Dragon City's invasion, which would inevitably disrupt Qin Yu's plans and cause the situation to become even more chaotic. But this was the real world. You never knew what would happen in the next moment, and it was impossible to control everything. The only thing that could be foreseen was that the struggle for the myriad dragon body would set off a great storm as more and more people joined in. As for who would be the ultimate winner, everyone would have to wait and see. 3 days later, Sky Declaring Pavilion's flying ship landed in a thick fog deep within the high Prime Mountain Range. The surrounding area was vast and boundless, and visibility was extremely limited. Moreover, it was unknown whether it was naturally like this or if someone had changed it later on, but the fog had an extremely strong isolating ability. Qin Yu walked down the stairs of the flying ship. As he looked around, he subconsciously frowned. Even with his current eyesight, he could only see through the surface of the fog. Looking deeper, there was nothing but chaos. This place was truly strange. Old Lin was the last to disembark. When he landed on the ground, he finally let out a sigh of relief. On the way here, he had been worried that Qin Yu would stir up some trouble. But luckily, everything went smoothly. After entering this fog, he had arrived at his master's domain and everything was under his control. But he didn't reveal any of this on the surface. He looked at Feng Qing and cupped his hands together. "Mr. Ning Qin, you must be tired from the journey. Please follow me and rest for a while. Once you are fully recovered, you can come with me to see Master." Qin Yu nodded. All right. Since he had come here, he would listen to the arrangements. Before seeing the myriad dragon body, Qin Yu would maintain absolute silence. He followed old Lin forwards. Although the fog was thick and isolated his divine sense, he seemed to be very familiar with this place. After walking for a while, they arrived at a courtyard hidden in the fog. Old Lin stopped. He smiled and said, "We will rest here today. Tomorrow, I will come again to invite Mr. Ning Qin." He turned and bowed. Master misses you very much. Please come with me to see him first." Feng Qing stiffened. She subconsciously looked at Qin Yu and then stopped. Her heart was filled with panic. She took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Okay. Hold on." Qin Yu suddenly said, "If old Lin leaves, there will only be the 3 of us left. If there is anything we need, I really don't know what to do." He looked at her, his expression calm. "How about we have Miss Feng Qing stay here so she can accompany us? What does old Lin think?" Old Lin furrowed his eyebrows. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly stopped. He looked deeply at Qin Yu and said, "Since Mr. Ning Qin has spoken, then we will do as you say. Miss will stay here and come with Mr. tomorrow." He cupped his hands together and left. Feng Qing let out a long breath. Her legs buckled and she nearly fell to the ground. She didn't dare to say anything, only looking at him with gratitude in her eyes. Since he had already agreed to protect Feng Qing as much as possible, Qin Yu didn't want to go back on his word as long as it was within his ability. He nodded at her and looked up. Then, he walked towards the courtyard. "Let's go. Let's settle down first." Just as they were about to arrive, they were suddenly arranged to stay for the night. Compared to the fact that they had been constantly rushing all the way here, it was clearly a bit strange. Chapter 841. Senior Lin silently walked forwards in the fog. His expression was respectful and there was awe and fear in his eyes. This was his master's domain. Walking here was like facing his master, he could sense everything. After a moment, Senior Lin stopped. In front of him was a giant stone. What was strange was that for 100 feet around this stone, there seemed to be an invisible strength spreading out, preventing any fog from approaching. Senior Lin bowed. "Master, this old servant reports to you. The guest has arrived." A fog was suddenly sucked in, falling in front of him and turning into a line of text. Senior Lin read it over and respectfully said, "Yes, Master. Everything has been done according to your orders." The fog changed again, turning into new words. After Senior Lin read it, he said, "This old servant has started the awakening process. The death guards are waking up one after another." The fog changed again. Senior Lin revealed a dignified expression. This time, he didn't say anything and only nodded. Following that, the fog changed several more times. Senior Lin nodded and shook his head, but he didn't say a single word. Finally, the fog scattered, returning to the surroundings and vanishing from sight. Senior Lin bowed. He took several steps back before turning and leaving, his figure soon vanishing into the fog. In an incomparably vast and spotless palace, a man steadily arrived in front of the door. He lifted a hand and with a loud rumbling sound, the towering stone door slowly opened a gap. Bang! A cruel aura suddenly erupted from behind the stone door, as if it had been waiting for a long time. The moment the door opened, it would explode forth. A blood-red claw reached out, grabbing at the man as if it wanted to pull him into the world behind the stone door. But, all of this seemed to be within the man's expectations. His shoulders were as steady as mountains and he suddenly stepped backwards. The moment he dodged the strongest blood-red claw, the man finally attacked. He lifted a hand and pressed forward. The air instantly froze and froze. The claw struck the air, emitting the sound of metal colliding. With loud catcher-catcher, tiny black cracks appeared before vanishing without a trace. It was as if there were invisible rules covering the space where this palace was located, not allowing any destructive actions to occur. The collision stirred up gales in the air, causing the man's long hair and robes to flutter in the wind. He was sent flying 1,000 feet away like a falling leaf, his eyes calm and tranquil. An angry roar came from behind the stone door. "Damn it, how can you always detect me in advance?" The man said indifferently, "Although I don't like it either, I still have to remind you that even if we split into two completely new bodies, there is still a trace of connection that cannot be severed." Humph. The person behind the stone door coldly snorted. "One day, I will devour you." The man said, "Perhaps that day really will come, but before that, you and I should first get through this obstacle before us." After a slight pause, his expression turned serious. "I have bad news for you. Master and his little friend have arrived, but there is another guest who is not part of the plan. I will now share a portion of my perception of the outside world with you. Don't try to do anything, lest you waste our little time. You will naturally understand." He raised his hand and pointed a finger at the void. There was silence behind the stone door, followed by a low roar. "The scent of West Hill. Who is she?" The man said, "If I'm not wrong, she is called Dorlise." She believes in the ruler of the West Hill and is a god under the supreme Tao monarch. That's right. Just as you think, she is a true divinity. So, even if what appears here is only a projection of her, this projection still contains incomparably precious divine Tao rules. Even if we destroy Master and you and I obtain true freedom, we both know that this will at most allow us to rid ourselves of our fear of Master and live openly in this world. But, our incomplete foundation has not been resolved. The voice behind the stone door said, "You want to seize the strength of this divinity projection?" The man said, "You and I have yet to reach the realm of divinity, so it is impossible for us to speculate. But, the strength of that realm is without a doubt. With a thought, the circulation of the rules might be an opportunity." The man behind the stone door was silent for several breaths of time. "Good." The man revealed a smile for the first time. "Then I wish us a happy cooperation in advance." This courtyard wasn't simple at all. Every brick and tile had a deep meaning. As it quietly stood in the fog, it seemed as if it had fused together with the fog. Qin Yu lowered his head, concealing the dark golden light that appeared deep in his eyes. After carefully looking for a moment, he finally discovered something. So it was like this. He knew that since they had arrived, there had to be another reason for them to suddenly rest here for a day. Qin Yu restrained the strange look in his eyes and turned around. "I've rested a lot on the way here, so I don't feel tired. If everyone isn't tired, then let's play some cards together. Just consider it a way to pass the time." Yun Dai always believed that her teacher was the most diligent person in the world. For him to suggest playing cards to pass the time, there had to be some other goal. She smiled and said, "All right, I recommend playing mahjong. I don't know which wise sage invented it, but ever since I learned it, I have been addicted to it." Feng Qing forced out a smile. "Since Mr. Ning Qin is interested, then I will accompany you." Dorlies turned and walked away. "Then what are you all waiting for?" After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned around with a smug smile on her face. "I forgot to tell you, my luck has always been frighteningly good when it comes to cards. Very few people can last more than 2 hours when playing cards with me." Looking at her appearance, she was filled with confidence. The game began. Qin Yu hadn't played mahjong before. Although Dorlies said she was amazing, the truth was that she was still a novice. But for a cultivator, being proficient in playing a card was easy. Yun Dai took the first win. Feng Qing took the second place. Qin Yu took the third place. Then, there was no then. As the white jade cards fell onto the table, they constantly emitted loud popping sounds. Dorelis's originally calm and composed expression gradually turned gloomy. Yun Dai, Feng Qing, Qin Yu, Yun Dai, Feng Qing, Qin Yu. It was like a closed loop had been opened. Before the game even began, the arrogant Dorlies had become the only loser. She had lost all the spirit stones she had taken out at the start. Qin Yu lent her a sum and then lost it all. Then, he lent her a second sum, a third sum, a fourth sum. Finally, when she borrowed the fifth sum of spirit stones, the mahjong tiles in Dorelis's hands finally couldn't withstand the heroic sacrifice and shattered into a pile of powder. Dorlies casually clapped her hands and stood up. "My luck isn't too good today. I'll play another day. I'm going to rest." Qin Yu lightly said, "Don't forget the spirit stones you owe me." Dorlies staggered. She didn't look back. "I know." She clenched her teeth and left. Yun Dai stuck out her tongue and gently gasped for breath. "Ah, we really didn't do it on purpose. Who told her luck to be so bad that she didn't even win a single game?" She stifled a laugh and winked. "Did you notice that Dorelis's expression just now was really wonderful? She was simply acting out a play." Feng Qing's mood was much better. She said, "Let's not talk about it. It's a good thing that she left midway. Otherwise, if we continued to play, I'm afraid it wouldn't just be the mahjong tiles that would break, but all of us would suffer a calamity." In all honesty, when she saw that the situation was far from good, she had already deliberately made a mistake. But, Qin Yu had intercepted her 5 times, there really wasn't anything she could do. Qin Yu put down the mahjong tiles and stood up. "You two stay here and don't go back to your rooms. Just talk and remember not to cultivate." Yun Dai and Feng Qing's complexions turned solemn and they nodded. Indeed, there was a reason for arranging this mahjong game. Qin Yu looked towards the direction that Dorli's left in. After a moment of hesitation, he suppressed this thought. With this woman's level, it wouldn't be easy to scheme against her. He shouldn't need to do much. 4 hours later, Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, a violent fluctuation of strength erupted not too far away. It was Dorli's. Qin Yu frowned. Without hesitation, he flicked his sleeves and grabbed Yun Dai and Feng Qing. Then, he howled away. The fog in front of him tumbled like waves, forcefully pushing away 1,000 feet of empty space. Dorli stood there, her face icy cold. Sensing the approaching aura, she turned her head. Her eyes were cold and indifferent, causing Yun Dai and Feng Qing's hearts to tremble. This gaze was too terrifying. Seeing Qin Yu and the others, Dorelis's expression softened. She frowned and said, "I had a dream just now." She thought for a moment and then said, "Strange, I've already forgotten what happened in that dream." Qin Yu didn't know whether she was telling the truth or not. He calmly said, "Just because of a dream, did you need to cause such a great commotion?" Everywhere he looked was a mess. The houses had been destroyed and even the surrounding courtyards looked as if they had encountered a level 12 hurricane. The ground was torn apart and the scene was too horrible to bear. Dorli curled her lips. "It's this place that wasn't built sturdily. Do you want to blame me for being too strong?" Whoosh, there was the sound of breaking air. Several breaths of time later, Elder Lin landed. As his eyes swept over the destroyed courtyard, he was clearly stunned for a second. A gloomy expression appeared on his face. "Mr. Ning Qin, what happened?" "This courtyard is the Pavilion Master's courtyard. Without a reasonable explanation, it will be hard for me to explain myself." Qin Yu pointed a finger. "Ask her about this. I still need to rest, so I'll bid my farewells first." He cupped his hands together and left. Just as Yun Dai took several steps, she heard Qin Yu say, "Don't follow me. Go back to your rooms and rest." With Dorli's messing around like this courtyard could be considered ruined. Yun Dai's heart calmed down. She looked at Feng Qing and said, "Miss Feng Qing, there are some matters I need to attend to. Can I speak with you in private?" Feng Qing said, "All right." She nodded to Elder Lin and walked away. In the blink of an eye, the scene fell silent. Dorli restrained her arrogance. With an innocent expression, she said, "I had a nightmare just now and I thought I would never wake up again. If the commotion was a little too big, I believe that an almighty being like Sky declaring Pavilion Master, who sits on endless wealth, wouldn't mind, right? All right, it's getting late. There are still important matters to attend to tomorrow, so I won't keep you here to chat. Let's meet tomorrow." She turned and left. Elder Lin's complexion paled and his eyes nearly spat out flames. He swept his eyes around the ruined courtyard, his heart dripping blood. This courtyard was something he had overseen in the past for his master. He had personally spent a great deal of effort to build it, so he was well aware of the astonishing costs involved. Today, it had been destroyed by Dorli. If he wanted to restore it to its perfect state, it would be extremely difficult. To put it simply, it was basically ruined. Elder Lin took a deep breath, barely suppressing his tumbling emotions. Did his master do something in secret? It shouldn't be. After all, at this time, any unnecessary actions could cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Although Ning Qin and the others had arrived here and their fate was in his master's hands, with his calm and meticulous temperament, he shouldn't have been so careless before the curtains were drawn. Just what had gone wrong? Sure, in a quiet room surrounded by light and surrounded by darkness, a man opened his eyes and coughed several times. Hidden in the darkness, his face was a bit pale, but he revealed a faint smile. He had finally determined that this was a true divine projection. Moreover, the strength contained within this projection was far greater than he had imagined. Even though the contact from before had been rudely interrupted, he'd already seen the extremely beautiful and gorgeous divine Tao Law fragment that was revolving in the depths of the projection. It was like a revolving nebula that caused one's mind to be unable to help but be immersed within it. Chapter 842. It was unknown whether or not old Lin hadn't left after Dorli destroyed the house. The next day, He knocked on Qin Yu's door and calmly cupped his hands across his chest. "Mr. Ning Qin, the master is waiting. Please follow me." Just as his voice fell, there was the sound of footsteps behind him. Dorlise said, "I've long heard that sky-declaring pavilion master is a first-class expert of this world. I wonder if I might have the honor of going with you to pay my respects." Old Lin turned around. He frowned for a moment before composing himself. "Mr. Ning Qin's friend, I believe the master will be happy to see you." Dorlise clapped her hands and smiled. "Then that's good. I will personally apologize to the pavilion master for what happened yesterday." Old Lin, Fengqing knew that she couldn't avoid this. Since this was the case, following by Qin Yu's side was the best choice. She stepped forwards and said, "I will go see teacher today." Yun Dai suddenly said, "Teacher, although this disciple is slow, I also wish to stay by your side and increase my knowledge and experience. Thus, I also wish to go with you." Qin Yu shook his head. "Your cultivation is too weak, so you won't be able to help much. Just stay here." Yun Dai had a pleading look in her eyes. "Teacher, please let this disciple go with me. If you all leave, I will be afraid to stay here by myself." Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. Although the following matters would be dangerous, it wasn't necessarily a good thing for Yun Dai to stay here alone. After hesitating for several breaths of time, he said, "Then remember, you must listen to me. You cannot act recklessly." Yun Dai quickly nodded. Qin Yu looked up. "Old Lin, what do you think?" Old Lin said, "Since I am Mr. Ning's disciple, I can follow you. It wouldn't be good to make the master wait for too long, so let's go." They silently left the courtyard. The surrounding fog was so thick that it was difficult to determine their direction. But, based on their feeling, they continued deeper into the high prime mountain range. The fog became increasingly thick and it gradually became difficult to see what was beneath their feet. Luckily, the ground had been leveled so they wouldn't trip over it. Suddenly, the fog in front of them cleared and a giant stone appeared in front of them. It was the size of a dozen people holding hands and was blue all over. All of the fog was repelled away, making it difficult to approach 100 feet around it. Qin Yu's eyes fell on the boulder. His eyes flashed for a moment before he restrained himself. Before he could speak, Dorlise already asked, "Old Lin, are you going to tell us that this is the pavilion master of Sky Declaring Pavilion?" Before he could even catch his breath, Senior Lin stuffily coughed and his complexion darkened. "Miss Dorlise, please be careful with your words. Of course this stone isn't my master." Ignoring her, Elder Lin took a few steps forward. His hands quickly formed seals and he pointed at the boulder. "Open." Without a sound, the boulder moved to the side, revealing a black hole in the ground. It was dark, and no one knew where it led to. "Mr. Ning Qin, because of certain reasons, my master's residence is a bit strange. Please follow me." After he finished speaking, he took the lead and stepped into it. His figure was swallowed by the darkness, and the clear sound of footsteps could be heard from within, as if he had carved out a stone staircase that led to the bottom. Qin Yu paused for a moment. Then, he walked up to the black hole and entered it. His vision instantly darkened, but in the next moment, his vision actually recovered. It was as if the darkness was only relative to the outside world. After entering, he wouldn't be affected at all, and there really were stone steps beneath his feet. His gaze swept across the surroundings. This passageway was extremely clean. In fact, it could even be said to be spotless. But even so, he could still sense the aura of time it emitted. Presumably, this passageway that led underground had existed for countless years. The sound of footsteps rang out from behind him. Dorlise, Yun Dai, and Fengqing walked in one after another. Within the long stone staircase, everyone's footsteps rose and fell. Senior Lin's voice sounded out in front of them. "My master has placed a supernatural ability on this tunnel, so you can only walk in. You cannot use your cultivation. I ask that you all keep this in mind to avoid any misunderstandings." Qin Yu suddenly said, "If I may be so bold as to ask, why does the pavilion master live here? Isn't it very troublesome to deal with all sorts of matters here?" Senior Lin said, "As for the specific reason, only the master knows. Perhaps Mr. Ning Qin can personally confirm it with the master in the near future." Qin Yu nodded, no longer speaking. At this time, the ancient's voice echoed in Qin Yu's mind. No wonder I haven't been able to find him all these years. So he found such a place to hide. Qin Yu relaxed. He quickly said, "My lord, so you already came in. I was worried that there would be something wrong with this strange place." The ancient said, "Don't worry. Everything is under my control. The myriad dragon body won't be able to cause any trouble." At this time, they reached the end of the stone steps. The ancient said, "Just do as he says. Leave everything else to me." Senior Lin turned and said, "Mr. Ningqin, we've arrived. This is where my master lives." At the end of the stone steps was a circular building. Like the tunnel, it was filled with the aura of time. No, it was more accurate to say that the aura of time in this circular hall was much richer, as if it had existed for many, many years before someone opened up a stone tunnel to reach here. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the circular hall, one could see a massive space of nothingness outside. It was a bleak and pale grey, and one couldn't even feel the passage of time. In the depths of this void floated a large expanse of grand palaces. They were tall and majestic, and even though they were far away, one could still clearly feel the majestic aura they emitted, causing one to instinctively feel reverence from the bottom of one's heart. For a time, the circular hall fell silent, as if everyone were shaken by the scene in front of them. After all, if they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would have imagined that there was an independent space hidden deep underground with such a massive palace floating within. The silence was broken. A young man's gentle voice spread into everyone's ears. "Welcome to the master's residence. I am Flowing Cloud, and I am responsible for leading you into the main hall." Perhaps because the scene in front of them was far too astonishing, but no one noticed the young man's existence until he spoke. Or, it could be said that this person's sense of existence was far too low, so low that as long as he didn't speak, everyone would subconsciously forget him. Old Lin said, "This is the master's attendant. Following this, he will be the one to lead everyone forwards. I can only accompany you here." Flowing Cloud faced everyone's gazes. His expression was calm and relaxed. He faintly smiled and said, "Then, let us set off." With a flick of his sleeves, there was a flash of light. A wooden boat appeared outside the circular hall, floating in the air. Flowing Cloud's figure flickered. He landed on the wooden boat and gestured with his hand. "Everyone, please." Qin Yu glanced at him. Although his expression didn't change, his heart was tense. If anything were to go wrong, he would immediately erupt with his full strength. This was because he never imagined that the myriad dragon body would appear in front of him in such a straightforward manner. Although the ancient didn't remind him of the young man's identity, Qin Yu believed that his senses weren't wrong. Hidden beneath this young man's ordinary appearance was a terrifying strength that could shatter the heavens and crack the earth. If someone told him that this young man didn't possess the myriad dragon body, Qin Yu wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. What the hell, without any warning, he had come face to face with a big boss. Qin Yu glanced behind him. Feng Qing had a perfectly puzzled expression on her face. He knew that she was reminding him that this person hadn't been by Sky declaring Pavilion Master's side. This basically confirmed his suspicions. He quietly swept his eyes over Layli's. This woman's expression was normal and she looked around with interest. But Qin Yu keenly discovered that she was looking at the front of the wooden boat a bit more than usual. It seemed that she had also sensed something. But this was even better. It would save him the trouble of thinking about it. The wooden boat wasn't large. With 5 people standing on it, it felt a bit crowded. In addition, it was narrow, giving off a feeling as if a gust of wind would cause it to topple over. After leaving the circular hall, they were surrounded by that dark grey nothingness. Although it was clearly empty, it left one feeling incomparably fearful. It was as if there was some great horror hidden in this nothingness. If one were to accidentally fall into it, they would be swallowed up for all eternity, never to escape. Flowing Cloud suddenly said. He always smiled before speaking, his expression calm and relaxed. "Everyone, be careful. Don't let your body leave the range of the wooden boat, otherwise there might be some troubles. In particular, the young miss with the best figure. Even if you are curious, it is best not to try." Dorlise beamed with joy. Little brother, you are quite an honest person. She had an expression as if she had just picked up some money and was extremely smug. Flowing Cloud didn't feel disgusted at all. Instead, his smile became even brighter. As Miss said, I am a very honest person. I am only speaking the truth. Dorlise swept her eyes over Qin Yu. Although she didn't speak, her meaning was clear. Do you see this? This old lady is so charming, but your eyes are blind and you can't see it. You don't have the least bit of appreciation. At this time, how could Qin Yu be in the mood to think about such things? He simply closed his eyes and pretended not to see anything. But even though he closed his eyes, his perception of his surroundings had risen to the highest level. In the circular hall, Senior Lin watched the wooden boat depart. A dignified expression gradually appeared on his face. Although his master had always been meticulous in his actions, his plan this time was too great. No one could guarantee whether or not he would succeed. But he would do his utmost to protect his master. Even if he had to pay the price with his life, he wouldn't hesitate. Turning around, Senior Lin strode towards the wall of the circular hall. His feet didn't stop. When his figure touched the stone wall, he melted into it like a stone. The wooden boat finally reached the shore, rescuing Yun Dai and Feng Qing from their torment. As they crossed the void just now, Flowing Cloud and Dorlise had been quietly flattering them and enjoying themselves without batting an eyelid. It was so annoying that their heads hurt. We've arrived. Everyone, please. Flowing Cloud was the first to step onto the edge of the palace, a dignified expression on his face. After Qin Yu and the others arrived, he flicked his sleeves and put away the wooden boat. Then, he gestured with his hand and turned to lead the way. When they were in the circular hall, they could see from afar that this palace was incomparably grand. But, only by truly standing inside could they truly feel its majesty. As the several people stood inside, they instinctively felt something. It was like they were grains of sand, as if they were standing amongst endless mountains. They were tiny to the extreme. Similar to the circular hall, this palace was also inconceivably clean. There wasn't a single speck of dust in any corner. The floor was paved with some kind of jade. It was a complete hole, without a single crack. It was as smooth as a mirror, and one could clearly see the figures of the 6 people walking through it. If one looked down at their feet, they would feel an incomparably strange feeling. This was because at this moment, it was like there was another self walking through a synchronized world. They passed through Grand Hall after Grand Hall. When Flowing Cloud stopped, they found themselves standing at the end of a long passage. An incomparably tall stone door blocked their way. Everyone, we have arrived. Master is waiting behind this stone door. Flowing Cloud faintly smiled. He continued to say, although my master is willing to receive you all, the main goal of this trip is still Mr. Ning Qin. So, I ask Mr. Ning Qin to go first. Once official business is concluded, my master will invite everyone in. Yun Dai's heart tightened. She clenched her teeth and said, wait a moment. She pointed at herself and frowned. Can't I go in? Flowing Cloud's smile didn't change. Miss Feng Qing, master told me to ask you to wait here. He nodded, no longer speaking. He calmly looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu paused for a moment. He said, if that's the case, I will go in first. You all wait here. Flowing Cloud nodded. Thank you for your understanding, mister. I will open the door for you now. He took a step forward and pressed his palm against the stone door. Without any fluctuations of strength erupting, the stone door quietly opened a crack. It was pitch black inside. Perhaps because he didn't want them to worry, Flowing Cloud turned and explained, you have already passed through the passage. The situation there is the same as behind the stone door. The darkness they saw now was only for the outside world. Qin Yu nodded. He took several steps forwards, about to step in without hesitation. Teacher, be careful. Yun Dai couldn't help but cry out. Qin Yu didn't look back. He waved his hand and submerged into the darkness. Then, in the next moment, he knew that Flowing Cloud had lied. It looked dark outside, but it was even darker inside. This sort of pitch black wasn't a simple lack of light. Rather, it was a deep darkness, as if even the blazing sun couldn't disperse it. Luckily, this darkness couldn't obscure Qin Yu's eyes. After a brief flash, the world behind the stone door slowly appeared. A great dragon coiled in the skies above this desolate world. Its body was unimaginably large, surpassing 100,000 feet in length. Its entire body was covered in black scales, as if it had fused together with this world. As far as the eye could see, the ground and the distant nothingness were interwoven with giant cracks that couldn't be healed. It was clear that these cracks had been torn apart by the dragon's claws. When Qin Yu saw the great dragon, its eyes flashed open. They were crimson red, filled with a cruel and destructive aura. The great dragon's eyes locked onto Qin Yu, but they didn't seem to focus on him at all. Instead, they passed through his body and fell into the distance. Hualala, the great dragon's body rose up. Its scales collided with each other, emitting the sound of metal crashing against metal. The sound was like rumbling thunder that struck straight into the soul. "I respectfully welcome your arrival, Master." It lowered its head, its voice constantly echoing through the air. Qin Yu's complexion changed. His eyes widened, revealing shock, anger, and disbelief. How did you know?" The great dragon coldly swept its eyes over him, as if it were looking down on an ant, without the least bit of emotion. Space trembled and fluctuated. A figure appeared. There seemed to be an invisible strength covering it, causing its face and body to blur. "You already knew that I would come?" The great dragon said in a low voice. "Yes, Master. I have been waiting for your arrival. I respectfully ask that you vanish forever." The ancient's voice was faint. "With just you." Chapter 843. The ancient held his hands behind his back and looked around with disdain. "Then let them come out. They are just a bunch of small juniors. When have I ever feared them?" The myriad dragon body had a crazed expression and a respectful tone. "Master's heroic spirit hasn't diminished in the past. This subordinate will not disappoint you. Then, are you still not prepared to show yourself?" The great dragon turned its head, a faint smile on its face. After a brief silence, another great dragon appeared in the nothingness of this world. Surprisingly, its appearance was exactly the same as the myriad dragon body. The ancient frowned for a moment before he composed himself. He was as calm as ever, as if even if the world collapsed in front of him, he wouldn't be able to shake his mind. "Greetings, Master," the dragon soul respectfully said, its giant head bowing deeply. "It really is you," the ancient said. "I was a bit surprised that you would betray me." The dragon soul said, "I'm sorry, Master. I have failed to live up to your expectations. But this world is far too beautiful and life is far too brilliant. I have already developed a consciousness and I am not willing to fade away like this. So, even though I know that this is an extravagant hope, I still hope to obtain Master's forgiveness." The ancient looked at it. "Fighting for your life? The reason you have given me is ample, so I will give you this chance. But, if you think you can complete the backlash with just the two of you, you are overestimating yourselves." His aura suddenly rose like an awakened great beast that could destroy the heavens and earth, sweeping out in all directions. "Since I can give you life, I can also destroy you." The myriad dragon body laughed. "Then, let us wait and see. Will we be destroyed today, or will Master perish forever?" It shot into the skies, its body forming a semicircle as it opened its mouth towards the ancient. The dragon soul looked up, its expression calm. "Today, I fought for my life. Although I feel guilty and uneasy, I don't regret it at all. Master, if you disappear today, I will offer sacrifices to you. On the contrary, if you can drive us away, I will be happy for you." Roar! With a resonant dragon cry, the dragon soul shot into the skies, facing the myriad dragon body and forming another semicircle. From afar, this scene looked like two identical great dragons opening their mouths to swallow the ancient's consciousness. It was like two dragons fighting for a pearl. But this wasn't called two dragons fighting for a pearl, but 10,000 dragons devouring the soul. Rumble! A heaven-shaking roar filled this world, like the roar of thunder. Boundless fluctuations of energy erupted and a strange black hole appeared, wrapping around the ancient's consciousness. In the next moment, the terrifying aura that filled the entire world, causing it to tremble and crack, suddenly vanished. All of this strength didn't disperse in the slightest, it was all gathered into the black hole. The chaotic strength within was like invisible fangs that wanted to pierce into the ancient's body and tear him to shred. Within the black hole, the ancient didn't move. He still held his hands behind his back, his eyes sweeping around like a tiger. Is this the strength? Perhaps I've been overestimating your strength all this time. The 10,000 dragon body roared, Master, do you think we are too weak? Then take out all the gifts you've prepared. Bang! The space trembled and collapsed inwardly. A dazzling light erupted from within, as if a sun had suddenly descended and illuminated the entire world. Darkness instantly transformed into light. Even with Qin Yu's powerful eyes, he still felt a bit sour and tears overflowed from his eyes. He quickly closed his eyes. But before he could open them again, he could clearly feel terrifying auras appearing in this world one after another. Each one was an absolute powerhouse. In terms of cultivation alone, they could suppress Qin Yu with a single hand. A dark golden light flashed in the depths of his eyes and the discomfort in them rapidly faded away. He quickly opened his eyes and saw several figures fly out from the sun-like light. Without any hesitation, they threw themselves into the black hole that wrapped around the ancient's consciousness. They stood high in the air, their expressions solemn and respectful. They lifted their hands and slowly pressed down. Bang ere bang, their cultivations erupted to the point of insanity. Without hesitating to damage their foundations, they released their greatest strength and smashed it into the black hole. The ancient frowned, as if he could feel a bit of pressure. The 10,000 dragon body laughed. Respected Master, you have far too many enemies in this world. So many that as long as we send out a message, countless people will be willing to pay any price to thoroughly destroy you. The dragon soul's voice was calm and steady. Master, please rest in peace. Bang! The black hole instantly turned chaotic. The darkness became even richer, like a great mouth that slowly swallowed up the ancient's consciousness. From start to finish, whether it was the 10,000 dragon body, the dragon soul, or the powerhouses that had just arrived, none of them looked at Qin Yu. Perhaps in their eyes, Qin Yu was only a negligible detail. Once the ancient's consciousness was killed, everything would come to an end. Thus, in this subconscious perception, Qin Yu had fallen to the edge, becoming a bystander in this great war. Within the Grand Palace, at the end of a long passage, Yun Dai and Feng Qing had nervous expressions. Their lips were tightly pressed together, revealing a pale complexion. As for Dorlise, she maintained her original appearance. She was like a curious baby, constantly looking at the stone door in front of her with interest. It seemed that if it weren't for Flowing Cloud standing beside her, she would have gone over and touched it. Suddenly, the silence outside the stone door was broken. Flowing Cloud turned to look at Dorlise, a warm smile on his face. In truth, I have a question on my way here. I hope Miss can dispel it for me. Dorlise turned her head. Flowing Cloud smiled and said, Miss Dorlise, may I ask, what sort of feeling does the Divine Soul Realm feel like? I am very curious. Shua Space fell deathly silent. Yun Dai and Feng Qing's breath caught in their throats. They felt as if their hearts had been grasped by an invisible hand. Fear swept over them like a tide, as if the pitch-black curtain of a winter night wanted to swallow them up. At this moment, Flowing Cloud was still smiling. Even his gentle expression hadn't changed in the slightest, but the feeling he gave off was different. It was impossible to describe what this feeling was, but it caused one to instinctively feel fear and despair, as if they were facing a bottomless abyss. Dorlise blinked her eyes. The Divine Soul Realm. Cultivate hard, and once you reach a certain boundary, you will naturally know. Flowing Cloud shook his head. Because of certain reasons, my path of cultivation has been severed. Thus, it is impossible for me to reach the Divine Soul Realm with my own strength in this life. He paused for a moment, his smile becoming even brighter. So, I hope that I can borrow Miss Dorelisa's boundary. I hope that you can help me. Dorlise hesitated. Do you need to pay? Flowing Cloud looked at her with a bit of astonishment. If he hadn't personally confirmed the Divine Soul rules flowing within her body, he would have doubted her identity. This wasn't a reaction that a divine soul should have. As a result, after this brief silence, Dorlise revealed a look of contempt. If you don't pay, you probably didn't sleep well last night. You're still dreaming. Flowing Cloud looked deeply at her. Miss seems to be very confident. Of course, as a true divine soul, you have the qualifications to be confident. Then, let me experience the strength of a true divinity. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Dorlise flicked her sleeves. Yoon Dai and Feng Qing were wrapped up in an invisible strength and rapidly drew backwards. In the next moment, the space outside the stone door twisted. It was like a giant mouth had suddenly closed, swallowing Flowing Cloud and Dorlise. I didn't save you out of kindness, I was just afraid that Qin Yu would come out and settle accounts with me. Now, run as far away as you can, don't stay here and hold us back. Yoon Dai and Feng Qing glanced at each other. Without hesitation, they turned and ran. But at this time, Feng Qing screamed out loud. A rich blue light emitted from her body. As this light erupted, she lost control of her body. She involuntarily flew backwards, passing through the space distortion where Flowing Cloud and Dorlise were fighting. From this moment on, it was like the two of them were no longer in the same world. Sure, with a flash of light, Feng Qing slammed into the stone door and disappeared. Yoon Dai bit her lips. She quickly rushed outwards, vanishing from sight. The Dark Parliament headquarters was located in an unknown land. It was a place that not even the senators had personally approached. At this time, deep underground, outside a great hall that was filled with endless darkness, besides Qin Yu, the other 7 senators were gathered here. Oriel's impatient voice sounded out. Is there still no signal? Just what is Senator Morningstar doing? Jasmine lightly said, since there is no signal, that means that Senator Morningstar doesn't think it is the best time yet. Humph. The Dark Parliament has received news that almost all powerhouses have suddenly disappeared. Do you think this is related to what happened deep in the Upper Prime Mountain range? Oriel coldly sneered. I am worried that someone will be tempted by greed and want to take everything for themselves. At that time, we will become a joke. Lone Mountain frowned, a gloomy look in his eyes. Out of everyone present, his need for the myriad dragon body was the strongest. His lifespan was nearing its end, so he couldn't take any risks. Even though he knew that Oriel's words were because of her grudge with Qin Yu, he still felt anxious. Sage, let's make our move. Sage's voice was faint. If everyone is willing to make a move ahead of time, I have no objections. But, I must remind everyone that there is only one chance to seize the myriad dragon body. If we fail, not only will none of us obtain anything, but the Dark Parliament will also establish a life and death enemy. At this time, a fluctuation appeared in the hearts of the senators. Let's go. Lone Mountain impatiently stepped into the Great Hall of Darkness. His voice was low and excited. After today, Sky Declaring Pavilion will no longer exist in this world. Oriel glanced at Jasmine and coldly sneered. Even if he is Morningstar, he is no longer the one you know. For you to protect him so much, could it be that you are a love-struck fool? Jasmine was expressionless. The negative emotions in your heart have affected your judgment. After this matter is over, I will ask the Dark Parliament to pass a resolution and temporarily take back Senator Oriel's authority. Enough. With a great enemy in front of us, we must join forces against them. Sage swept his deep eyes over the two and stepped into the great hall. Humph. Oriel coldly snorted and was the third to enter the darkness. When all 7 senators entered, a deep humming sound echoed out. The darkness seemed to stir up waves, gently undulating in a rhythmic rhythm. Shua. Chapter 844. Western Tomb. The endless divine palaces were shrouded in white holy light. The atmosphere was dignified and solemn, causing one to instinctively feel awe. Within the main temple, beneath the blurry and indescribable statue of the Tao monarch, Ji Shangtian sat on his throne. Beneath him, the saint sons, cardinals, and great divine officials all stood quietly, each one with a dignified expression. As the Western Tomb that had a long inheritance and was considered a first-class power in the world, the number of channels it had spread through the darkness surpassed everyone's imagination. No one had been able to obtain accurate information about the abnormality that came from Sky Declaring Pavilion. But, The western tomb was able to look deep into the upper prime mountain range. In addition to recent information from other sources, it could be determined that the sky-declaring pavilion master who had been living in seclusion for many years had finally decided to do something. This originally had nothing to do with the western tomb, but the origin of the sky-declaring pavilion master was a major problem. No one knew whether or not he would retaliate once he recovered, and the western tomb would be the first to bear the brunt. Your Excellency, there are old records of the past. The 10,000 dragon body rebelled against the ancient race and fled. As a result, he was killed by the Tao monarch. Even if he recovers his spiritual strength, there will be no conflict between us and the western tomb, a cardinal bishop slowly said. Everyone standing here today had the qualifications to touch upon ancient matters and knew many secrets that others didn't. Another cardinal said, even so, the myriad dragon body was refined by the ancient race in the end. Whether or not there are spells left behind is something neither of us know. The safest method is to make it disappear forever. Only then can the divine church be completely free of worries. For a time, the high-level figures of the western tomb took these two opinions as their standpoints and began to argue. On the throne, Ji Xiangtian lightly coughed. His eyes swept around the hall and all the noise quickly dissipated. He had controlled the western tomb for thousands of years and his dignity was deep and profound. In particular, after the matter with Qin Yu, he paid even more attention to his own authority. After he dealt with several powerhouses of the divine church with thunderous methods, no one dared to provoke him anymore. The myriad dragon body was refined by the evil ancient race and should not exist in this world. It is fine if it has been silent these past years, but since it has tried to awaken and stir up trouble, I will not tolerate it. Send my order, gather the West Hill Adjudication, West Hill Divine Guards, and West Hill Cold Knight, and follow me to the Shangyuan Mountains. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Xiangtian suddenly frowned and revealed a trace of pain in his eyes. However, he suppressed it in the blink of an eye and said in a low voice, "All of you can leave." "Yes, Your Excellency Divine Seat." Everyone in the hall bowed and left in a hurry, passing on the will of the Divine Seat. Rumble, the main hall's doors closed and all the windows were sealed. Ji Xiangtian's deep voice sounded, "I will pray to His Excellency Tao Lord. No one is to disturb me." In the next moment, the main divine hall was completely sealed, and all connections with the outside world were cut off. Under the statue of the Tao Lord, Ji Xiangtian suddenly raised his head and let out a painful roar. His mouth was wide open, and the 7 orifices of his head were emitting intense holy light at the same time. It was like a ball of fire that engulfed his head. Blue veins bulged out from his neck and his entire face was twisted. At this moment, Ji Xiangtian didn't have any of his previous majestic aura. Instead, he was like a struggling evil ghost that had escaped from hell. He lifted a hand and pointed a finger, placing it between his eyebrows. Not only did the holy light erupting from his nose not weaken, but it became even stronger. "Impossible!" Ji Xiangtian cried out involuntarily, "I clearly controlled this strength, so why did I lose control of it?" He turned around and looked up at the blurry statue of the Tao Lord. His eyes gradually widened as if he had seen something unbelievable. "That's right, you guessed correctly. The reason you can control this spiritual strength is because I gave you authority. But now, I have taken back this authority. As the price, you must give me your body for me to use." Ji Xiangtian suddenly spoke, but the voice wasn't his. His cold and indifferent tone spread through the air, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. "No." Ji Xiangtian roared in shock and anger, "You have already perished, I can sense it clearly. There is no way I am wrong about this." Then, he spoke again, "The reason why you think I'm dead is because I let you feel the aura of my death. Perhaps it's hard for you to understand, but to me, it's a very simple matter. When you confirmed that I was dead, you began to intercept my faith, and at the same time, you began to devour my cultivation of the great Tao. For thousands of years, you have done very well. You have perfectly concealed your own aura, and no one has discovered it. So, you are the perfect host that I have cultivated. If I can return, you will be credited with the greatest contribution. So, now you can fuse into my body and become a part of the holy light." Ji Xiangtian screamed, "No. But at this time, all the strength in his body had gone completely out of control. Raging holy light erupted from every pore on his body, burning fiercely and incinerating his physical body. In the end, only a ball of pure holy light was left. If one looked carefully, they would discover that within this holy light, there were countless runes condensing into chains that were constantly rotating. The long-lost feeling of freedom. A whisper came from the holy light. It was incomparably calm, but it also gave off a feeling of endless violence and madness. But this strength is not enough, far from enough. After countless years, I have finally waited for this day. I cannot allow any accidents to occur. The season of harvest has arrived. Bang! The sealed main divine temple suddenly exploded. Vast and majestic holy light erupted from within, like a torrent that swept out in all directions. The West Hill Divine Guards guarding outside the main divine temple had no time to react before they were wrapped up in the holy light. They were integrated into it and became a part of it. Without pause, the torrent of holy light continued outwards. Wherever it passed, the bodies of all the West Hill cultivators turned to dust. All their strength was absorbed and assimilated by it. A West Hill powerhouse saw that the situation was far from good. With a loud roar, he soared into the skies. His speed was fast enough, but as he flew through the air, his body rapidly disintegrated. Finally, all that was left over was a mass of holy light that howled back. Moments later, the entire West Hill Divine Church had turned into a sea of holy light. Endless holy light fluctuated like waves. Like this, there was not a single cultivator left in the West Hill. Countless West Hill believers prostrated themselves on the ground. They looked up at the scene in front of them, their bodies shivering and their faces pale. As devout believers, they had personally witnessed the process of the West Hill being destroyed by the holy light. It was like divine punishment had descended from the heaven. As they were panic-stricken, a deep voice echoed out from the sea of holy light. The West Hill lineage has been invaded by evil spirits. They have distorted the Tao monarch's great Tao and brought disaster to the world. Today, I will personally descend and erase them. In the future, a new orthodoxy will appear and spread the light of my great Tao. Rumble, rumble, the trillions of holy light rapidly shrank, finally condensing into a figure. The space around him twisted and seemed to be covered by the rules of the great Tao. It was blurry, but the aura he exuded was like 100 suns in the night sky, vast and mighty, sweeping away all. All the West Hill believers instantly felt faith and conversion from this figure. The fear in their hearts dissipated and their faces flushed red. Their eyes widened with fanaticism. Tao monarch, it's the Tao monarch. We greet the Tao monarch. In an instant, all the believers fell to their knees. At this moment, an invisible power of faith gathered onto the figure condensed from holy light. The Tao monarch looked up to the east. At this moment, his gaze pierced through the barriers of space and fell onto the depths of the upper prime mountain range. Gus Han, victory and defeat have yet to be decided in our battle. Whether you will laugh in the end or whether my skills are superior, we will see the result today. He took a step forward, and the space beneath his feet collapsed. Then, it began to collapse inwards, forming a huge black hole that then disappeared. In the next moment, deep within the upper prime mountain range, where fog filled the air, a black hole suddenly appeared. A violent strength erupted from within, like an erupting volcano. A terrifying strength swept out, dispersing all the fog within sight. Let's turn back time a little. It wasn't much, only several breaths of time. The 7 senators of the Dark Parliament stepped into the pitch-black hall and awakened the slumbering puppet once more. When it opened its blood-red eyes, it used its control of the power of darkness to directly descend into the depths of the upper prime mountain range, into the shadow of the Great Hall. But before the puppet could find the location of the 10,000 dragon body, it was surrounded by 13 figures that rushed up. Then, blood-red flames ignited on the surface of these 13 people's bodies. A great void array appeared and a powerful teleportation strength erupted. The puppet roared out loud, but before it could react, it was forcefully teleported away. Within the blood-red flames, the 13 figures were reduced to ashes. But when they closed their eyes, there was only tranquility and relief. They should have died a long time ago. It was only because they had received great kindness from their master that they were willing to be imprisoned in a state that was neither dead nor alive, suffering until today. Now that they had completed their mission, it was best for them to disappear. Thus, the Tao monarch who had just arrived at the upper prime mountain range felt a powerful aura descend upon him as soon as he dispersed the surrounding fog. He frowned. Without hesitation, he lifted his hand and pressed down. Bang! His space fiercely twisted. It was like a piece of paper that had been forcefully clenched into a ball, wanting to crush the descender within. But after the distorted space violently trembled, it was like a fragile piece of ice on the water's surface. After a brief pause, it was torn apart and the crimson-eyed puppet escaped. Their gazes instantly met. The Tao monarch frowned. He had never seen this puppet before, but when he faced it, he instinctively felt a deep loathing for it. At his level of cultivation, nothing in the outside world could shake his heart. There had to be another reason for this situation to occur. Before the Tao monarch could think further, the puppet roared out loud. Blood-red light flowed in its eyes, as if it had suddenly come to life. The complexions of the 7 senators that had fused into the puppet changed. They suddenly discovered that they had lost control of the puppet. And what was even more terrifying was that all of them had been imprisoned and the puppet was crazily drawing out their strength. Tao monarch! The puppet roared and rushed forwards. It lifted a fist and punched out. Wherever its fist went, space instantly shattered and turned into a black dragon. Chapter 845. I am a Tao monarch, I am strong and I am capable of enduring. But right now, I am completely bewildered. Who can tell me where this hideous puppet that's riddled with holes on its body came from? Why does it want to hit me? Although he was puzzled, the oncoming punch left the Tao monarch's heart cold. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. He lifted a hand and pressed forwards. Monstrous holy light gushed out, like a mighty flood that gathered into a river that came crashing down with crushing momentum. No matter who you are, no matter why you are attacking me, you better lie down right now. The Tao monarch was enraged. He had waited so long for this day and had nearly obtained his best bargaining chip, his greatest chance to reverse the situation. How could it be destroyed by a mere puppet? But what the Tao monarch didn't know was that the emotions of the puppet in front of him were 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than his. How many years had passed? Endless years had passed, so long that the puppet's consciousness could no longer clearly recall the marks left behind by time. But even if 100,000 years passed, even 1,000,000 years passed, it still wouldn't forget this face. It was this person who had destroyed its own great Tao, causing it to be reduced to its current state. It had no choice but to rely on the body of a puppet to linger on its last breath. This hatred was so deep that even the waters of the blue sea couldn't wash it away. And most importantly, there was a trace of astonishment in the Tao monarch's eyes just now. It couldn't remember. Ha ha ha, this was an enemy that it had remembered for countless years, an enemy that was engraved in the hearts of the people, an enemy that it wished it could tear to shreds. Tao monarch! Tao monarch! This bastard has gone too far. Rumble rumble, a wild impact erupted. The black Tyrannosaurus dragon formed from shattered space collided with the great river of holy light. Both sides attacked without holding anything back. After a violent tremor, they both exploded. Thus, the shockwaves that had slowed down for a moment suddenly rose up once more. Everything within its range was thoroughly destroyed. The Tao monarch revealed a gloomy expression. He never imagined that a puppet would possess such formidable strength that it was evenly matched with him. He took a deep breath and suppressed the tumbling killing intent in his heart. He coldly said, "Who are you? Why do you want to be my enemy?" Damn it! The ancient was trying to take back the strength of the myriad dragon body. He couldn't allow this person to succeed, otherwise all of his plans would come to nothing. He didn't have time to waste here. Thus, after his seemingly imposing question, the Tao Lord suddenly took a step forward. The space beneath his feet rippled as he prepared to leave. But right at that moment, the puppet stomped down heavily, and the spatial fluctuations disappeared with a buzzing sound. The Tao Lord let out a low groan as his teleportation was interrupted. As expected, even after so many years, your sinister and cunning nature still hasn't changed. However, I've already been tricked once. I won't give you another chance. The puppet roared at the sky. Today, I'll bury you with me. It, or more accurately, his past self, had died a long time ago. It was only because of his unwillingness that he had borrowed the body of a puppet to live until now. During the long years of slumber, he would occasionally wake up for a short period of time. In fact, he had regretted using the body of a puppet to drag out an ignoble existence. Instead of enduring this kind of torture, it would have been better to have died a glorious death back then. Now that it had met the Tao Lord, what else was there to say? Dragging him to the Yellow Springs with him was the best ending. The Tao Lord's teeth were aching. After all this time, it was an old enemy. He somewhat understood why the puppet was so angry. If it were him, he would probably do the same. But after living for so many years, he had killed countless people. Could he remember all of them? What's more, there was only a puppet left in front of him. It couldn't even be considered a person. In fact, at this moment, the Tao Lord wasn't the only one who was aching. There were existences even more uncomfortable than he was. For example, inside the body of the puppet, there were 7 members of the Dark Parliament who were originally the masters who controlled the puppet. Now, they had been imprisoned and turned into human-shaped batteries. To be honest, it was only today that they realized that the puppet, which the Dark Parliament had always viewed as their greatest trump card, actually possessed such terrifying power. But in reality, after the initial shock, they immediately regretted it. If they had a choice, they would rather never have found out about this. This was because the reason why the puppet had the strength to fight the Tao Lord head-on and not be at a disadvantage was because it relied on crazily draining their strength. This draining speed far exceeded the limits of what they could bear. The 7 senators seemed to be electrocuted. Their bodies shook like sieves, their mouths and eyes crooked and drool dripped down. Every muscle in their body trembled as they cried out in pain. But did they have a solution? No. Not only that, but they couldn't change their current situation at all. As far as they could see, they could only maintain their current state. They had clearly seen an opportunity and sent out their strongest puppets, wanting to cooperate with Qin Yu to seize the myriad dragon body and offer it to the Dark Altar. Then, they could line up and wait for the fruits to be divided. But why had the plot just begun diverged so suddenly? And the difference wasn't just a little bit, it had turned into a nightmare. If it could be said that whether it was the Tao Lord or the puppet, both of them would definitely be drooling right now. They wouldn't even need to wash their faces. The Tao Lord sucked in a deep breath, his complexion completely calm. Since he couldn't get rid of this puppet, he could only destroy it. With his cultivation realm, he could naturally see that the reason the puppet was able to erupt with strength comparable to his own was because it was forcefully extracting strength from the outside world for its own use. But this state couldn't be maintained for too long. As long as he erupted with all his strength, he could cause the puppet to collapse in the shortest time possible. He had to be fast and end this battle as soon as possible. Bang! The Tao Lord's robes began to flutter without wind. Vast holy light gushed out, instantly sweeping through the world and flooding the world. Come! The puppet's eyes erupted with a blood-red light. With a loud shout, it advanced instead of retreating. Facing the blinding holy light, it rushed forwards. Ah! The 7 senators within the puppet all cried out in unison. None of them could escape their miserable screams. In fact, deep underground, there was another person who was also involuntarily screaming at the same rhythm as them. Qin Yu felt as if a thick invisible straw was ruthlessly stabbing into his chest. Then, it forcefully sucked him dry, as if it wanted to suck him dry. And what was even more terrifying was that in the space around him, faint traces of dark energy appeared, wrapping around him. Then, the space around him began to fluctuate. It was like a great mouth was slowly opening, wanting to swallow him up. What was going on here? He was far away and no one noticed him, so how could he suddenly be targeted? Moreover, it was so tyrannical and cruel. Then, he discovered that the source of this terrifying swallowing strength came from the Dark Parliament. The connection between the senators crossed space and affected his body. Qin Yu's head hurt for a second. He had tricked them into coming here to mess up the situation and make it easier for him to take advantage of the situation. But now, before they even arrived, He was implicated. Speaking of which, just what sort of opponent did the Dark Parliament encounter? Even with their strength and in the puppet state, they were still in such a miserable state. Qin Yu suppressed these thoughts. He didn't care about what they encountered to begin with. A dark golden light flashed in his eyes. The black energy in the surrounding space instantly manifested into black rune chains. He lifted his hand and chopped down. Par. There was a series of cracking noises in the void. The black rune chains broke apart one after another, and the drawing strength from Qin Yu's body immediately dissipated. As for the Dark Parliament, Qin Yu felt that they would definitely take good care of themselves. After all, they were all grown up. He looked up at the battlefield. The twin dragons and the several descending powerhouses were currently stimulating the power of the black hole to grind down the ancient's will. They hadn't discovered the changes occurring here. Qin Yu relaxed a little. Without leaving a trace, he continued to draw back some distance. The two dragons and the group of cultivators were attacking to their heart's content, their momentum like that of a tiger. But he could clearly see that they weren't able to touch the foundation of the ancient's will. It seemed that they weren't too far away from falling to their knees, so he didn't want to be affected. Chapter 846. I am the Ancient. I have laid down a massive trap and waited for countless years. Today, I will draw in the net and make everything perfect. But who can tell me why the biggest fish that I have been waiting for after I spread out the net still hasn't arrived? Has he seen through my plan? That shouldn't be possible. But if it wasn't for this reason, then where did the crux of the problem lie? At this time, no one would have thought that the ancient that was imprisoned in the black hole and being beaten was actually having such thoughts in his mind. The dragon soul's betrayal was a bit unexpected, but in truth, it was still within the bounds of tolerance. Even if it joined forces with the myriad dragon body and even brought in a group of powerhouses to help, in the eyes of the ancient, they were nothing more than chickens and dogs that couldn't withstand a single blow. The reason he had patiently endured was because he was waiting for the biggest fish to arrive. Only when he arrived could he make up for the last gap in his plan. Why hadn't he arrived yet? The ancient subconsciously frowned. As the masters outside the black hole saw this, their spirits were shaken. They thought that they had finally made him feel the pressure. But this was only the beginning. Brothers, all of you work harder. You're about to kill him. As if they had been injected with adrenaline, the masters all cried out, blood dripping from their ears as they desperately attacked. A trace of confusion flashed in the eyes of the two dragons. Could it be that they had overestimated their master's strength and couldn't withstand it anymore? And at this time, the ancient had been waiting for the biggest fish to arrive. He was now in an incomparably annoyed state. He attacked with everything he had, without holding anything back. The puppet across from him swayed back and forth, clearly unwilling to fall. He had already wasted a great deal of time here. As he thought about how the ancient could finish suppressing the myriad dragon body at any moment, a cruel and ruthless glint flashed in the depths of the Dao monarch's eyes. This card was originally prepared to be played when he faced the ancient, but now he couldn't care too much about it. He couldn't continue to be tied down here. With this thought in mind, the ancient took a deep breath. He lifted a hand and pointed between his eyebrows. A mote of light appeared in his eyes. This mote of light was dim at first, but it soon brightened. It was like a bright moon hanging high in the night sky, sprinkling down 1,000,000,000,000 rays of silver light. Eternal prosperity of the great Tao. A deep and low voice emerged from his mouth. Invisible law fluctuations swept out like a tide. Beneath the Shangyuan mountain range, in the mysterious void, a certain space within a group of floating majestic palaces suddenly exploded, revealing two figures. Flowing Cloud frowned. He stared at Dorlise across from him. He didn't know what problem had occurred with this powerful divine spirit projection. Or could it be that this was all part of her scheme, and she had purposely revealed a flaw to lure him into the trap? As Flowing Cloud was afraid to move forwards, Dorelisa's complexion rapidly paled. Her eyes widened as she looked at the void in front of her, as if she could pierce through space and see a figure. Impossible. This is impossible. She cried out involuntarily, and her eyes revealed struggle and fear. After that, her entire body was enveloped by an invisible force, and with a whoosh, She fled into the void and directly disappeared. Liu Yun's face darkened, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. What did this scene mean to him? This was definitely going to cut them off. He had spent so much effort fighting for so long, constantly exhausting Dorella's strength. What was this all for? Wasn't it to avoid excessive damage and obtain the complete divine spirit rules contained within this projection? The harvest season was just around the corner, and yet something like this had suddenly appeared. Moreover, this projection of Dorlee's was related to whether or not he could be completely independent. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, he absolutely couldn't tolerate this. Flowing Cloud stepped forwards and his figure escaped into the void. He followed the aura of Dorlee's and chased her all the way. No matter who it was, no one would be able to stop him today. He had arrived, he was just in front of him. Sure, Flowing Cloud escaped from space. He immediately saw Dorlee's rapidly shrinking until she finally turned into a bead. And within that bead, what flowed through it was the divine Tao rules that he yearned for even in his dreams. The Tao monarch looked at the chasing Flowing Cloud and frowned. He immediately reached out a hand and took the bead. Stop! Flowing Cloud wanted to shout out loud and then rush forwards to teach the Tao monarch a lesson. But as soon as this gaze fell on him, he knew that he couldn't win. He was just thinking that no matter who came today, it wouldn't be of any use. But now, he felt so wronged that his lungs were about to explode. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. I will endure this, I must endure this. Then, not only will I endure this, but I will also have to quickly leave this place. Don't you see that this is a fight between big shots? If I continue to stay here and get sucked into this mess, I won't even have a place to cry. Liu Yun was decisive. He took a step back and was about to leave. But at this moment, a gaze fell on him from afar. Liu Yun shuddered and felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. He glanced at the puppet that had a tattered surface and was in a sorry state. He thought, why are you looking at me like that? Your opponent is over there. I'm just passing by. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Then, tragedy struck him. The puppet roared. It suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed Flowing Cloud's figure. A terrifying suction force erupted, instantly locking down the surrounding space. Flowing Cloud was stunned for a moment. Then, all the hairs on his body stood on end. What are you doing? I only showed myself once and I'm about to leave, but you actually attacked me because of this. Are you King crazy? You don't know that I'm being beaten up right now. But no matter what, he naturally wouldn't just sit and wait for death. He suddenly let out a dragon roar, and his humanoid body suddenly shattered. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a huge dragon. If anyone had seen the scene of two dragons fighting for the pearl, they would have discovered that these three huge dragons looked exactly the same. After transforming into a dragon, the huge dragon swung its tail. Black cracks appeared in the surrounding space, and the sealed space trembled violently. But at this moment, the puppet roared again. Its devouring power instantly increased, and the huge dragon wailed as it was forcefully pulled into its mouth. The huge dragon's body was extremely huge. Given the puppet's size, even if it opened its mouth as wide as it could, it wouldn't be able to stuff in half of its scales. However, a strange scene appeared. The huge dragon didn't shrink, and the puppet didn't expand, but it really swallowed the huge dragon into its stomach. It was as if the absolute difference in size between the two sides had lost its absolute meaning due to the effects of the laws. No. I definitely won't be swallowed. The huge dragon roared in horror. More than half of its body had been swallowed, and the remaining part struggled frantically, trying to escape. The puppet stretched out its hand and pressed down on the dragon's head, forcing the dragon's entire body into its mouth. With a gulp, the astonishingly powerful huge dragon was swallowed whole, and the puppet's body didn't change at all compared to before. But from this moment on, the huge dragon's aura began to soar at an astonishing rate. It was as if the huge dragon that had been swallowed into its stomach had become its new source of power. At the sight of this, the Tao Lord almost cursed out loud. He had just played a card and was about to hammer this puppet to death, but a huge dragon had come out to deliver supplies to him. Was this King fake? Suddenly, the Tao Lord frowned. Something was wrong. Why did this huge dragon give him a familiar feeling? His eyes suddenly lit up, and a glint flashed across his eyes. The Tao Lord suddenly raised his head and looked at the puppet that had swallowed the huge dragon. He finally realized that there was something wrong with this dragon. If the Tao Lord wished he could tear this puppet apart before, then now he wished he could hug it and kiss it. Good, this was really good. Although he didn't know where this huge dragon came from, it was definitely a part of the myriad dragon body. Now that it had been swallowed by the puppet, the ancient's consciousness could forget about obtaining the complete myriad dragon body. Moreover, if the Tao Lord killed off this puppet and destroyed the huge dragon along with it, wouldn't that affect the ancient's consciousness and ruin its plans? The Tao Lord's eyes shined brighter and brighter. He suddenly felt as if he had grasped the key to the current situation. Tao Lord, even the heavens aren't standing on your side today. With the help of the dragon soul, I will drag you down with me. The puppet roared and leapt forwards. The Tao Lord laughed. If I could destroy you once in the past, I can destroy you a second time. Today, I will make you vanish into thin air. Bang! Terrifying fluctuations of strength erupted from where both sides clashed. The entire upper prime mountain range trembled beneath the impact of this strength. At this time, the Shadow Clan group from the distant Dragon City finally arrived at the fog-shrouded area of the upper prime mountain range. It was unknown how this fog was formed, but it could even conceal the fluctuations of the battle between the Tao Lord and the puppet. Standing outside the shroud of fog, one couldn't feel anything at all. The Shadow Clan patriarch raised a hand and stopped the group. His eyes blazed as he swept through the fog. He found it hard to suppress the excitement in his heart, and his arms trembled beneath his sleeves. They'd arrived. This was the place where his master had informed him of the Shadow Clan's arrival. As long as they could enter and help his master resurrect, the Shadow Clan would welcome a brand new world. He took a deep breath and suppressed his surging emotions. He turned and bowed. Your Highness Saintess, we have arrived at our destination. I will open up a channel through the fog. Ju Li's calm voice echoed out. Patriarch, please do as you wish. The Shadow Clan patriarch's hand flashed with light. He took out a jade talisman. A faint halo of light flowed over the surface of the jade talisman. He carefully poured strength into it and tossed it forwards. The jade talisman howled into the fog, causing the fog to retreat wherever it went. But this retreat didn't completely disappear. Wherever the jade talisman passed, it formed a channel that could be seen with the naked eye. Let's continue. The Shadow Clan patriarch waved his hand and the carriage continued forward. Surrounded by the Shadow Clan cultivators, it slowly entered the fog. Within the black hole, the ancient's consciousness was silently being hammered. He furrowed his eyebrows tighter and tighter. But this had nothing to do with the various masters outside who were on steroids. Rather, it was because he had determined that there must have been a problem somewhere in the plan, otherwise he would have arrived here already. So, what he needed to do now was to correct the problem. Then, he couldn't continue to wait here. Chapter 847. Be careful. The dragon soul roared. Every scale on the surface of the massive dragon body erupted with light. This light pierced into space like needles, holding it in place. The reaction of the myriad dragon body was a bit slower. With a roar, billowing blood-red light broke out from its body, but it would soon pay the price for its delay. And the most miserable were the masters closest to the black hole. They were all on stimulants. Just a moment ago they had been excited, thinking that success was at hand. But in the blink of an eye, the situation had reverse. Bang! The black hole suddenly expanded, opening like a pitch-black maw. Before the excited powerhouses could respond, they were swallowed up. Ah! How could this be? Hurry and escape! With roars of alarm and anger, everyone's complexions changed. The ecstasy and excitement of imminent success had long since disappeared. But since the ancient had taken action, how could it give them a chance? Humph! With a cold sneer, the pitch-black black hole was like a deep sea of stagnant water. Suddenly, ripples spread out, instantly submerging everyone. In the next moment, all sounds, struggles, and fluctuations of strength vanished. All that was left was a deathly silence. All the powerhouses that had arrived from all directions, Those powerhouses that didn't hesitate to destroy themselves in order to kill the ancient's consciousness were instantly erased. Perhaps they were filled with unwillingness before they died, but this was the reality. From the moment they decided to come here, the result had already been decided. The disparity in strength between the two sides was far greater than they had imagined, to completely drive away the ancient's consciousness. With just them, it was impossible. It was impossible in their entire lives. As the darkness swallowed up many powerhouses, it seemed to be replenished with even more strength. It continued to expand outward. Roar, a roar, the twin dragons roared, crazily resisting the swallowing strength of the black hole. Right now, their eyes were wide open, filled with shock and disbelief. The myriad dragon swallowing technique was their ultimate supernatural ability that could only be released when they joined forces. It represented the greatest strength on both sides, and it was originally used to thoroughly destroy the ancient's consciousness, but now it had been stripped away and turned into a method to deal with them. This was truly worthy of being the master that suppressed a world and ruled the world. At this time, the twin dragons couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts. But soon, they suppressed these emotions and their eyes became even calmer than before. Before they attacked, no matter how confident they were, the fear and awe they felt towards the ancient's consciousness had been branded into their bones. Perhaps subconsciously, they all held a kind of belief that their master was powerful and invincible. That was why they were able to quickly regain their composure after a brief moment of fear. Since they had already made their move today, they had no other choice. The worst outcome would be death, but it was better than doing nothing. The ancient ruthlessly swept his eyes over the two dragons. He slowly said, "You two have some backbone and haven't completely lost face. I can grant you a dignified death." The dragon's soul lowered its head. "Thank you, Master. Your strength is indeed beyond our imagination, but I still do not regret fighting for my survival." It raised its head. "I will continue to fight. I will use all means to survive." The myriad dragon body roared. "Even if Master is extremely powerful, it won't be easy for him to devour and plunder our strength." The ancient had an indifferent expression. "Your strength. Don't forget that it was I who created you. Everything you have was given by me." He lifted a hand. "There is no need to argue. I do not wish to waste any more time. Let everything end here." The ancient lifted a hand. He stood in the middle of the black hole and grasped forwards. The swallowing strength released by the black hole suddenly rose by dozens of times. On the surface of the dragon soul and myriad dragon body, whether it was the light that stood in the void or the blood-red light that flooded their bodies, all of it began to violently shake. Catcher, catcher, there was a series of cracking sounds. Large cracks appeared on the surface of the light and blood-red light. At the same time, the scales on the two dragons also began to break apart and fall off. Whoosh, whoosh, the falling scales were wrapped up by a formidable strength. They howled into the black hole like meteors, directly disintegrating into pure strength. Red and pure white, they fused together and turned into a miniature dragon that flew into the ancient's body. The dragon soul and myriad dragon bodies' complexions instantly became uglier. This was because their connection with this strength had been thoroughly severed, as if they had never possessed it. This proved that for hundreds of thousands of years, all their efforts to refine this strength for their own use and completely control it had failed. As long as they couldn't resist it, they would be swallowed up by the ancient without any chance of resisting. "No. I will not dissipate like this. After hundreds of thousands of years of torment, if I still can't avoid this calamity, then what meaning is there in suffering more pain?" The myriad dragon body roared and its eyes turned even redder. Faint traces of blood gushed out from between the broken scales, covering its entire body. Everywhere it looked was blood red. Bang! The myriad dragon body erupted with a blood-red light that wildly rose up. It no longer cared about anything else. If it couldn't resist, then it would be swallowed up and absorbed, so it might as well go all out. Even if it died, it would still die in a way it chose. This was because from the moment it was born until now, all choices had been passively accepted. Whether it was the betrayal in the past or the separation afterwards, or even hiding in this world, it had never truly left to look at the skies outside. Today, it would make a decision for itself. The ancient glanced over. The blood-red light around the myriad dragon body suddenly collapsed. Then, like a raging flood, it howled back into its body. This sort of strength returning wasn't gentle at all. It caused severe impact damage to the myriad dragon body. Massive amounts of flesh and blood split apart and the insides were torn into a mess. You don't even have the qualifications to destroy something that belongs to me. The myriad dragon body roared. It was no longer able to stabilize its body and it flew towards the black hole. The dragon soul reared back its head and roared, actually giving up all resistance. After hundreds of thousands of years, it took the initiative to fuse with the myriad dragon body. After being sucked into the black hole, once the myriad dragon body was destroyed, it would also be difficult for it to escape calamity. In order to survive, the dragon soul was willing to make any compromise, even fusing with the myriad dragon body. Even if it did this, it would be astonishingly difficult for them to separate again in the future. It might even be impossible to separate them again. But, it was still alive. If one didn't approach it and experience death, they would never understand just how lucky it was to be alive. And just how horrifying was death, so horrifying that it left one terrified. To the dragon soul, as long as it could live, nothing else was important. Raw twin dragons as one. The myriad dragon body and dragon soul fused together. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the ancient had slaughtered the entire dragon race and taken their mortal bodies and bloodlines to refine into a super dragon. Now, this super dragon was finally able to restore its original strength. And this strength wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. Rather, on top of the strength of both sides, it was multiplied to a terrifying degree. The ancient suddenly smiled. The wait has finally come. He lifted his hand and clenched his fingers into a fist. Roar after fusing together, the super dragon emitted pained roars. It wildly struggled, its boundless strength tumbling about like a raging sea. But, the imprisoning strength that descended from the void didn't waver at all. No. The voices of the myriad dragon body and dragon soul came out from the mouths of the dragons. They suddenly understood that the ancient had been waiting for them to fuse together on their own initiative. Once they were in their complete state, it would thoroughly swallow them. This was because only like this could it obtain the complete strength of the super dragon. The ancient reached out a hand and pulled. The super dragon was unable to resist and was pulled into a black hole. But at this time, the ancient frowned. It's not complete, but luckily, the other part is here. Then, return to your main body. The ancient took a step forwards. He lifted a finger and placed it between the dragon's eyebrows. An invisible restraining strength used the super dragon as a medium and instantly rumbled into the surrounding world, shaking the laws of the world and creating massive fluctuations. These fluctuations instantly broke through the barriers of space and smashed into the majestic palace that floated deep underground. Then, they continued outwards until they reached the fog-covered depths of the upper Prime Mountain range. The Tao monarch gradually gained the upper hand in its battle with the puppet. Even though it had swallowed up a dragon soul, it was only barely able to remain undefeated. But, the strength it borrowed from the outside world would eventually be exhausted. And now, the powerful strength surging within the puppet's body had been consumed far too much. It was no longer able to erupt with powerful attacks to clash with the Tao monarch. A trace of regret and unwillingness flashed in the puppet's blood-red eyes. But in the blink of an eye, it disappeared, replaced by an absolute chill. In the end, it still couldn't do it, but until the final moment, it wouldn't give up. Moreover, the puppet still had one final card in its hand. By blowing up the puppet's body, after losing its host, it would immediately dissipate from the world. But, the puppet's self-destruction could release an extremely terrifying strength. It might even be able to kill the Tao monarch. Even if there was only a sliver of a chance, it was willing to try. An ominous light burst out from the puppet's blood-red eyes. The puppet's aura began to fluctuate. The Tao monarch's eyes brightened and he subconsciously took a step back. He had finally been forced to the end. As long as he could defeat this puppet and then use it to destroy the dragon soul, it would definitely have a massive impact on the ancient's plans. Towards this, his intuition grew increasingly strong, but at this time, the space behind the puppet suddenly shattered. Its body sank into the shattered space and then vanished from sight. The Tao monarch's mind buzzed for a moment. Just what was going on? You clearly wanted to blow yourself up, so why did you run away like this? And most importantly, during his battle with the puppet, in order to prevent it from escaping, the Tao monarch had interfered with the surrounding world rules and sealed this entire space into an invisible prison. Just how did the puppet break through? The Tao monarch took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to curse out loud. Then, he lifted a hand and tore forwards. Bang! His space directly shattered and a giant crack appeared. The Tao monarch stepped inside. Chapter 848. I am a puppet, and I have been tormented for so many years with regret. Finally, I have the chance to take revenge, but now someone is dragging me away. Running. Who the hell are you? Stop. Hurry up and stop. If you do this again, I will fall out with you. Afterwards, I really did fall out with you, and I did it more than once. But, it was useless, so now I am filled with pain and despair. Sure, the power enveloping its body suddenly dissipated, and the tremors in the space around it disappeared as well. The puppet gritted its teeth and turned its head around. It had decided that no matter what, it had to make the person behind it understand that dragging an unwilling person along was an extremely stupid thing to do. Then, it saw a black hole that floated high in the air like a great black sun. Within this black hole, the ancient stood in the void. The two dragons in front of it roared in pain, but they were imprisoned and unable to move. The puppet felt a chill run down its spine. It was 10,000% sure that it didn't have the qualifications to teach the ancient how to be a human. If it really rushed up, it would be finished in minutes. But even if it didn't rush up, would the ancient let it go? If a big shot would waste energy to capture it for no reason, then it was clear they didn't come with good intentions. The puppet felt wronged. Had it been easy for it to endure for so many years? Just as it had a chance to take revenge, it had been forcefully ruined. Not just that, but it also had to face the disdainful eyes of that big shot. Perhaps it would soon be finished and it would vanish into thin air. The ancient's gaze fell on the puppet. A trace of surprise flashed in its eyes. It looked up behind it and its eyes brightened. In the next moment, space was torn apart by a tyrannical strength. The Tao monarch stepped out with a frosty expression and rising killing intent. The moment he left the space crack, he keenly sensed the aura of his fated nemesis. He looked up. Their gazes collided in midair. In that moment, even the air froze over. An invisible collision spread outwards, flooding the world. Pleasant surprise. This is truly a pleasant surprise. I originally thought that an uncontrollable mistake had occurred in this plan, but I never imagined that you would come. The ancient laughed, not at all feeling the unease of a loser facing a king. Tao monarch, after being separated for hundreds of thousands of years, we finally meet again. The Tao lord frowned, and his eyes were heavy. You're not surprised at all? The ancient held his hands behind his back. Perhaps you've already guessed that I deliberately lost to you in the past in order to fake my death and avoid the great calamity of the world so that I could preserve a small chance of survival. But, you actually don't know the overall situation of my plan. The Tao Lord was expressionless. I'd like to hear the details. Even though they had a bad premonition in their hearts, at their level of cultivation, victory or defeat was not always calculated. At the end of the day, the most important factor was still the strength one possessed. He had been patiently waiting for hundreds of thousands of years. The Tao Lord who descended today would, for a short period of time, be no weaker than a supreme Tao Lord. As for the ancient race, even though he had set all of this up, it was a fact that his physical body had been destroyed. How much strength did he have left? As long as they could stop him from devouring the super-colossal dragon, the outcome of this battle was still unknown. The ancient lifted a hand. For instance, this puppet in front of you. The Tao monarch believes that without my permission, how could it possibly hide in this world? The Tao Lord's pupils constricted. This was arranged by you? The puppet was stunned when it heard this. Its current fate was already pitiful enough. It definitely couldn't accept that this kind of life was just a part of someone else's plan. No. I am a spiritual god. After my mortal body was destroyed, My true soul didn't scatter, and I borrowed the body of this puppet to preserve my consciousness. All of this is my own will, it has nothing to do with you. The ancient glanced at the puppet, his voice faint. You should remember that before you found this puppet, your consciousness was blurry for a period of time. Then, do you know how much time has passed since then? The puppet's eyes widened. A chaotic light flashed in its blood-red pupils. It didn't want to believe all of this, but the reason a spiritual god was a god was that they were one with the world and could sense everything around them. When the ancient revealed this matter, it was like the fog covering its head was instantly dispelled. A response was born. At first it was blurry, but soon it became clear. It was real, it was real. The spiritual god that had been hiding within the body of the puppet and withstood the torment of pain and suffering, bitterly persisting to this day, suddenly discovered that all of this was happening on a chessboard, and that it was nothing more than a chess piece in someone's hand. I will kill you, I will kill you. The puppet howled. At this time, its hatred towards the ancient was no less than that of the Tao monarch. But to the ancient, he only explained all of this in order to strike at the Tao monarch's will. He didn't care about the puppet at all. Its anger, its resentment, its struggles, its roars, all of this was meaningless. Pa, pa, pa. The Tao monarch clapped his hands, his eyes filled with emotion. Your Excellency the Ancient is truly unfathomable. To have fallen for your schemes in the past, I am thoroughly convinced. He looked up. His robes fluttered and his aura rose. But even so, you might not be able to have the last laugh. The Ancient looked up. No, it is you who doesn't understand. When you arrived here, the final gap in my plan was filled. And the result was already decided many years ago. The Tao monarch laughed. Good. Then let me experience just where your confidence comes from. Bang! Oh, endless holy light erupted. A towering holy mountain appeared, with countless spiritual gods and holy spirits prostrating on it. The Tao monarch stepped forwards, directly stepping onto the peak of the holy mountain. He turned and a vast curtain of light appeared, covering him within. Solemn, dignified, boundless momentum. Great Tao, eternal prosperity. The Tao monarch's deep voice was like thunder. It touched upon the world's rules and swept through the world. A massive divine throne appeared behind the Tao monarch. He took a step back and sat down. In the next moment, monstrous flames erupted. With the divine throne as the center, they instantly covered the entire holy mountain. Burning the great Tao was the ultimate eruption method of a supreme being of this level. By damaging their great Tao as the price, they could obtain an incomparably formidable strength. The ancient had a calm expression. He lifted a hand and pointed out a finger. Sacrifice. At this moment, Qin Yu, who had retreated extremely far away, felt his heart shrink. He didn't know what the ancient wanted to do, but his intuition told him that something very bad was about to happen. The boundless South Sea stretched as far as the eye could see. Trillions of islands dotted the land, as numerous as the stars in the sky. Even now, no one had ever found them all. The giant spirit clan that was being chased by the various influences led by the Western Tomb was hiding in the South Sea, on an ordinary island. The environment here was harsh and there were great restrictions on what they could eat, and there were also dangerous sea beast attacks. But, living on this island meant that they didn't need to worry about exposing their identities. When they first arrived here, Shui Yeye and Shui Qingqing weren't used to this. They had lived a life of luxury since they were young. Before the upheaval in their family, they had never suffered any hardship. However, they were well aware of their current situation. To have a safe place for them to settle down was already the best result they could hope for. They didn't dare to ask for anything more. But slowly, they discovered that although the island was a bit bitter, the people of the giant spirit clan were simple and kind. In particular, after Big Brother Qin Yu released them, the entire clan began to exude joy from within. They believed that after hundreds of thousands of years of hiding and evading pursuit, their destiny would soon come to an end. A brand new future would soon open up for them. Living here, they didn't feel any pressure at all. They felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. The women on the island tidied up the courtyards, hung out the nets, and looked after the children. At the start, they didn't know anything, but they gradually integrated into the work. As they chatted and laughed, they would help them with some tasks. Today was a very ordinary day on the island. The Shui family sisters and a group of women were repairing and cleaning the nets. On the village road outside the fence, a group of cute and lively giant spirit clan children were constantly chasing each other and laughing. Without any warning, a catastrophe arrived. Standing across from Shui Yeye, the giant spirit clan woman had been smiling just a moment ago, but in the next second her head exploded and blood wildly gushed out from the terrifying wound on her neck. And this wasn't the end. It was only the beginning of a terrifying scene. In a single breath of time, the women in the courtyard had all turned into headless corpses. Bang, bang, deep thumping sounds echoed through the village. The Shui family sisters' faces were covered in blood. They stared at the scene in front of them, their bodies trembling in fear. Woo, a strong wind blew up and the entire village fell into a deathly silence. There was no longer any sound. The air was thick with the scent of blood and everything was crimson. Big sister. Shui Qingqing's teeth chattered. Shui Yeye covered her mouth. Don't speak. In the next moment, the blood that stained their bodies seemed to be attracted by an invisible force. One by one, beads of blood flew into the air. Then, on the ground, even the women's corpses that continued to bleed, all of the beads of blood gathered above their heads like a downpour. A huge face made entirely of blood gradually appeared. Its tightly closed eyes trembled, as if it would open at any moment to take a look at the world. Shua, the blood face, opened its eyes. At this time, countless wails and screams filled the air. There were men and women, old and young, all of them wove together and pierced into the depths of the soul. A cold chill rose up in the air, drilling into the heart, lungs, and marrow. The Shui family sisters' minds buzzed and all the blood drained from their faces. Their legs buckled and they fell to the ground. And what terrified them even more was that many of these voices were familiar to them. They belonged to the people of the giant spirit clan that had been killed. The blood face swept over them. Its eyes were like a sea of blood. It coldly swept its eyes over the island, as if it were determining whether or not there were any fish that had escaped its net. After several breaths of time, the blood face looked up. The skies above directly collapsed and shattered, as if it couldn't even withstand a single glance from it. Whoosh, the blood face flashed and submerged into the skies. At this time, the Shui family sisters finally managed to regain consciousness. All of the terrifying aura had vanished and the smell of blood in the air had also vanished. But the dried corpses that had all of their blood drained from their bodies were a cold reminder of everything that had just occurred. Chapter 849. By burning the Great Tao in exchange for the ultimate strength of the Tao monarch, the power of the Great Tao eternal prosperity supernatural ability had touched upon the level of destroying the heavens and earth. It was enough to completely erase everything. He lifted a hand and pressed forwards. With the divine throne as the core, the entire burning holy mountain violently trembled and boundless strength surged outwards. At this time, space trembled. Giant cracks appeared, spreading outwards like a spider web. It was like a great net was unfurled as it fell towards the ancient. Facing the Tao monarch's all-out attack, the ancient had a calm expression. He didn't erupt with strength to resist. Instead, he held his hands behind his back and looked up at the shaking heavens. In the next moment, the shaking heavens seemed to be struck. With a loud bang, countless fragments spun out in all directions. The giant blood-red face stepped forwards. It faced the falling net and let out a deep roar. This roar was formed from countless voices, men and women, young and old. It was filled with pain and despair, as if all the negative emotions in the world had been fused together. The Tao monarch's great Tao eternal prosperity strike that burned his great Tao actually collapsed and dissipated beneath this roar. The towering holy mountain that was wrapped in flames violently shook. Divine spirits and sacred spirits screamed in pain as their bodies shattered and dissipated. Atop the divine throne, the Tao monarch's eyes darkened. He looked at the blood-red face that had descended beside the ancient's will and sighed with emotion. The ancient's methods are quite fierce. He actually predicted today's situation many years ago and left behind such a contingency plan. But the world's great Tao revolves around the samsara of yin and yang. All things in existence have their own path of balance. With such cruel methods, aren't you afraid that the heavenly Tao will hate you out of jealousy? The ancient said, I used my own bloodline to create them, granting them an inheritance of hundreds of thousands of years. Today, I am only taking back what I have done. There is nothing wrong with me. If even so, the heavenly Tao will hate me out of jealousy, then let it hate me. What can it do to me? With an aura that disdained the heavens, the ancient revealed his ruthless and ambitious attitude. He stood between the heavens and earth like a pillar that held up the heavens. The world fell silent. Even someone as powerful as the Tao monarch was like a puppet of hatred. His mind seemed to be seized. In this silence, Qin Yu, who stood at the far edge of space, didn't stand out at all. He was like a small stone on the edge of a vast river. But no one knew that countless emotions were roiling and surging within the chest of this stone. Once it exploded, it was sufficient to cause rivers to flow and the sun and moon to dim in comparison. When Qin Yu first saw the blood-red face that broke through the heavens, he was able to determine its identity and origin through their mutual senses. Giant Spirit Clan. This was a race that carried a heavy mission and had been used mercilessly from the beginning to the end. In the end, it was destroyed in the hands of their creator. Perhaps this could be viewed as a samsara cycle, but Qin Yu couldn't do this, because he had personally come into contact with them before. The giant spirit race were not emotionless puppets or tools. They were living beings with their own feelings and will. When he borrowed the name of the ancient race to release them, he hoped that the giant spirit lineage could escape their own tragic fate, but in the end, he still wasn't able to save them. Even though Qin Yu didn't see the process of the blood-red face condensing with his own eyes, he was sure that all the giant spirits in this world had vanished into thin air. The figure of the girl named Hong Shao appeared in his mind. She should be dead by now, although he had only come into contact with the giant spirit clan several times and couldn't be said to be close to them. Qin Yu still felt incomparably angry at this moment. Slaughter in itself wasn't evil. Ever since he stepped onto the great Tao of cultivation, his hands had long since been stained with blood. Although he couldn't guarantee that there weren't any ghosts left in his hands, everyone he killed had a reason. The ancient's actions today might have seemed reasonable to him, but they had touched upon Qin Yu's bottom line. However, even as his anger burned, Qin Yu still chose to suppress it after his bottom line was touched. He sympathized with the giant spirit clan, but he wouldn't ruin his own plans for them and jump into the range of the ancient race ahead of time. After all, everyone had their own considerations and scruples. Bang! A billowing black clouds erupted from the puppet's body. Like a massive amount of ink had been poured into clear water, it rapidly spread out. Everyone's field of vision turned pitch black, as if eternal darkness had descended and covered everything. The puppet's aura within the darkness rapidly vanished, as if it had fused into the darkness. The puppet that had been gnashing its teeth in hatred a moment ago, wishing that it could perish together with the ancient race, had actually chosen to flee after seeing the situation. That's right, the puppet was currently fleeing. Over the endless years, the divine will trapped within the puppet's body had indeed regretted its actions more than once. But it didn't want to be destroyed. It didn't want to be swallowed up and assimilated by others. This sort of meaningless and tragic ending was something it couldn't accept. Thus, it had to flee. As long as it could avoid this moment, there would inevitably be a great battle between the Tao monarch and the ancient race. And it would be able to hide in the darkness and find a chance. If it could reap the benefits, then not only would it not die, but there would also be unimaginable harvests. For instance, the myriad dragon body, a powerful dragon soul, a Tao monarch's great Tao, an ancient's body. As long as there was a trace of light in life, no living being would be willing to embrace death. This was an unchanging truth since time immemorial. But what a pity, the ancient race wouldn't let it leave. This was because a part of the dragon soul was locked within the puppet's body. And the integrity of the dragon soul was an important part of the ancient race's plan. They couldn't allow even the smallest flaw to exist. Many years ago, I once broke into the endless black abyss. After several decades of war, I personally cut off the head of a dark overlord. As the ancient spoke, his body began to move. He lifted a hand towards the deep darkness, clenched his fist, and then slammed it down. So, there is no meaning in playing around with the strength of the dark domain in front of me. The Tao monarch suddenly attacked. A dazzling holy light rose up in front of the darkness, forming a torrent. Do everything you can and flee as far as you can. Not too long ago, he had been scheming to destroy the puppet, but now he had no choice but to help it escape from the ancient race's attack. It wasn't too much to say that fate toyed with people, but this was reality. There were no eternal enemies. There was only the passage of time, constantly sizing up the situation. Powerful existences were especially skilled at this. The ancient sneered. Tao monarch, you have overestimated your own strength. Do you really think you can stop me? The torrent of holy light violently shook and then shattered. Like a giant dragon that had been cut in half, it tumbled about and rapidly dissipated. The darkness was blasted apart and tumbling fluctuations rapidly spread outwards. Although it was still pitch black inside and no one could see what was happening, the pained cries of the puppet were enough to make one feel just how terrifying the ancient's fist was. The tumbling darkness rapidly dispersed and the puppet reappeared. Its chest was deeply sunken in, and countless cracks spread out from it, covering every inch of the puppet. These cracks were like shackles that imprisoned the puppet in place, making it impossible for it to move in the slightest. The ancient looked up at the Tao monarch. Now, after I deal with you, all obstacles will vanish. The Tao monarch suddenly took a step back. Where his foot landed, space trembled and fluctuated. But he knew that he couldn't escape, so his actions weren't to escape, but to open up a channel for some people to reach here. Space trembled, and a group of cultivators flew out. Their gazes instantly fell on the super dragon that was suppressed in the black hole. My master! The Shadow Clan patriarch cried out in alarm. His eyes turned crimson red. He could clearly feel the terrifying aura of the ancient. His body instinctively shivered in fear, but emotions surged out from deep within his heart, overwhelming all reason. He roared out loud, Shadow Clan bloodline, the day has arrived to sacrifice yourselves for my master. Kill. All the Shadow Clan members in the group followed behind him, rushing forwards like moths to a flame. The ancient flicked his sleeves and space shook. The Shadow Clan members that rushed forwards were erased like reflections in water. They vanished without a trace, not even leaving behind a speck of dust. He frowned and looked at the Tao monarch. Is there any meaning in wasting strength to open up a channel for this bunch of trash? The Tao monarch lightly said, I was already in a hopeless situation to begin with. As long as there is even the slightest possibility, I should try. His eyes brightened. Now that the people have arrived, where is the turning point you spoke of? At this time, his eyes fell onto the giant dragon that was being suppressed. What responded to the Tao monarch was a resonant dragon roar. The silent carriage was shattered by a sudden eruption of strength. Julie's face was pale and her eyes were filled with fear. She was wrapped up in an invisible strength as she flew out. A dragon phantom appeared between her eyebrows, constantly dancing around her as it roared at the ancient. Dragon soul. Julie's body had actually fused with the last remnant of the dragon soul. The Tao monarch frowned. He could already sense that the ancient had an intense need for a complete dragon soul. Then, why did the giant dragon take the initiative to bring this woman here? Was it repentant and hoping to use this method to obtain the ancient's forgiveness? Impossible, they shouldn't be so stupid. Or was there another reason? The Tao monarch didn't hurry to express his position. His eyes locked onto the ancient. As expected, the ancient frowned. But this female cultivator's cultivation wasn't worth mentioning and she didn't have any formidable aura. It was clear that her background was ordinary. How could she possibly cause the ancient to feel any fear? The giant dragon spoke, its voice billowing out. Master, you need to completely swallow us in order to complete your mission. So, I brought this woman here for Master to deal with. But, there is something I must inform Master ahead of time. This woman's soul is connected to the dragon soul. Once she is separated, she will immediately wither away. In other words, when you swallow us, you will also kill her. The ancient's eyebrows relaxed. He said without expression, Do you think I care about the life or death of a woman? The giant dragon said, Of course Master doesn't care, but there will always be others who don't wish for her to die. It turned its head with difficulty, its dragon eyes locking onto the distant Qin Yu. It slowly said, "I believe you have no objections to this point." Chapter 850. Surprise flashed in the Dao monarch's eyes. He had imagined countless possibilities, but he never imagined that the super dragon would place all its hopes on Qin Yu. He thought he could stop the ancient. That was the greatest joke in the world. His complexion darkened. The Dao monarch clenched his teeth. He suddenly felt that whether or not he could survive today would depend on himself. But at this time, his complexion changed. After a moment of hesitation, he relaxed his suppression. With a whoosh, the phantom of Dorlise appeared. Her expression was one of shock and anger. She first looked at the Dao monarch and then at the ancient, lamenting the intelligence she had been so proud of all these years. Finally, she shouted at Qin Yu, "Save me. Hurry and save me. Otherwise, if something happens to me, Qin Yu, you won't be any better off." She lifted her palm and a rune appeared, activating the connection between her and Qin Yu's heart. As the Dao monarch looked at Qin Yu, his eyes changed once more. He felt that he had underestimated this mortal. The super dragon thought he could stop the ancient, but Dorlise also thought the same. It was impossible for everyone to be so stupid. Could it be that he was hiding some unknown ability? As everyone looked at him, Qin Yu lowered his head and remained silent, as if he hadn't sensed anything happening around him. The ancient suddenly said, "Qin Yu, come forward." "Yes, my lord." He looked up, revealing a calm expression. Qin Yu stepped forward. His steps were steady, his eyes unwavering and his movements calm. The ancient frowned for a moment before relaxing. "Qin Yu, are you going to resist me for this woman?" Julie's eyes widened. She looked at the figure approaching from afar. He wore ordinary black robes and his figure was tall and straight like a pine tree. It was him, it was actually him. Why was Qin Yu here? Then, she suddenly realized that she had become a chess piece in someone else's hands to threaten him once more. Her complexion paled even further. "No." Julie screamed out. "Qin Yu, I don't want you to save me. I don't need you." She already owed him so much and had made up her mind to never have anything to do with him again. How could she implicate him again today? No, she absolutely could not. Julie's complexion turned cold. "You hypocritical villain, you have been deceiving me all these years, fooling me. Scram as far away as you can. My life or death has nothing to do with you. Leave, leave, hurry up and leave." Although he had never personally experienced it, just by approaching it from afar, he could feel the omnipresent and terrifying oppression coming from the ancient's consciousness. This was a giant with power that could reach the heavens. Even if Qin Yu was strong, much stronger than what she knew, he still wasn't a match for him. The super great dragon roared, "Qin Yu, just what is your choice? It is time for you to make your decision." It believed in its intuition that this seemingly weak young man was hiding an incomparably powerful strength. As long as he made a move, everything would not be settled. The ancient coldly sneered. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. The rune in Dorelisa's palm shattered and dissipated, replaced by a brand new rune. "No, that's impossible," Dorlise screamed. "How could you unravel my secret technique? No one can do this." The ancient said, "Unraveling this rune is indeed difficult, but why go through so much trouble? I only need to push the boat along with the current and make a slight change so that it is under my control." Dorlise immediately thought back to when she left behind a contingency plan in the ancient's heart. She felt a strange reaction and her eyes filled with panic. The Dao monarch sighed inwardly. He thought he had found a turning point, but he never imagined that he would rejoice in vain. Since the ancient had made his move, there was no way Qin Yu could escape. Thinking about it, it was laughable. These people had actually used a puppet controlled by the ancient as their final bargaining chip to stop him. The ancient said, "Then Qin Yu, tell me your choice." Qin Yu was silent. This seemed like a question that didn't need to be answered at all. In such a situation, what choice could he make? Julie's heart flashed with relief. But in her deeply hidden eyes, there was a bit of darkness. She glanced at Qin Yu one last time and lowered her head, no longer speaking. At least before she died, she wouldn't drag him down. But as she thought about how Qin Yu was being controlled by the ancient, she still felt a bit restless. However, this already surpassed the scope of her ability. She hoped that he could protect himself. The ancient laughed. Very good. Qin Yu, you are indeed a smart person. Then, begin to accept the gifts I have prepared for you. Obtain them and you will soar into the heavens, becoming a peerless powerhouse that can look down on all. He lifted a hand and gripped it. The super dragon screamed out loud, its large eyes staring at Qin Yu. Why? Why don't you resist? I shouldn't have died like this, I shouldn't have. Bang, the massive dragon body disintegrated and the dragon soul was torn apart along with it. Massive amounts of crimson and pure white rapidly fused together, forming a tumbling nebula. The puppet that was imprisoned in place violently shivered. Its chest and abdomen were torn apart and a giant dragon flew out. It struggled and roared as it was sucked into the nebula, becoming a part of it. At the same time, Ju Li, who had her eyes closed, suddenly looked up to reveal her pale white neck. She opened her mouth but no sound came out. The clear dragon phantom between her eyebrows drilled deep into her flesh and blood, but it was unable to resist the call of her source. The point between her eyebrows split open. It was like a blood-red plum blossomed on her white skin. The dragon phantom soared into the skies, becoming the final part of the nebula. Ju Li fell to the ground. Her eyes widened as she looked at the skies. But they had lost all luster, leaving behind only darkness and emptiness. Rumble rumble as the nebula spun, it emitted heaven-shaking rumbles. The sound reached deep into the soul, causing one's consciousness to tremble. This was because this nebula was a complete super dragon. It was the convergence of all of its strength. If one absorbed it, they could obtain the complete strength of the dragon. The ancient flicked his sleeves. Go! Absorb the strength of the dragon and accelerate the maturation of your ancient body. When you open your eyes again, the world will be different. Whoosh, wrapped in strength, Qin Yu instantly flew into the nebula. In the next moment, the slowly spinning nebula suddenly accelerated. Rumbling sounds rose up, like thunder roaring from the highest heavens. Qin Yu closed his eyes, allowing the strength to pull him deep into the nebula. The Tao monarch suddenly said, I finally understand why you spent hundreds of thousands of years planning this. Not only are you avoiding tribulation, but you are also trying to forge a perfect body. His eyes fell onto the nebula. This young man should be the one you chose. But, the only thing I am curious about is, why are you so sure that you will be able to wait until he arrives? Hundreds of thousands of years have passed. Even if I was in my peak state, I still wouldn't have been able to predict the future. The bloodline of the ancient race has a monstrous blood vitality, an incomparably tyrannical mortal body, and an extremely long lifespan. Even after endless ages, they will not perish. But, in this world, there are gains and losses. In terms of perceiving the great Tao, it is impossible for you to be better than me. So, someone must have told you this. I am very curious, just who is this person? The ancient remained expressionless. His body floated between the black holes, as if he had come from the abyss. As the Tao monarch's voice fell, his aura became even more mysterious. After several breaths of silence, as if tacitly agreeing with the Tao monarch's judgment, he didn't give any explanation in the end. He lightly said, at this time, there is no longer any meaning in pursuing these matters. Today, I wish to borrow the Tao monarch's great Tao. I ask that you help me. He lifted a hand and punched out. After this fist fell, the darkness around him began to seethe. It tumbled like great waves, wildly sweeping out in all directions. It was like an eternal night had arrived, wanting to pull in everything in the world and cause it to fall into eternal silence. The Tao monarch's pupils shrank. He said in a low voice, no wonder your punch was able to directly suppress the puppet. It seems that after you killed the Dark Overlord in the past, his path of darkness was already taken away by you. As he spoke, a massive amount of light erupted from the holy mountain, wrapping it in layers and layers like a burning sun. Light erupted from the pitch black. Both sides naturally opposed each other. Rumbling filled the void. This was the collision of light and darkness. It was also a battle between two extreme powerhouses. The ancient stepped forwards. As he walked through the darkness, his posture was high and disdainful, his movements filled with endless momentum. It was like the heavens, the earth, the trillions of lives in this world had to crawl beneath his feet. He was the sovereign that ruled over all. Although the path of darkness is strong, it is too extreme. It requires a vast and boundless strength to fuse together, and the Tao monarch's strength just happens to be suitable. By fusing these two great Taos together, I will definitely be able to form my Tao foundation. In the future, my path of cultivation will be broad and I will no longer be limited to the ancient race bloodline. So, I must obtain your great Tao. Bang! The surrounding darkness instantly erupted. With an overwhelming momentum, it crazily rumbled towards the holy mountain of light. At this moment, the light that pierced through the darkness was swallowed up and melted away, becoming a part of the darkness. This caused its momentum to become even stronger. At the peak of the holy mountain, the Tao monarch sitting on the divine throne stuffily coughed. His complexion paled and his eyes darkened. One wrong step led to a series of mistakes. From the very start, he had fallen into the ancient race's trap. With the situation having reached this point, he no longer had any chance of escaping. But, he had spent 1,000,000 years to condense his great Tao. Yet, he wanted to surrender and allow others to turn him to ash. That was absolutely impossible. Even if he were to die in the end, he would bring his great Tao with him. He would not allow the ancient race's schemes to be in vain. A decisive light flashed in his eyes. The Tao monarch suddenly stood up. His aura rose up, fusing together with the entire holy mountain without any barriers. Ancient race, if you want to seize my great Tao, then prepare yourself to withstand my final backlash. He turned his hand and pointed between his eyebrows. Great Tao, eternal prosperity. Great Tao, eternal silence. Bang! An unimaginably terrifying aura wildly gushed out from the Tao monarch's body, sweeping through everything like a hurricane. Once this strength truly erupted, it would instantly destroy this space and even drag the entire world into the abyss of death. An extreme powerhouse had perished, destroying the foundation of his great Tao. There should be those buried with him, so that the heavens, earth, sun, and moon would grieve together. The ancient suddenly laughed. Tao monarch, you've finally arrived at this step. If not for this, how could I have seized your great Tao? He spread out his arms. The surrounding darkness was like a tide, crazily gathering from all directions. Chapter 851. The darkness closed in from all directions like a great curtain that covered the sky, enveloping the Tao Lord and the entire sacred mountain. However, the curtain of darkness did not collide with the sacred mountain. Instead, it shattered and split apart, tumbling and shrinking continuously. In the end, it transformed into a large net that landed on the sacred mountain. It directly fused into it and became a mark on the surface of the sacred mountain. And at this time, the holy mountain was still shining brightly and its aura hadn't changed at all. However, every inch and corner was engraved with deep black lines. These lines were similar to the cracks that appeared on the puppet's body when it was suppressed by a punch. They both released an incomparably powerful suppressive strength. But this time, the ancient wanted to suppress the Tao monarch. Or, to be more precise, the Tao monarch detonated his great Tao to release a terrifying might. For example, if the entire holy mountain was viewed as the Tao of the Tao monarch, then although it was previously indestructible, at the moment of self-detonation, countless tiny cracks had appeared on the surface of the holy mountain. And the appearance of these cracks gave the ancient a chance to enter. So, he turned the curtain of darkness into a giant net and used these cracks as channels to send darkness into the holy mountain. No. You are not an ancient. You are not a pure ancient. The Tao monarch suddenly roared. He sat on the divine throne and his aura was still unfathomably powerful, but he was no longer able to mobilize any of his own strength. At this time, he stared at the ancient as if he had seen something unbelievable. His pupils shrank and for the first time, fear appeared in his eyes. That's right, even though the Tao monarch knew that he had fallen into the ancient's trap and that there was a high chance he wouldn't be able to leave here alive, he might have felt dispirited and unwilling, but he had never felt fear because of this. At his level of cultivation, his lifespan was long and nearly endless. He had experienced countless joys and sorrows, life and death, and he had long since tempered a sufficiently strong heart. If they had a chance to continue living, They would do everything in their power to survive. But if they couldn't escape death in the end, then they would face it head-on. This was the pride of a peerless powerhouse. But now, the Tao monarch couldn't suppress the deep fear in his heart. He stared at the ancient, as if he had discovered an extremely terrifying existence hiding in the shadows behind him. Death was terrifying, but there were some things that were 10,000 times more terrifying than death. You are. The Tao monarch's face was pale. He pointed at the ancient and was about to call out his identity. But at this moment, he no longer had the chance. By the time the black runes entered the sacred mountain, everything had been taken over by the ancient race. Tao Lord, you once helped me avoid a calamity hundreds of thousands of years ago. In return, before I take your great Tao, I will erase your consciousness so that you won't have to suffer the pain of your great Tao being deprived. The ancient race took a step forward and leaped onto the peak of the sacred mountain. He appeared in front of the Tao monarch and raised his hand to tap the space between his eyebrows. Shua, the divine light in the Tao monarch's eyes faded away. It was as if the finger had wiped away all of his consciousness. One had to understand that this was the consciousness of a supreme expert who had rampaged for millions of years and ruled over more than one world. To be able to accomplish this so easily and inadvertently reveal a certain special characteristic, it was truly terrifying to the bone. Hum, the entire space was trembling. Black clouds surged out and interweaved together in the blink of an eye. Following the roar of thunder, torrential rain poured down. The rain was scarlet red, like an avalanche in the heavens. This was the death of a supreme being, the world mourning. The ancient was expressionless. He flicked his sleeves and the curtain of rain immediately stopped. The black clouds in the skies were torn apart. All of these phenomena vanished after he flicked his sleeves. When a supreme being died, the heavens and earth would resonate and all sorts of phenomena would appear. And these fluctuations would likely be detected by the outside world. Although the current ancient race had displayed an incomparably formidable strength, they were far from being restored to their peak state. They naturally didn't want to cause any problems. But this moment wouldn't be too far off. The ancient turned around and swept his eyes over the entire region. The nebula formed by the giant dragon rumbled and revolved. The Tao monarch's great Tao was also suppressed in his hand. Everything was proceeding perfectly according to plan. Without accident, once Qin Yu fused with the strength of the giant dragon, he would have the qualifications to absorb the Tao monarch's great Tao. At that time, an extremely powerful mortal body would appear. He would possess the nearly perfect mortal body of the ancient race and he would have the great Tao that connected to the heavens beneath his feet. And most importantly, after this samsara, the last remaining marks of his homeland would be completely erased. At that time, he could begin to complete his mission. And this mission was related to everything. The ancient took a deep breath and suppressed his surging emotions. He smiled. After waiting for hundreds of thousands of years, it was finally time to reap the harvest. But at this time, the ancient suddenly frowned. His eyes fell onto the spinning nebula. After several breaths of time, a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. As he thought, it was impossible for this cunning little fellow to just obediently offer up his mortal body without doing anything. But he didn't seem to realize that in front of absolute strength, all plots and schemes were nothing but a joke. Rumble, rumble, the nebula suddenly spun faster. It was like a black hole had appeared deep within it, wildly swallowing up the strength of the nebula. The nebula shrank at a visible rate. Soon, a figure began to appear within. When the ancient's gaze fell on him, his eyes flashed open. As if sensing something, the two of them didn't avoid each other's gazes. Like this, they stared straight at each other. Separated by the thinner and thinner nebula, both of their gazes were calm, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. But in this calmness, there was an icy chill that could freeze all. The Tao monarch suddenly chuckled. I knew I couldn't hide anything from a junior like you. But I am also curious. In the current situation, what confidence do you have that you dare to resist me? Just by relying on the super dragon's power that you just absorbed? Disregarding how much of the dragon's strength you can mobilize right now, even if you could completely control it, what meaning would that have? After all, your entire being is a puppet controlled by me. With just a thought, I can make you lose all resistance. He lifted his palm and runes lit up. His connection with Qin Yu instantly rose up in his mind. Life and death, all in a single thought. Sure, the last part of the nebula vanished into Qin Yu's body. There was no longer any barrier between the two of them. Facing the ancient, facing his question, Qin Yu took a deep breath. The ancient's heart fiercely beat in his chest. Thump, thump, thump. On the other side, the ancient frowned, as if he had encountered something very surprising. He looked down at the rune in his palm. Pow! With a light sound, the rune shattered, tumbling away from sight. So that's how it is. The ancient's complexion was a bit strange. From the very start, you sensed Dorelis's little movements, and even my actions were within your grasp. So, from start to finish, no one has been controlling you. You have always been free. Qin Yu nodded. Indeed. The strange look on the ancient's face deepened. He carefully looked Qin Yu up and down. Then, I am puzzled. Why did you expose yourself? If you had continued to hide, you would have immediately obtained the Dao Monarch Great Dao that I gave you. At that time, you would have had a greater chance of success. Qin Yu lightly said, I don't think Senior would be so careless. Before you fused with the Dao Monarch Great Dao, you would erase his consciousness and make me disappear from this world ahead of time. Ha 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 ha. Qin Yu, you really are a smart person. I must admit that at this moment, I am beginning to admire you. The ancient laughed. His previous surprise had long since disappeared. But, you should be well aware that you have no chance of victory in front of me. So what if you are free? If I wanted to kill you, I could easily do so. Perhaps you believe that by fusing with the strength of a super dragon, you have the qualifications to fight me head-on? Qin Yu shook his head. How could this junior dare? Senior's cultivation is unfathomably deep. I alone am not your match. The ancient arched an eyebrow. You have helpers. Qin Yu lifted a hand and punched out. Of course, the target of this punch wasn't the ancient, but the entire holy mountain that was suppressed by the curtain of darkness. A strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The ancient didn't stop Qin Yu's punch. He wanted to see just where Qin Yu's confidence came from. Moreover, the suppressive methods he laid down weren't so simple. Since he attacked, he had to be prepared to suffer a backlash. Bang! The holy mountain shook. The black runes on it were like a viper that had awoken from hibernation. The aura it emitted instantly locked onto Qin Yu from afar. An invisible imprisoning strength crossed through space, wanting to form a prison in the void and trap him within. But suddenly, the black runes on the surface of the holy mountain violently trembled, like a taut zither string being plucked by an invisible hand. Not only did the imprisoning strength that crossed through space disappear, but the imprisoned Dao Monarch Great Dao also obtained a brief respite. At this time, a second surprise occurred. At the peak of the sacred mountain, the Dao Lord, whose eyes were empty and lifeless, suddenly came back to life. It wasn't accurate to say that he was revived. Rather, it should be said that from the very start, he hadn't truly been killed. A wisp of his soul had hidden deep within the holy mountain, avoiding the ancient's finger that had erased his consciousness. Now, the moment the imprisonment loosened, this wisp of soul had fled into his main body, temporarily obtaining control over the holy mountain. Qin Yu, I will gift you the great Dao I have forged in my life. You must not hesitate to pay any price to cut down this ancient, otherwise there will be a great calamity that will sweep through the heavens and myriad world. As his voice fell, the entire holy mountain erupted with light. The loose black runes on it broke apart and howled as it flew out. It shrank in midair until it was the size of a grain of rice that submerged between Qin Yu's eyebrows. Bang! His robes tumbled about and his black hair flew up behind him. At this moment, Qin Yu's aura rose at an astonishing speed, like an awakened demon god. Crackle! His bones and flesh began to explode. Qin Yu's mortal body rapidly grew. In just a few breaths of time, he had already surpassed 10,000 feet. But, the speed of his growth didn't slow down at all. Black armor appeared out of thin air and fell on the surface of his body. When Qin Yu's mortal body finally stopped growing, he was already 100,000 feet tall. Chapter 852. Ancient Divine Armor. The ancient furrowed his eyebrows, a bit of emotion in his voice as if he were thinking of something that happened in the distant past. Qin Yu, I must admit that I have underestimated you. With just your current strength, you are actually able to summon this divine tool of the ancient race. It seems that there really is a great secret hidden on your body. And my intuition tells me that if I can use your secret, the results will be excellent. He stepped forwards and his body wildly grew. In several blinks of an eye, he caught up to Qin Yu. At the same time, black armor appeared, covering every inch of his body. Thus, in this space, the scene of two black-armored giants facing each other appeared. An invisible pressure swept out in all directions, causing the air to become thick and viscous. It was like falling into an invisible mud, making it difficult to even breathe. The ancient lifted a hand and a thick halo of black light erupted between his fingers. It flowed out, extending outwards until it turned into a heaven-piercing spear. The spear shaft was pitch black and its surface was simple and innately carved. It was smooth and natural, but it was fierce and a slaughter aura soared into the heavens. The ancient race said, within the ancient race's 3 saint mountains, there is a divine tool slumbering. Any ancient race supreme being can summon it and borrow its strength. The ancient divine armor can be summoned at the same time, but the ancient divine spear that controls slaughter and destruction can only appear in the hands of a single person. He lifted a hand and the ancient divine spear pointed towards the skies, locking onto Qin Yu from afar. Even though he was silent and motionless, a horrifying slaughter aura had already covered him. Being within, it was like falling into an endless hell. Pitiful cries and screams drilled into one's ears, reaching straight into the depths of one's soul. It was an unsuppressible fear that nearly caused one's thoughts to collapse. Behind the black visor, Qin Yu stuffily coughed. But the cold killing intent in his eyes didn't change in the slightest. Facing the ancient divine spear, he looked up, his 5 fingers forming a claw as he grasped at his face. This claw seemed to pull on invisible threads, and the other end of these threads was buried deep in his flesh and bone marrow. The pain that erupted from his body nearly shattered Qin Yu's mind. His face paled and his nearly 100,000-foot-long body began to shiver. But his claw was as steady as iron, slowly but surely pulling outwards. Following Qin Yu's actions, a tiny dragon shadow was pulled out of his body. It roared with all its might as it tried to escape, but it was suppressed by Qin Yu's 5 fingers. He lifted his other hand. In the distance, a figure flew up from the ground and landed in Qin Yu's armored palm. Compared to the two of them, she was as weak as a moth. Zhu Li, who had lost her soul, still had exquisite facial features, but she was like a flower without moisture. Beneath her beautiful appearance was a void. Qin Yu slowly brought his hands together. The dragon phantom that emerged from his body was suppressed by a formidable strength and fused into Zhu Li's body. In the next moment, her quiet and motionless chest suddenly began to heave up and down. As she panted slightly, her pale face gained a tinge of red. On the other side, the ancient suddenly said, "You should know very well how important the integrity of a dragon soul is. Even if it's just a tiny bit, it will still have serious consequences. In order to save this woman, you actually destroyed the foundation of your own strength. Should I praise you for your loyalty and righteousness, or mock you for seeking your own death?" Qin Yu shattered space with a finger and sent away the still sleeping Zhu Li. He looked up at the ancient holding the ancient divine spear and calmly said, "I admit that my current actions are a bit stupid, but to me, the consequences won't be as serious as you say." Zhu Li vanished into the space channel. In the next moment, blue lines began to rapidly grow outwards from this point. The speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, these blue lines had covered every inch of space. With a humming sound, they vanished from sight. The ancient frowned. He could already feel that this space was isolated from the outside world. It was actually an extremely high-level imprisonment technique. Even with his strength, it was not an easy task for him to break out of the shackles and escape. His cold eyes locked onto Qin Yu. "It seems that you really do have some confidence in your ability to keep me here. Very good. The ancient race is truly worthy of being called the ancient race. Even though there is only one person left in the infinite worlds, you still have the faith to struggle with the heavens. But in the face of absolute strength, you will not have any chance. Whoosh! The ancient divine spear howled out, its speed faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the void and shot towards Qin Yu's chest. On the surface of the spear point, a dim black light constantly surged. Faint traces of energy scattered outwards, each one tearing open a long tear in space. But in these spatial tears, blue lines appeared. They were like a strong glue that maintained the integrity of the shattered space. Before the spear point fell, a terrifying killing intent had already arrived. Light cracking sounds rang out on the surface of the black armor in front of Qin Yu's chest. Countless tiny cracks began to appear on the surface of the armor. It could be foreseen that if this spear really fell, even if the ancient divine armor was strong enough, Qin Yu's ancient body would still be pierced through and his life force would be annihilated. One of the 3 divine tools bred within the ancient race's 3 saint mountains, the ancient divine spear that specialized in frontal slaughter, had such a terrifying might. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Because of the incomplete dragon soul, the unstable vibrations within his body were forcefully suppressed. He lifted his hand and pushed forwards, as if he wanted to use his arm to meet the ancient divine spear. But just as his arm reached out, there was a loud explosion between the heavens and earth. The phantom of a spear appeared in Qin Yu's hand. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the ancient divine spear. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted, as if millions of bolts of thunder had exploded at the same time. A wild strength swept out, causing space to shatter like a mirror. Countless blue lines wildly lit up, counteracting the tearing strength within space. If it weren't for their existence, this collision would have been enough to destroy the entire space. At that time, the battle between the 2 sides would likely spread to the outside world, creating terrifying consequences. Ancient divine spear. The ancient roared. For the first time, there was shock in his voice. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He stubbornly stared at Qin Yu, emotions surging deep in his eyes. There is only one ancient divine spear in the world and it is in my hands. How can you still summon it? Qin Yu took a deep breath, easing the burning sensation in his chest. He paused for a moment and slowly said, "The ancient divine spear is a divine object of the ancient race. But you are no longer a pure ancient race member." Lies. This explanation doesn't hold water. The ancient race member's pupils shrank. It looks like you really are hiding a great secret. It is this secret that allows you to stabilize your strength despite your incomplete dragon soul. It also helps you forcefully summon the ancient divine spear at this moment. Indeed, there is nothing in this world that can be completely predicted. Qin Yu, your appearance has given me too many surprises. Once I kill you and devour you, then everything you have will be under my control. The ancient race member raised the ancient divine spear once more. Endless darkness erupted from his body like raging tongues of fire, letting out a silent but terrifying roar. At this moment, the ancient race member's aura reached an unprecedented peak. He was like a black sun that could drag the entire world into the abyss. Die! With a loud roar, the ancient divine spear came crashing down. This was different from a casual strike from before. Facing this mysterious Qin Yu, the ancient didn't dare to be careless. With this spear strike, he put forth his full strength. Not a single trace of strength leaked out. All of his terrifying strength was gathered into a single point. At this moment, darkness covered the world. Behind the visor, Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. A dark golden light flashed in his eyes as he caught a turning point in the endless darkness. In the next moment, light rose up, like the darkest dawn of the night. In the east, the great sun leapt out of the horizon without warning. Light shot out from the darkness like tens of thousands of sharp arrows. Without any hesitation, both sides clashed fiercely. The battle between light and darkness was like boiling oil and cold water. Rumbling sounds resounded throughout the world, causing souls to tremble in fear. Shua, the ancient divine spear in Qin Yu's hands, thrust out. Like a burning meteor, it collided with the dark ancient divine spear in blazing light. Space and time fell into a brief silence. It was like all the air had been sucked out, causing sound to lose its medium to transmit. Although sound couldn't transmit, the violently twisting fluctuations of strength were clearly displayed in front of everyone. It was like a giant flower had suddenly bloomed in the void. Half of it was pure white and the other half was pitch black. Both sides seemed silent and motionless. But on the dividing line between black and white, if one were to magnify it countless times, one would clearly see wisps of black and white fighting each other. It was only because both sides were evenly matched and neither side had the upper hand that this strange and beautiful scene of a black and white flower appeared. If someone were to approach, they wouldn't even need to touch it before they would be sucked into the power of the flower and instantly be crushed to pieces. The ancient and Qin Yu looked at each other through the flower. Their formidable perception allowed them to discover even the slightest change in their opponent's mood. But unfortunately, they weren't able to obtain anything. They weren't able to feel the slightest emotion from their opponent's strike. But it was clear that it was impossible for them to remain as calm as they appeared on the surface. Deep within the ancient's heart, he was shaking like a raging sea. The strength of a super dragon was terrifying and the Tao monarch's great Tao was equally terrifying. But Qin Yu had just obtained them. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to truly control such a potent strength. Of course, there were countless wondrous things in the world of time and there would always be unexpected things. But even taking 10,000 steps back, even if Qin Yu could control the strength of a dragon and a Tao monarch, he still wouldn't have the qualifications to contend with him head-on, even if his current strength wasn't at its peak. Just where had he gone wrong? The ancient's eyes became increasingly deep, like a well deep in the mountains on a dark winter night. There weren't any ripples, but it seemed as if it could swallow everything. He stared at Qin Yu. Faint fluctuations spread out from his soul, like the tiniest of tentacles, as he felt the aura coming from across from him. The soul couldn't lie. No matter how well a person hid themselves, their soul could always clearly reveal everything they possessed. But just as these soul tentacles approached Qin Yu, the ancient stuffily coughed. His eyes widened, shock and anger surging in them. In that instant just now, it was like he had touched an invisible maw. All the soul tentacles that approached were directly swallowed up and lost contact with their main body. This in itself wasn't anything at all. After all, in the infinite heavens and myriad worlds, there would always be masters skilled in the path of the soul. Perhaps Qin Yu was one of them. But what truly shocked the ancient was that after his soul tentacles were swallowed up, he couldn't help but feel a sense of weakness in his soul. He focused his mind to sense that his soul was still intact and that feeling of weakness was rapidly fading away. But the ancient had a feeling that he had lost something forever. It was just that he couldn't sense it right now. The ancient believed in his own intuition, just like how he knew that all unknown existences in this world were the most terrifying. At this time, the weight of Qin Yu standing across from him began to wildly increase in his heart. For the first time, he placed Qin Yu in the position of an opponent. This left the ancient feeling amused, as if he were an idiot. He originally thought that Qin Yu was a puppet that he could control, but in reality, he had become the greatest flaw in his entire plan. In fact, the ancient even had a foreboding premonition. But just as this thought appeared, it was crushed apart by his powerful mind. I've spent 1,000,000 years and experienced countless trials to reach this day. I won't fail, I absolutely won't fail. However, the ancient race could never understand how a junior that he had sensed as weak as an ant could grow to this extent in such a short period of time. Just what had happened here? The existence of the sky-piercing jade disk and the embryo egg could be called the greatest secret of the world. Even though the ancient had ruled the world for nearly 1,000,000 years and even though he had ruled it, he had never touched upon this secret. Qin Yu, you have surpassed my expectations once more. As I thought, in the long river of destiny, there are bound to be opportunities that can change my future. They aren't easy to obtain. Perhaps you can consider this a test given to me by the heavenly Tao. But, the more severe the test, the greater the lucky chance. The ancient's voice was calm, but it constantly reverberated in the air. But, there is something I should remind you of. Although you have fused with the Tao monarch's great Tao, the Tao monarch's soul has yet to dissipate. In other words, everything you have now might not belong to you in the end. This is because the Tao monarch's soul can gradually repair itself in the great Tao as time passes. Eventually, it can replace your position and seize your will. With your current strength, you have the qualifications to sense the world. When I spoke of this matter, you should have already confirmed it. Qin Yu calmly nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I have indeed sensed it, and what you said is not false. The Tao monarch bestowed the great Tao to me for another purpose. But in today's situation, I have no other choice. Even if I know that the Tao monarch has other plans, I can only give it a try. He stepped forwards. As his footsteps moved, the infinite strength of the heavens and earth stirred up. With loud rumbling sounds, it was like a roaring sea. Every movement he made was supported by the strength of the world. With every movement he made, he could erupt with the power to split mountains and split seas. This was a boundary that surpassed sensing the world by more than a single level. The ancient's heart chilled. He suddenly had a horrifying guess. Since Qin Yu could become the person he knew hundreds of thousands of years ago, the person who would bring him a new chance of life, then, was it possible that he was someone Qin Yu knew a long time ago, someone who was incomparably important to him? Although it was a bit complicated to speak of, it was easy to understand just what the ancient was worried about. If this was really the case, then everything could be explained. Qin Yu was the same as him to begin with. They were both people with great ambitions. They had patiently waited for hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps even longer, all for this day. This was why Qin Yu could suddenly erupt with such a formidable strength, and why he could erupt with the profound boundary of the world. Qin Yu didn't know that his actions had created a formidable psychological pressure on the ancient. But he was well aware of one point, and that was that he hadn't fallen into a disadvantageous position just now. This had caused the ancient to feel dread in his heart, otherwise he wouldn't have wasted time mentioning the Tao monarch. This was because this in itself was an invisible pressure on Qin Yu. Even though he was well aware of this, he still couldn't help but be distracted by it. Even if it was only a tiny portion, in today's battle situation, the slightest difference could determine life or death. Thus, the Tao monarch didn't worry that Qin Yu would see through him. This was because as long as he spoke, his goal would have been achieved. Bang! The ancient divine spear in Qin Yu's hand fell down like a falling star. It crazily burned, erupting with a final radiant light. It howled through the endless skies, tearing through the endless darkness as it fell between the ancient's eyes. From the beginning until now, his consciousness had been very clear. Even though the ancient was powerful, he didn't have a true physical body. In other words, what he was erupting with now was only the absolute strength of his soul that was materialize. Chapter 853. Facing the meteor spear, the ancient furrowed his eyebrows. Deep within his eyes, a look of shock appeared before turning gloomy. That was because the spear gave him the feeling that it had locked onto him. No matter how he dodged, even if he escaped to another world, he would not be able to avoid the spear's attack. Many years ago, he had once felt this kind of terrifying feeling from a truly powerful figure in his hometown. With a single thought, he could lock down the entire world, and everything would be under his control, leaving no room for escape. As long as he made a move, he could only take it head-on, and then he would be reduced to ashes. Even though the might of Qin Yu's spear wasn't at such a horrifying level, it was still at the same cultivation state. And it was precisely because of this that the ancient race beings could feel fear in their hearts. As he stared at Qin Yu, his eyes became increasingly dignified. He was much more confident in his previous conjecture. This Qin Yu was definitely not ordinary. Fight. The ancient race being hollowed out as the ancient god armor on his body vibrated furiously. A rumbling aura shot up into the heavens like an erupting volcano. This word seemed to awaken some sort of hidden power in his body, causing his aura to soar once more. The ancient divine spear swept forward, causing space to collapse wherever it passed. It surged like a monstrous wave, rumbling as it swept forward. In the next moment, Qin Yu's starfall spear fell down. What he saw was a raging burning sun crashing into the tide of the Black Sea where it was swallowed up by the waves. But this wasn't the end. Countless cracks rapidly appeared on the surface of the black wave, each crack emitting a blinding light. The entire space violently shook and the ancient blue lines began to disintegrate. After withstanding the collision of strength from both sides, the imprisonment that Qin Yu placed down finally began to collapse. The destructive aura was like a tide, constantly sweeping outwards. Qin Yu sighed in his heart. Indeed, it was useless. Even if he were to erupt with his strongest strength, he still wouldn't be able to heavily wound the ancient race beings. In that case, as time passed, he would inevitably fall into a predicament. After all, the strength he possessed now was only because of the existence of the jade egg that he'd forcefully fused the dragon energy and the Tao of a Tao Lord. Not to mention the fact that such a fusion would definitely not last for long, just the fact that the dragon soul was incomplete made it much more difficult to maintain, but Qin Yu didn't regret it. If he hadn't decisively extracted the dragon soul just now, then Zhu Li really would have died. And this was contrary to his heart. Even if he lived past today, he would never be able to let go of the knot in his heart. A real man walks in the world with his head held high. There are things that he should do and things that he shouldn't. Even if the road ahead is difficult, even if there is a tribulation of life and death, he should face it head on. After all, it was still unknown who would have the last laugh until the very last moment. As his thoughts surged, Qin Yu took a deep breath and prepared to continue attacking. After all, the longer things dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. But at this time, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. His eyes swept over a place behind the ancient. There, space had been destroyed by a terrifying strength. Ancient blue lines appeared, doing their best to maintain the integrity of the space so that it didn't completely shatter. From these cracks, Qin Yu could feel a strange fluctuation. It was faint and weak, but the feeling it gave him was terrifying to the extreme. It was like there was a giant slumbering beast hidden in this space. Once it awoke, it could casually swallow this entire space into its stomach. At that time, be it him or the ancient race, they would all become food in its stomach. Qin Yu's heart chilled. The hairs on his back stood up. After receiving the dragon power and the Tao of the monarch, this was the first time he truly felt this kind of terrifying pressure that came from the top of the food chain. Even if it didn't move, it was enough to frighten the soul. Qin Yu could only stare blankly at the fear that was slowly swallowing his mind. Even with Qin Yu's intelligence, his first reaction was to run away. He had to use his strong will to suppress this thought. His thoughts moved quickly. Qin Yu closed his eyes, trying his best to sense the aura hidden in that space. Soon, he had a new discovery. The aura hidden in this space was really terrifying. However, it seemed to be sealed in some unconscious state. What was this energy after all? As soon as Qin Yu had this thought, a flow of information suddenly gushed out from deep in his mind, merging with his memories. The source of rebirth. It costs a lot of energy to carve the user's mark to refine it. When the body dies, it can be activated automatically and resurrected. You need to have at least the original God Realm cultivation base to use it. Remember, the source of rebirth has a self-defense mechanism. Anyone under the original God Realm will die if they are affected. Qin Yu didn't know what realm the original God Realm was, but he knew what kind of existence he had just discovered. If the source of rebirth of an original God Realm triggered its self-defense mechanism, even a warrior as strong as the ancient clan would be erased directly. A gleam of sharpness flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He had made up his mind. He didn't have any other choice. Whether he lived or died, it all depended on this gamble. Boom! He stomped on the ground. The explosions in the world became louder. The ancient god spear drew a trajectory, gathering all of its energy to strike. Qin Yu wanted to force the ancient clan to retreat. He had to get close enough to that broken space to stimulate the source of rebirth self-defense mechanism. Swoosh! The ancient god spear grumblingly struck down. At this moment, facing the ancient god spear's attack, the ancient clan warrior suddenly had a bad premonition. He couldn't explain it clearly. It was like a layer of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the clear sky. It wasn't thick, but it gave people a feeling that a heavy rain was about to fall at any minute. And a heavy rain was often accompanied by thunder. If the thunder fell, it could kill people. The ancient's heart chilled. Qin Yu's spear had actually caused him to think of the word death. This in itself was an extremely bad premonition. When one's cultivation reached his level, the birth of every thought could represent the appearance of some invisible warning sign. However, he couldn't figure out why he couldn't pinpoint the source of the danger. Could it be that the level of danger was so high that it had surpassed his realm? The ancient clan warrior's eyes flashed. He raised the long spear in his hand. The two ancient god spears collided in the void. It was like two dark dragons were brutally attacking each other. However, as the two spears rose at the same time, most of the killing power was aimed at the sky above their heads. The space there shattered, creating a massive black hole. The cyan lines appeared where the space was broken, disintegrating and dispersing in the darkness. Feeling the unknown threat, the ancient clan warrior had cultivated his cautiousness for a long time. He chose to retreat for the time being, trying to find the source of the danger. But this choice would inevitably cause him to fall into a slight disadvantage when facing Qin Yu. Therefore, he took a step back. However, with his 30,000-foot-tall body as a foundation, this single step back actually meant that he had taken a great deal of steps back. If he could turn back time, the ancient would surely regret this, because this single step back had determined his fate of destruction today. Bang! Qin Yu didn't show mercy. Before the shaking strength transmitted up his arm had dissipated and his chest was still heavy, he had already attacked once more. The ancient god spear's speed increased. It stirred up the invisible strength of the world, creating an even more astonishing phenomenon. The ancient race's second-ranked divine object, the ancient god spear, specialized in slaughter and destruction. It was originally a top-class weapon in the world, and the thicker the killing intent, the stronger the momentum it could erupt with. At this time, countless pitiful cries filled the world. Some were filled with fear, some were filled with unwillingness, some were filled with despair. All of these voices came from the countless lives that had been cut down by the ancient god spear. The ancient was startled. Qin Yu was able to cause the ancient god spear to resonate and release the wailing of the dead. As this sound fell into his ears, it was like countless tiny needles ruthlessly stabbing into his mind. If it weren't for the fact that his will was firm enough, his strength would have been greatly reduced by the wailing of the dead. But even if he could block it, he would still be affected. Bang! The ancient god spear collided once more. The ancient continued to retreat. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Qin Yu, trying to find any clues. But what left him disappointed was that Qin Yu didn't reveal any flaws. He only attacked again and again, as if he wanted to use this method to crush all resistance and finally kill him. But it was clear that this wasn't possible. Then, what was Qin Yu's goal? Bang! Bang! The ancient god spear collided again and again. Heaven-shaking explosions swept out in all directions. Qin Yu continued to move forwards and the ancient continued to retreat. Closer, closer. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up and a dazzling divine light erupted. He raised the ancient god spear in his hands. But this time, his target wasn't the ancient but the shattered void behind him. In fact, this position was still a bit away from the optimal distance in Qin Yu's heart. But he didn't dare to wait any longer. The frenzied attacks between him and the ancient had caused the entire space to shake and collapse. Even the Shangyuan mountain range in the outside world would have been affected if nothing unexpected happened. Qin Yu was worried that the source of rebirth of the original god hidden in the void would suddenly be triggered. If that happened, his only fate would be to be buried with the ancient. Xiao, the ancient god spear howled. This time, Qin Yu chose to let go. He poured all of his strength into it. His 5 fingers released the spear. The moment it flew out, Qin Yu's feet landed heavily on the ground. He didn't pause at all as he shot backwards. He turned his head and saw that Qin Yu's eyes had turned a dark gold color. They were calm, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Then, he lifted his hand and punched the void in front of him. All of the darkness instantly dissipated, revealing a stable passageway. Looking through it, one could clearly see the roiling fog outside, and the rumbling sounds of mountains collapsing and tumbling. This channel led directly to the outside world. Qin Yu took a step forwards and was about to enter. Even the strong hearts of the ancients had stopped beating for a second. He never imagined that Qin Yu would be so unstoppable that he wouldn't rest until he killed him. After that crazy storm of attacks, Qin Yu would turn around and leave without hesitation. Did he choose to run away because he knew he wasn't a match? No, if he really wanted to run away, he could have used the last spear attack to buy more time. Why would he attack the empty void? Unless this seemingly empty place wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface, or if he went a step further and speculated that there was something extremely terrifying hidden here that he hadn't noticed yet. What Qin Yu was doing now wasn't running away, but avoiding the great horror that was about to occur. The ancient's heart shrank. Like a bolt of lightning splitting apart the fog, his thoughts became clear and he grasped the key point. Qin Yu's crazy storm of attacks was now retreating without hesitation. There was definitely a problem with the void behind him. But it was already too late for him to realize this. The ancient god's spear howled forwards, smashing into the void without pause. In the next moment, endless fear surged out from the depths of his soul, drowning his mind in roaring waves. The ancient didn't know what was hidden here, but there was one thing he was sure of: this was a great horror that would leave him beyond redemption. He wanted to run away, but he only had time to think before he was sealed in ice. His body lost all strength and he wasn't able to move at all. This was an absolute suppressive strength that surpassed the limits. Even if he was in his peak state, he still wouldn't have been able to contend with it. His consciousness blurred and the light in front of him rapidly dimmed. The ancient knew that this meant that death was about to arrive. He had patiently waited for 1,000,000 years, and just as he was about to succeed, he had ended up like this. He didn't even know how he died. Qin Yu. It was Qin Yu. A violent and ruthless mood surged out, occupying his entire mind. The ancient emitted the last roar of his life. His 100,000-foot body formed from his soul disintegrated and he cast a life curse at Qin Yu's back. Even if his soul perished, he would drag him down into the abyss with him. Standing at the edge of the spatial entrance, Qin Yu's foot was already lifted. As long as he stepped down, he would be able to step inside. But at this time, he froze where he was. An extremely cold yin aura seemed to come from an ancient cave of ice. It invaded his body from the surrounding void, causing Qin Yu's heart to nearly stop beating. He could hear faint cracking sounds in his ears. This was the blood in his body freezing. Qin Yu couldn't turn his head, but he could clearly feel the terrifying strength coming from behind him. It was like a raging wave of magma, and in front of it, he was as small as an ant. Qin Yu didn't doubt that as long as he was affected by this strength, he would instantly be incinerated to ashes. His body and soul would be destroyed without a single trace left in this world. He desperately struggled. His soul roared out in despair. The two hearts in his chest wildly beat and the dark gold light in his eyes rose, but in the face of absolute strength, all of this was meaningless. Rumble, rumble, loud sounds rang out in his ears without end. This was the song of death. The strength sweeping towards him was rapidly approaching. Bitterness appeared in Qin Yu's heart. As he thought, using someone else to do his dirty work was a great test of skill. A single mistake and he would be sucked in. Qin Yu could feel the anger and alarm coming from the little blue lamp. It was aware of the current situation, but it was too late to do anything. Moreover, with the self-defense mechanism of the source of rebirth, even if it was here, it still might not be able to resist it. In this world, the only thing he could truly rely on was his own strength. Everything else was unreliable. As Qin Yu thought of this, he restrained his thoughts. But what he didn't expect was that in the moment before his death, he didn't think about anything at all. Perhaps the heavens felt that Qin Yu's decision to die without thinking about anything was the greatest blasphemy towards death itself. So, when the strength of the source of rebirth was just a hair's breadth away from him, it miraculously stopped. It howled back, the strong winds it stirred up causing Qin Yu to feel cool. The entire black robe on his back had been directly wiped away. All the hairs on his body stood up. But, all that was left was the same as the black robe, completely gone. The cut was neat and tidy. He didn't die. He actually didn't die. In a trance, Qin Yu regained his composure. The yin cold that had frozen his blood had vanished, as if it had never appeared. He looked up at the shattered skies and a funny thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Should he kneel down and pray? Chapter 854. Qin Yu turned around and saw a horrifying scene in front of him. A foot-long coffin was floating in the air, its surface inlaid with countless gems. Although Qin Yu didn't recognize them, he could still feel how precious they were from the fluctuations of strength they contained. As Qin Yu turned around, All the inlaid gems on the surface of this gorgeous coffin shattered. In the next moment, a rich blood-red light erupted from the coffin, instantly wrapping it up. Then, the coffin melted like an ice sculpture, turning into a pool of viscous red goo. Bang! It was like a black hole had suddenly appeared, crazily sucking in the strength of the world. There was a loud rumbling sound, like a river bursting through a dam. The target of all the strength of the world was the red goo that the coffin had turned into. As a massive amount of strength fused into it, the goo seemed to be pulled up by an invisible hand, quickly forming a simple human form. Then, a horrifying scene occurred. Qin Yu stared blankly at the condensed skull that was grinning at him. Flesh and blood rapidly grew in the empty eye sockets, forming a pair of round eyes. Without lips or flesh covering them, this scene was enough to make one's heart stop beating. Below the skull was the spine, ribs, and the empty chest and abdomen. As blood-red light tumbled about, the organs began to rapidly grow, followed by the limbs, muscles, and skin. In simpler terms, in just several breaths of time, Qin Yu had personally witnessed the entire process of transforming into a living person. Everything had been created from nothing, and the only prop was that extravagant coffin. One was completely naked, but his expression was calm and unruffled, allowing the large bird to freely soar in the wind. The other had a dignified expression, his eyes wide open, as if he had been struck by a body-freezing spell. Neither side spoke. They simply stared at each other. For a time, there was a strange atmosphere in the air. Cough. In the end, the naked man lost. He lifted a hand and pulled on a black robe that condensed from the void, putting it on. His eyebrows furrowed and his face became even more dignified. His eyes shined with an oppressive light as he looked at Qin Yu. He slowly said, "Although my all-saint body is truly attractive, you should firmly remember the reality that you are a male. Although I have lived for many years, I have never lost my sense of direction. I will never have any interest in you. So, if you have any rude thoughts, you should put them away as soon as possible, lest I have to personally send you on your way after saving you." There was a loud rumbling in Qin Yu's mind. He could clearly hear every word the bald man said, but he couldn't control the expression on his face. As the bald man furrowed his eyebrows again and again, as if his patience were about to run out and he were about to fly into a rage out of shame, Qin Yu finally controlled his mood. He cupped his hands together and bowed. "Junior Qin Yu thanks Senior for saving my life." Qin Yu's eyes locked onto the naked man. No, he should be called the black-robed man now. As he locked onto his face, Qin Yu gently sighed. It really wasn't him. But in this world, there were people who looked so similar. No, it wasn't just similar, but exactly the same, as if they had been cast from the same mold. Even though the black-robed man's aura was like an abyss that Qin Yu couldn't touch, every part of his body gave him a familiar feeling. This was what shocked Qin Yu the most. His eyes could deceive him, but the smell of the soul couldn't. The black-robed man in front of him looked exactly the same as the sea race's Shui Zheng. The black-robed man seemed to relax a little. He paced back and forth. "Boy, the way you looked at me just now wasn't right. I'm warning you, don't fall into the poison of seduction. Thinking of seducing me to reach the peak of your life is useless against me." Qin Yu's complexion darkened. But facing such a great god, arguing wasn't a good idea. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, "Senior, rest assured." Junior was just shocked. "I absolutely wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts towards you." He sighed inwardly. Was this the so-called original god realm? His aura was as vast as the sea of stars, but what was with this funny feeling? Or was it that as their cultivation deepened and they lived for countless years, the tastes of the Almighties had changed? "Boy, you're tactful." The black-robed man snorted. "I am Shui Zheng. From now on, I will protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, F***CK. Before he could finish bragging, the black-robed man jumped 3 feet high. His face twisted as he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Not only did you destroy more than 30 of my sources of rebirth, but you also chased me here. You smelly woman, just wait for me." He lifted his hand and grasped forward. Before Qin Yu could react, he was wrapped in a mighty force. In the next moment, his vision shattered. Countless strange fragments flashed. Qin Yu tried to open his eyes wide to see where he was. But then, his head buzzed as if he was hit by a brick. His consciousness fell into darkness. A meteor shower suddenly fell outside King City. According to a rumor, a holy priest had predicted that an expert from the outside world had fallen and smashed the barrier of the world. According to the general area of the meteor shower, the place where the expert from the outside world had fallen should be near the little fragrant hill, which wasn't far from the city. Thus, in one day, the bustling King City became quiet. Countless opums swarmed out, their small eyes lined up on both sides of their cheeks surging with excitement. Their long noses, which had a keen sense of smell, twitched with all their might as they rushed towards Little Fragrant Hill. This was an expert from the outside world, and a heavily injured one at that. This was the perfect treasure hunter. As long as he could find him, perhaps he would be able to carve out a brand new future and reach the peak of Obum. He might even have the chance to marry the incredibly beautiful city lord of the royal capital. Just thinking about it made the Obams tremble with excitement. Their skin, which was covered in thick layers of fat, rolled like waves. They almost had an orgasm. The tallest building in King City was the City Master's Stargazing Tower. It was the place where the 3 holy priests lived and cultivated. At this moment, the 3 holy priests were shrouded in black robes, revealing only a pair of dark red eyes. They stood respectfully at the side with their heads lowered. In front of them was a much more beautiful Obum. Her body was petite compared to an ordinary Obum. Her skin was a pure and holy white. She was like a moving light source, constantly emitting a light that attracted the attention of others. Her small, white, and clean hooves were an exquisite pink color as she stepped on the exquisite and precious carpet. Under her long eyelashes, her clear and bright eyes were calm, even giving off a feeling of indifference as she quietly watched the endless stream of people pouring out of the great King City. 3 priests, let me confirm one last time. Is your prophecy accurate? Standing closest to the unknown, the holy priest with the darkest red eyes said, Lord City Master, we have repeatedly verified it. There is absolutely no mistake. As long as you can capture this fallen expert from the outside world and absorb his life essence, you will definitely be able to break through your current realm and become an incomparably powerful emperor. The City Master of the Pure White Opum nodded. Very good. If I successfully ascend, all of you will be rewarded. You will become the great priests with the highest status in my territory. Now, I will have these ignorant fellows help me force this expert out. When the time comes, I will personally take action and bring him back to the City Master's mansion. Qin Yu leaned against a pile of hay, closed his eyes, and shook his head. In the end, he helplessly accepted reality. He had once again completed his journey across worlds. Moreover, he had done so while unconscious. From start to finish, no one had asked him if he was willing. And the person who had done this was currently lying beside him. His face was pale and his eyes were closed. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, he wouldn't be much different from a corpse. Anyway, he was also called Shui Zheng. Was it a coincidence? Haha, it was possible. But if Qin Yu believed it, he would be an idiot. At this moment, he was 10,000% sure that this Shui Zheng and the Shui Zheng he knew had some kind of unknown close relationship. However, it wasn't the time to pay attention to this. Qin Yu carefully observed Shui Zheng's condition. He didn't seem to be in a good condition. For example, his breathing had slowed down by half compared to when he had just woken up. Moreover, his body temperature was getting lower and lower as if he would take his last breath and die at any minute. It seemed that if he couldn't get treatment soon, Qin Yu would be able to witness the fall of a mighty original God Realm expert. A squeaking sound arose. The wooden door of the hay pile was pushed open. A figure wearing a shabby cotton gown with an indescribable beauty walked in. Her eyes fell on Qin Yu, her face blushing. I'm really sorry. I have a lot of work to do today. I didn't have time to come here until now. You must be starving. It was a strange language, but not only could Qin Yu understand it, but he could also communicate with it fluently. It was all because of the jade egg's memory. He collected his thoughts and smiled. No, I just woke up. However, as he smelled the wheat fragrance from the rough bowl in the other's hand, his stomach grumbled, betraying his real condition. The man's big eyes curved as he placed the bowl on the ground. You can put it aside after you drink it. I'll take it when I come here next time. Usually, no one will come here. But you guys should be extra careful. Don't let anyone find you. Hesitating for a while, he continued. Recently, the mountain isn't peaceful. Many men from the city have come here. They seem to be looking for something. Chinyu said calmly, my brother and I got hurt while hunting. We'll stay here for a while. When our wounds are better, we'll leave. Pausing for a while, he continued, I wonder if you can find some herbs. My brother's condition isn't good right now. The man bit his lips. I'll try. He turned around, pushed the door open, and left. When his footsteps faded away, Chinyu suddenly said, Senior, you're awake? The pale-faced Shuezheng opened his eyes and glanced over with some surprise. Facing such a beautiful young woman, you are actually able to remain so calm. You even noticed the instantaneous change in my breathing. Chinyu, tell me the truth. Is your sexual orientation normal or not? Chinyu's eyes twitched. Senior, I believe that in this situation, you should be more concerned about your injuries. Moreover, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future, I should remind you that the young lady you speak of is a beautiful boy. Impossible. Shuezheng flatly denied. I've roamed the world for countless years and have developed a pair of fiery eyes. Could it be that I can't even distinguish between a man and a woman? Looking at her figure and her steps, there isn't a single part that doesn't match the feminine side of a woman. She's clearly a beautiful girl. His expression became increasingly strange. Chinyu, could it be that you have this kind of ability? As long as you like someone, you can view them as the same sex. Chinyu immediately decided not to waste any more time on this topic. He glanced at Shuezheng and calmly said, Senior, you're vomiting blood. Shuezheng lifted a hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said without a care in the world, I know. It's just vomiting some blood. It's a small matter. Chinyu said, but your nose is also starting to bleed. My nose is bleeding, a small matter. My ears are also starting to bleed. My ears, a small matter. Senior, your entire body is starting to bleed. Chinyu subconsciously moved to the side, not wanting to take a shower of blood. It really was a shower. Because the blood that came out was like a small fountain, continuously spraying out. My entire body. Shuezheng looked down. Then there's probably a problem. That damned crazy woman, I just plucked a peach from you. Is there a need to be so heavy-handed? Just you wait, I'll turn the entire orchard upside down for you. Chinyu felt a bit of a toothache. Was this the time to speak so ruthlessly? Shouldn't he think of a way to heal his injuries? At this rate of bleeding, it wouldn't be long before he really died. Shuezheng turned his head and stared straight at Chinyu. At this time, the corners of his eyes were starting to bleed, making him look quite frightening. I heard you say to that little girl just now that I am your big brother. Chinyu had a foreboding premonition. He hesitated for a moment and said, that is only a temporary measure. Moreover, he really is a boy, good. Shuezheng interrupted him. I recognize you as my brother. From today onwards, we are sworn brothers. As the saying goes, brothers for a lifetime don't seek to be born on the same day, month, and year, but to die on the same day. I think that you, Chinyu, must also be thinking this way. As he spoke, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It fell onto Chinyu's hand and rapidly condensed into a rune. With a humming sound, it sank into his flesh and blood. Good brother, now that we are one in life and death, big brother can rest assured that I will entrust my life to you. I believe that you will do your best. I believe in you. As he spoke, he leaned back and changed into a more comfortable position. Shuezheng closed his eyes and his breath quickly fell silent. He fainted. He fainted just like that. Chinyu stooped to look at his hand. There were still some bloodstains. Then, he looked at Shuezheng lying in a pool of his own blood. His face paled. His first thought was that if he cut off his hand, it would be useless, right? Luckily, as he fell into a coma, Shuezheng seemed to activate some powerful life-saving method within his body. His entire body no longer continued to bleed. In fact, his body was like a dry sponge. In the blink of an eye, all the blood that flowed out was completely absorbed, and his condition strangely stabilized. Qin Yu's face eased a little bit. If Shui Zheng continued to bleed like that, it wouldn't be as simple as he thought. He would have to chop off his hand. However, even if he was fine now, if he could force an original God Realm warrior to shamelessly recognize him as his brother to protect himself, Shui Zheng's condition couldn't be worse. In other words, although he looked fine now, he could die at any minute and then drag him away. Qin Yu glanced at Shui Zheng, who was in a coma. His teeth ached so much that his cheeks were twitching. He hated that he couldn't punch Shui Zheng's face right now. However, he suppressed this dangerous thought. What if this punch could destroy his little life? No wonder why this man had been joking around and didn't think about anything serious. He had been waiting for him. Now that he had fainted, everything was in Qin Yu's hands. However, the key point was that the original God Realm was a high-class existence that he had never met before. Even if he wanted to save him, he didn't know where to start. You've said so much nonsense. Can't you at least say something useful? Chapter 855. My name is Shui Zheng. I've already fainted, so these are the thoughts that crossed my mind before I fainted. The woman who planted the peach tree is terrifyingly strong. I've been careful enough, but she still discovered me and chased me. My main body was suppressed by the peach garden's restriction, and I had no choice but to self-destruct. Then, more than 30 sources of rebirth were destroyed. That's more than half of my wealth. My heart ached so much. But after that, I couldn't care less because there was only one source of rebirth left. If it was destroyed, I would really be done for. Only in the face of death did I discover that I had always believed that I had lived long enough and that I wasn't afraid of death's arrival. However, from head to toe, I was completely wrong. I, Shui Zheng, didn't want to die. I wanted to live for another 5 million years. At that time, I swore that if someone could save me, I would remember this favor and do my best to repay him. Then, I was saved. The last source of rebirth was activated before my consciousness arrived. This gave me time to take a breather and form a new body. My heart was filled with gratitude, but the eyes of the kid in front of me made me suppress my emotions. His eyes were too strange, and I've seen similar eyes before. So, I decided that before I confirmed his orientation, I definitely couldn't let him know how grateful I was to him. But before I could find a way, the woman who planted the peach tree chased me again. Isn't she tired? Even for her, the exhaustion of crossing worlds consecutively must have caused a great deal of damage, right? I really don't understand. It's just a peach. Why is she so crazy? The new body is in an absolutely weak state. I, Shui Zheng, am definitely not her opponent, so I can only choose to escape. The moment I escaped, I hesitated for a moment. Should I bring Qin Yu with me? Oh, Qin Yu is the kid that saved me. If I bring him to cross worlds, the exhaustion will obviously increase. But if I don't bring him? My intuition told me that it's best to bring him with me. Otherwise, I'll definitely be in big trouble. Reality proved that my shocking intuition was right again. After crossing worlds, I suffered a serious injury. In my coma, my consciousness was half asleep. I thought of many ways to treat it, but I couldn't think of a way to treat it. If I delayed any longer, I would die. I had to force myself to wake up. I became sworn brothers with Qin Yu and gave my life to him. To be honest, it wasn't that I really trusted him, but that I was forced by the situation and had no other choice. I could only make a desperate attempt and hope that my intuition could save me one more time. All right, I've finished my thoughts before I fainted. Now, I'm going to pretend to be a corpse. Whatever happens next has nothing to do with me. My name is Qin Yu. I'm also injured right now, and I have to carry a dead person on my back as I trudge through the jungle filled with withered vines. I didn't know where the road ahead was, but I still had to walk on it. I had thought of abandoning the guy behind me countless times, but I still held on to him tightly, because I felt that what he said about being brothers for a lifetime was too touching. It must be true. Ankh stopped and turned around, revealing a small face that was pale from fear. Even though I already knew that he was a little fledgling, his appearance was indeed quite bewitching. It should be quite difficult for him to find a wife that was more beautiful than him in the future. I can only send you up to here. Don't go astray. Follow this direction, and after passing through the mountain, you will find a large river. Once you get there, you will have to choose what you want to do. Enku glanced at Qin Yu and then turned to leave. Wait. Qin Yu suddenly spoke up. Enku was clearly startled. He nervously looked over. What is it? Qin Yu said, I believe that I didn't see wrongly. You are clearly afraid and you don't want to cause trouble, so why did you choose to help us in the end? When they first woke up, they found themselves outside this small mountain village. If it wasn't for Enku coming back and dragging the two of them into the straw house, they would have been discovered long ago. Although Qin Yu didn't know what happened in the outside world, it was clear that the men in the city that Enku spoke of were likely coming for him and Shuezheng. Enku bit his lips. Because I promised my little sister that I would help everyone in the future. If I meet someone that needs help, be careful. He didn't stay any longer and hurried away. Qin Yu had a thoughtful look. When he mentioned his little sister, there was a flash of pain in Enku's eyes. It was clear that there was another story behind this. But now wasn't the time to think about these things. He looked in the direction that Enku left in and then quickly carried Shuezheng away. His steps were much more relaxed than before and his speed was several times faster. Although there wasn't any problem with this village boy, his caution had long been branded into his bones. Qin Yu was always on guard. The darkness wasn't anything to him. He soon entered the mountain cave. But as he was rapidly moving forward, Qin Yu suddenly stopped. He bitterly smiled. Sure enough, when a person was down on their luck, they would never know what would happen to them. For instance, Qin Yu was looking at the tall and sturdy wild wolf in front of him. That pair of oily green eyes flashed with cruelty and greed. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. He placed Shuezheng on the ground and bent down, coldly staring at the wild wolf. During the process of crossing worlds, because he had Shuezheng's protection, his situation was much better than when he crossed worlds on his own. As long as he quietly recuperated for a period of time, his strength would gradually recover. But the problem now was that it was too early and his cultivation was still in a dormant state. His mortal body had only recovered some basic mobility, and this wild wolf in front of him was clearly not easy to deal with. The wild wolf's eyes flashed with hesitation, as if it could smell something extremely dangerous coming from Qin Yu's body. But in the next moment, this cunning beast turned into a shadow and pounced forwards, opening its jaws and biting towards Qin Yu's throat. Luckily, Qin Yu didn't relax at all from start to finish. The moment the wild wolf lunged at him, he rolled to the side to avoid its bite and kicked out. With a mournful cry, the wild wolf was sent flying away. Qin Yu's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. After his weakened body erupted, he had nearly reached the limit of what he could withstand. The wild wolf also discovered this. It paused for a moment before rushing forwards again. It clearly possessed a high level of intelligence. It no longer tried to quickly kill its prey, but instead chose to wander around and fight. It wanted to exhaust Qin Yu's remaining strength so that he would eventually become its food. Qin Yu grit his teeth. He didn't want to die in such a pathetic manner. With a deep roar, he threw himself forwards. After a while, the wild wolf, who had a lame leg and was covered in wounds, let out a low growl and turned around to flee. It was truly a bit afraid. This two-legged sheep had actually forced it to be even more savage. It had bitten him just now, but its neck had almost been broken instead. Qin Yu's body was covered in wounds. After losing his blood vitality, his mortal body was weaker than an ordinary person's. But his eyes became increasingly cold. He stared at the retreating wild wolf and chased after it without hesitation. This was because he knew that creatures like wolves lived in packs. If he let this one go, he feared another pack would soon follow. At that time, he and Shuezheng would really die a graveless death. In the darkness, there was a fierce battle. After a long time, it gradually calmed down. Qin Yu gasped for breath as he leaned against a rock behind him. He held the still warm corpse of the wolf in his arms. The wound on its neck was still gushing out blood. After a while, Qin Yu wiped the wolf blood from the corners of his lips and staggered over to Shuezheng's side. He carried him on his back and continued forwards. But after this torment, he had wasted far too much time. In addition, Qin Yu's physical condition had worsened. Even as the sky began to brighten, Qin Yu still hadn't left the cave. He couldn't hold on any longer. He tossed Shui Zheng to the ground and sat down, gasping for breath, sweat dripping down his body. He felt that he had a grudge against crossing worlds. Every time he crossed, he would suffer. As his thoughts raced, Qin Yu's complexion suddenly changed. He turned and looked behind him. Rustling sounds constantly entered his ears. Some people were approaching, and there were many of them. Qin Yu's first thought was that Brat Encore had betrayed them. But thinking about it, if he really wanted to do this, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Pulling Shui Zheng up, Qin Yu quickly rushed forwards. But, even though he had recovered a little of his strength, it wasn't long before he used up most of it. If things continued like this, they would catch up to him sooner or later. What should he do? Suddenly, the faint smell of blood wafted over. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He clenched his teeth and raced towards the source of the smell. This was a battle that had occurred in the forest. Looking at the aftermath of the battle, there were cultivators involved, and they weren't weak at all. Currently, there were a massive number of corpses strewn all over the ground. From their clothes, one side had been completely annihilated and the other side's corpses had been dragged away. There was no time to observe any further. Qin Yu thought to himself that it was all up to fate. He casually smeared some blood on Shui Zheng and himself, tossed him aside, and dove into the pile of corpses. Soon, the sound of dense footsteps approached, followed by cries of alarm in his ears. "It's people from Cat Mountain. Fuck, those bastards are too ruthless. They didn't even let a single one off. Hurry up and take a look. Is there anyone else alive? It shouldn't be. Those opums wouldn't show any mercy." Just as he finished speaking, he heard a shout. "There's someone alive." Qin Yu cursed inwardly. Shui Zheng's luck was truly bad. He had been found so quickly. He was secretly worried. And sure enough, after a while, the corpses on top of him were moved away and Qin Yu was also found. There are actually 2 survivors. Their lives are quite tough. The person hugging Qin Yu shouted out loud. A thick arm clamped down on him. Qin Yu felt that if he didn't wake up soon, he would likely suffocate to death. So, with a cough, he slowly woke up. "Hey, you're awake." The ruddy-faced man slapped down. "Brat, hurry up and tell us, who did you meet?" Qin Yu had just raised his breath, but when he turned his head, he was slapped away. He could only force a smile, close his eyes, and fall unconscious. His last thought was that he, a dignified member of the ancient clan, an existence that had fused with the jade embryo egg, had been slapped unconscious. This was definitely a dark history that would accompany him for the rest of his life. But Qin Yu would never have thought that this moment was just the beginning of the darkest moment of his life. When Qin Yu woke up again, he had already been carried to the 9 Serene Peak. After spending some time to explore the surrounding environment, Qin Yu thought that it was a waste for a group of disorderly bandits to dare to use such an imposing name. It seemed he didn't have much interest in the 2 fellows of the Cat Mountain. For several days, Qin Yu quietly healed his wounds. However, Shui Zheng wasn't here. According to the guard, Shui Zheng's wounds were serious, so he was taken away by the divine doctor of the mountain to be treated. This made Qin Yu suspicious, but he couldn't help but feel a deep respect. He thought, could it be a divine doctor who had hidden himself from the world? This was a wounded original God Realm expert. If he could be cured, wouldn't he have a guarantee of his safety? It was a good result. After half a month, Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. Light flashed in his eyes. He exhaled, revealing a smile. Finally, he had recovered a little bit of his competence. At this rate, he would need at most half a year to restore his peak condition. Qin Yu heard some noises outside. He turned around and lay down, pretending that he had just woken up. Then, he saw Shui Zheng, his face pale, being carried by some people. Qin Yu was startled. He hurried to get up. What happened? He and Shui Zheng were brothers. If things went wrong, they would die together. How could he become like this after just half a month? Although he wasn't dead yet, He only had one last breath left. The old man in the grey robe following behind the crowd felt embarrassed. He coughed, his face compassionate. I heard that you two are sworn brothers. Junior, you're quite loyal. It's a pity that your elder brother's injuries are too severe. I've tried my best to save his life, but in the end, it was all for naught. He doesn't have much time left. Just treat it as seeing him for the last time. Qin Yu looked up. May I ask who this is? The 9 Nether Peak bandit that had been taking care of him these days said, Qin Yu, this is our mountain's godly Dr. Yi. He is a man of great ability. Your sworn brother. Ha, what a pity. Qin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions. Godly Dr. Yi, are you sure you have investigated my big brother's injuries? The grey-robed man's face stiffened. He immediately flicked his sleeves. Since I have taken action, I naturally know everything. Junior, you are too presumptuous. Well, it's fine. I can see that you are grieving too much, so it shouldn't be from your heart. I won't pursue this matter any further. He turned and left. His loose grey robe fluttered in the wind, giving him the demeanor of an immortal. The mountain bandit that was taking care of Qin Yu pointed at him. You brat, how dare you disrespect godly Dr. Yi? You will suffer in the future. Qin Yu was expressionless. Disregarding everything else, there was at least one thing he was sure of. This godly Dr. Yi wasn't reliable. Looking at Shui Zheng, who had gone through countless torments, Qin Yu suddenly felt that it was fortunate that the vitality of a God Realm martial artist was vigorous. Even in a severely wounded state, he was still incomparably strong. Otherwise, he would have already died. But the problem now was whether or not Shui Zheng could recover. If he died like this, wouldn't that be too unjust? Chapter 856. Shui Zheng was worthy of his mighty original God Realm cultivation base. Although he had half a breath left, he was still able to survive. However, his pale face hadn't recovered yet. He looked like a dead body lying on the ground, motionless. Qin Yu exhaled in relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but worry. It seemed Shui Zheng's situation was really critical. He needed to restore his power and think of a way to save his life. However, he didn't know how to do it. The only thing Shi Yang could confirm was that he should never approach the godly doctor with the surname Yi in the 9 Serene Peak. That man was too dangerous. If he knew that Shi Yang had almost killed an original God Realm expert, what would he think? The 9 Serene Peak was steep and steep. The area of the peak wasn't small. After being excavated, they had built some low buildings. In a yard not far from Qin Yu, godly Dr. Yi was sitting under a tree, boiling tea. He sneezed several times. Looking at the good tea in his hand, he begrudgingly said, "This kid's resentment isn't small." Then, he lifted his head to look at Qin Yu. He seemed to be able to feel his current thoughts. Several steps away from him, a figure was standing with her back facing him. Her pink floral dress was tightly wrapped around her muscular body. She was a warm girl, but now, she gave people only a wild feeling. It seemed like her dress would be torn into pieces in the next moment, and a super Tyrannosaurus would jump out of it. Teacher Yi, why did you help him? You've consumed a lot of energy this time. It will make you feel weak for a long time. Her clear and cold voice came from her mouth. It was like the cold autumn rain falling on people's faces. It made people shiver instinctively and sober up. Miracle Dr. Yi poured away the tea and took a new teacup. He thought for a moment and said, "This person met me when he was on the verge of death. This means that he is not fated to die. This is the direction of fate. As a benevolent doctor, my conscience won't allow me to stand by and watch. Teacher Yi, do you think I'll believe you?" "No, I won't." Sipping the tea in his cup, godly Dr. Yi grinned. "Anyway, I need to observe him for a while. After I'm sure, I will decide whether to tell you or not. Teacher Yi, do you know that your habit of leaving people hanging is really annoying?" "I know, but so what? I am me. I want to be a different kind of firework." The muscular body was silent for a moment before he slowly said, "But now, Master Yi, you are only a consciousness avatar. If I get angry, you will definitely feel very uncomfortable." Miracle Dr. Yi's face stiffened. He pursed his lips and squeezed out a smile. Miss, I don't think you're the kind of person who would bite the hand that feeds you. You're wrong. His muscular body turned around, revealing a large, rough, and ferocious-looking face. His discordant eye sockets were embedded with a pair of quick-witted eyes. He looked over eagerly, full of malice. Miracle Dr. Yi quivered and his teacup almost fell to the ground. He spoke at an astonishing speed. Miss, please wait. I'll talk. A hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes, and the corners of his lips curled upwards. With a hint of indignation in his voice, he said, Fine. However, Yi Shu, you know me very well. If you dare to lie to me, even if I can't make sense of it right now, there will come a day when I will settle the score with you. So if you want to speak, speak the truth. This is my kind reminder to you. Miracle Dr. Yi obviously froze for a moment. It was obvious that this sentence had hit a sore spot. His eyes rolled a few times. Miss, you know the competitor this time. Not only is he very strong, he has also occupied an advantageous position. If we want to achieve our goal, it will be very difficult. If we can save this person and borrow his strength, things will be much easier. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. The muscular body smiled and said, Master Yi, are you sure you don't have any other aspects that you need to elaborate on? Miracle Dr. Yi persisted for 3 seconds before decisively admitting defeat. All right, I'll tell you the truth. Miss, I think that Junior Qin Yu is a good choice. In any case, you're already of age and will have to choose a man sooner or later. How about you try him first? Bang, the courtyard walls collapsed. Lying in a mess, Miracle Dr. Yi spat out several mouthfuls of spittle. He muttered, I knew this would be the result, so I didn't dare to say it. The muscular body's complexion stiffened. He changed the topic and said, It looks like this fellow has hidden himself quite deeply. He was actually able to make Teacher Yi have such thoughts. Miracle Dr. Yi waved his hand to drive away the people approaching him. He switched to a more comfortable position and proudly said, Of course. I've always believed that besides my medical skills, I am also a formidable prophet. I've already repeated this many times, it's just that none of you believed me. The muscular body coldly snorted. Since you think so highly of Qin Yu, then let's give him this mission. I want to see whether or not he can return alive. A month later, Qin Yu let out a deep breath. As he felt the magic power revolving within his body, a happy expression lit up his face. After this period of rest, his injuries had finally recovered. Although he was still far from being completely healed, he at least had the strength to protect himself. He looked up at the center of Nine Serene Peak through the window. There was a large courtyard there that was incomparably quiet, no different from the surrounding buildings. But after waking up, Qin Yu had always felt a faint pressure. It was only today that he found the source. As he looked down, even with Qin Yu's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He quickly looked away, a look of shock on his face. That seemingly ordinary courtyard had invisible black ripples surging in the surrounding space. Each ripple contained a terrifying power that could destroy everything. It was just that it was unknown what method was used, but these black fluctuations had fused together with space, not causing any damage to anything within range. But Qin Yu was sure that if anyone tried to force their way in and reveal any hostility, they would be instantly torn to pieces by these black fluctuations, even if it was him who had recovered his cultivation. Just what sort of world was this? How could there be such a terrifying expert in a mere bandit camp? If this was really the case, then this world was far too dangerous. As Qin Yu's thoughts raced, he heard the sound of footsteps. His thoughts stirred and his face paled, revealing a bit of weakness. With a creak, the door was pushed open and a familiar bandit walked in. Qin Yu, hurry up and follow me. The stronghold master wants to see you. Okay, let's go. Qin Yu stood up and followed behind. He hurriedly walked out. Although he seemed calm on the surface, his heart was filled with apprehension. As he thought, the direction they were going in was the courtyard he had been looking at just now. Qin Yu's forehead was instantly covered with a cold sweat. But with things having come to this point, it was no longer up to him to choose. He could only grit his teeth and follow behind, taking things one step at a time. Stronghold Master, Qin Yu has arrived. The bandit respectfully bowed. When a come-in sound came from inside, he turned and shouted, "Hurry up and go in. You must be respectful to the Stronghold Master and do not seek death." As he spoke, he had a respectful and fearful expression as he turned and left. Qin Yu could faintly feel the black fluctuations tumbling in front of him, emitting faint traces of its aura. He couldn't help but tense up. It was too terrifying. The closer he was, the more he could clearly feel the terrifying might contained within. If it really erupted and he was sucked in, he feared he would instantly be torn to pieces, his body and soul destroyed. Suddenly, Qin Yu felt two pairs of eyes looking at him, filled with surprise. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer and directly stepped into the range of the black fluctuations. Like a small boat sailing through a raging sea, there was the danger of destruction at every moment. Qin Yu pushed open the courtyard doors and entered, trying his best to appear calm. There were two people sitting in the courtyard. But in Qin Yu's eyes, they were like two giant black holes. The surrounding space was violently distorted by their auras, and even light that fell on their bodies would be swallowed up. There was no way to escape. And one of them was the divine Dr. Yi he had seen before, and the other should be the Nine Nether Peaks Stronghold Master. But what was strange was that although the two of them gave Qin Yu the feeling of being human-shaped black holes, the Stronghold Master's aura didn't seem as formidable as divine Dr. Yi's. Qin Yu didn't think too much about it. After all, regardless of how strong or weak these two people were, it would be easy for them to kill him. "Humph. Rude brat, we meet again." Divine Dr. Yi humphed, his eyes constantly looking up and down as if he wanted to see through all the secrets Qin Yu was hiding. This gaze made Qin Yu feel as if he were facing a predator. All the hairs on his back stood up and his mind instinctively trembled. The two terrifying existences in front of him didn't seem to have any intentions of making things difficult for him. Qin Yu felt a little more at ease. He tried his best to express his guilt and bowed. "Divine Dr. Yi, I was the one who offended you before. I ask that you don't take offense." He, if you say you don't take offense, then you don't take offense. "But, this old man has been in a good mood recently. I originally wanted you to suffer a bit, but now I will give you a chance to earn my forgiveness." Divine Dr. Yi chuckled several times. He continued to say, "There is something in the Great King City that I need you to help me obtain. If you can accomplish this, then everything will be written off and I will even give you some benefits. But if you fail, humph, then you can only pray for the best." Without giving Qin Yu a chance to choose, Divine Dr. Yi waved his hand. "All right, go. Someone is already waiting outside. She will tell you the specifics. As for your brother, you can rest assured that I will order people to take good care of him." As for the creditor, he hadn't said a single word from beginning to end. Qin Yu stiffened. He bitterly nodded and turned to leave the courtyard. With Divine Dr. Yi's strength, he actually couldn't easily obtain something. If he tried, wouldn't he have a 90% chance of dying? Moreover, this person had specifically pointed out that Shuizheng should stay behind. He likely already knew of their brotherhood of life and death and wasn't afraid of him playing any tricks. As he stepped out of the range of the black fluctuations, an icy woman's voice sounded out. "You are Qin Yu. Come with me." Qin Yu looked up and saw the woman's back. Proud and aloof, she gave off a feeling like an unsheathed sword that would cut apart the heavens in the next moment. Chapter 857. What Qin Yu didn't expect was that before entering the Grand King City, he would need to learn another skill. The proud and aloof woman standing in front of him called herself the Maid of the Stronghold Master. But, she had a cold and aloof appearance, like a lotus on a snowy mountain. It was hard to see how a maid should act. "I will only say what I'm about to say once. You can choose not to listen, but if you lose your life because of this, it will be your own fault." The maid Xiao Zhao's eyes were cold and her tone was like the cold autumn wind, cold and without the least bit of emotion. Qin Yu nodded. "Miss, please speak." Xiao Zhao said, "This world is divided into two by the back of mountain gaze. One is ruled by humanity and the other is ruled by the race of Obum. As for the territory you and I are in and the Grand King City, that is the sphere of influence of Obum. So, in order to complete the mission, You need to learn the flesh metamorphosis technique and enter the city as Obam. Xiao Zhao glanced at Qin Yu and her eyes turned even colder. Because here, humans are Obam's slaves and food. Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to understand the icy cold pain in her eyes. At this time, his heart shrank. His first thought was that he had been exposed. But thinking about it, since the stronghold master of Nine Nether Peak and godly Dr. Yi were such terrifying existences, they likely already knew of Shuizheng's background. If so, then it was reasonable for him to be discovered. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. He nodded and said, "All right. Then I'll have to trouble Miss." Xiao Zhao sneered. "Do you think the flesh metamorphosis technique is simple? If it were, then there wouldn't be a massive number of humans wailing in agony as they are cooked and served to Obam's table." She lifted a hand and took out a translucent jade slip. "Everything related to the body metamorphosis technique is inside. Take a look first and ask me if there's anything you don't understand." As she spoke, she walked to the side, crossed her arms and closed her eyes, as if she were resting her mind. Qin Yu didn't care about her attitude. His thoughts stirred and he probed the jade slip with his divine sense. Soon, he looked over the entire body metamorphosis technique. He laid down the jade slip and thought for a moment. Then, he opened his eyes in surprise. It was actually this simple. That's right, Xiao Zhao had reminded him with a sneer. This extraordinary body metamorphosis technique was simply child's play to Qin Yu. He only looked through it once and mentally deliberated it once, but he discovered that there were no more omissions. He had already completely grasped it. He looked up at Xiao Zhao, who was resting with her eyes closed and had an unapproachable aura around her. Qin Yu coughed and said, "I'm fine." Sure. Xiao Zhao opened her eyes. She frowned, a much colder look in her eyes. "Qin Yu, I hope that you can remember that this does not only involve your life or death, but also the mission that the Stronghold Master has given you. There cannot be any accidents." Qin Yu nodded. "I know." Looking at his calm appearance, Xiao Zhao sneered several times in her heart. She really couldn't understand why the Stronghold Master would allow Qin Yu to interfere in this mission that he could clearly complete himself. He was obviously an idiot who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The flesh transformation technique was an exquisite technique created by a certain human almighty being who could not bear to see his compatriots in the occupied areas end up as food for the Obams. After studying it for countless years, he finally created it. As long as he successfully cultivated it, he would be able to complete the transformation, and it would be difficult for him to be detected even if he blended into the real Obams. Unfortunately, cultivating the flesh transformation technique had extremely high requirements for the cultivator. Often, only 1 out of 1,000 people would be able to succeed, and it also required a massive amount of time. As for Qin Yu, his origins were mysterious and he clearly didn't understand the flesh transformation technique. Yet, he had managed to successfully cultivate it in just a moment. This was impossible. Humph. It was likely that this person was brought here by the miss from her home. He had high standards but little ability. She would mercilessly mock him and then think of a way to change the miss mind and make this idiot stay in Nine Nether Peak. Otherwise, he would only become a burden to her. "All right, since you've successfully cultivated it, then display it. I'm looking forward to it," Xiao Zhao expressionlessly said. Qin Yu said, "All right." He took a step back. With a thought, he felt as if all the bones in his body had been pulled out and he slumped to the ground like a pile of soft mud. Then, this pile of soft mud seemed to be pulled up by a pair of invisible hands. When it finally calmed down, it had turned into an ordinary Obam that was 2 feet tall and had grey fur. Xiao Zhao's eyes widened. She could no longer maintain the indifference on her face. At this time, her heart was filled with shock. This was impossible. This was absolutely impossible. "Miss Xiao Zhao, how is it?" Qin Yu's question entered her ears and she immediately regained her composure. Her eyes became even colder and filled with loathing. "Did you successfully cultivate the flesh transformation art before?" Qin Yu shook his head. "No, humph. There is no need to explain. I will report this matter to the miss. If you dare to have any thoughts that you shouldn't have, then forget it as soon as possible." He turned and walked away. Xiao Zhao's eyes were filled with loathing. What she hated the most were these kinds of people that deliberately put on an act. Could it be that the person that the miss said she would find a match partner for her was Qin Yu? No, she absolutely could not agree to this. No matter what, she had to make the miss retract her orders. If she, Xiao Zhao, had to marry a true powerhouse in this life, she simply wouldn't place someone like Qin Yu in her eyes. We will go down the mountain tomorrow. You should prepare early. Before her voice fell, Xiao Zhao turned and vanished from sight. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He didn't understand where her hostility came from. If she was in this state, it would clearly be detrimental to completing the mission. But things had already been decided. He didn't believe that he had the qualifications to bargain with the Stronghold Master or Divine Dr. Yi. He could only sigh inwardly and act according to the circumstances. Great King City. The mysterious powerhouse that had smashed through the barrier of the world and fallen into Little Fragrant Mountain had yet to be found. As time passed, the open masters that rushed over all returned empty-handed. Paths with a loud crack of a whip, a human youth that was pulling a carriage had his clothes torn apart, revealing a purple blood mark. Half of his back swelled up and he fell to the ground with a miserable scream. Around the city gates, there was a large empty space. Several slaves shivered as they lay on the ground, trying their best not to make a single sound. Riding atop a camel beast, the white-furred opium had a cruel and loathing look in his eyes. A lowly slave actually dares to block my way. He was clearly in a foul mood. After a single whip, his hatred wasn't appeased. He lashed out several more times, causing the human youth to tumble around again and again. The youth's luck was simply too bad. He crashed into a nearby cart that was transporting filth, causing a strange smell to fill the air. The youth's face paled, as if he expected his tragic fate. As he thought, the white opium's face twisted. He diabolically grinned and patted the camel beast beneath him. This is the lunch I bestowed upon you. Now you can enjoy it. Catcher, the miserable screams came to an abrupt end. With the sound of chewing, blood splashed out. The camel beast emitted an excited roar as it tore at the corpse on the ground. The white opium laughed. He threw down a silver coin to compensate the slave master and then led his subordinates away. Soon, the human slaves responsible for cleaning the streets rushed over with buckets of water. They skillfully washed away the blood on the ground. It was clear they had done this many times before. Qin Yu, who had used a transformation technique to transform into opium, coldly looked at all of this. Although his expression didn't change, his heart was shaking. In his previous life, in all of his experiences, humans had always been the masters of the world. He never imagined that there would be a time when humans would recognize other beings as slaves or even food. Although Qin Yu already knew about this, it still left an extremely strong psychological impact on Qin Yu after witnessing it for himself. Fortunately, his experiences over the years had forged a sufficiently valiant mind. Although his heart was shaken, he maintained an indifferent expression on the surface. Just like the opiums around him, he had a cold and indifferent expression. An opium beside him said in a low voice, "Let's go." He turned and walked towards the city gates. After paying the entrance fee, the two grey-bodied low-level opiums smoothly arrived at a large inn in the capital city. As if they had been prepared beforehand, they were directly brought to the backyard. There were already over a dozen low-level opiums waiting there. "Stay here obediently. Lord Steward will be here soon." The opium guard leading the way sneered and stood to the side. Soon, an opium with a pale body and only a few grey patterns wrapped around the edges of its hooves walked in amidst the crowd. It wore a well-tailored white formal attire, and its movements were calm and elegant. Its eyes lightly swept over the crowd as it said, "You are very lucky to have obtained the opportunity to enter the City Lord's mansion to serve. Although it is the lowest job, it is still the greatest glory of your lives. But remember, the people living in the City Lord's mansion are the most noble lords. If you cause any trouble, you will be punished severely." It waved its front hooves. "All right. After verifying their identities, send them away. Don't delay the use of the lords." The opium guard had a fawning expression. "Yes, Lord Steward. Please rest assured." Its long nose was nearly touching the ground. After the steward left, it stood up and sneered arrogantly. "Did you all hear that? If you don't want to die, then work hard." With a wave of its hand, several opums immediately came in with a white stone. "In a while, place your dirty hooves on the testing stone. Remember, you must be gentle. These testing stones are far more precious than you can imagine. If even a tiny bit of it is damaged, it is not something you can compensate for." Qin Yu swept his gaze over the group of guards and frowned inwardly. After entering the city, he had been observing these opums. They didn't seem to be very strong. Could it be that he had yet to meet a true opum powerhouse? Chapter 858. Obum Dorothy was extremely satisfied with his current life. He wore an exquisite and luxurious butler robe, and his daily necessities were all of high quality. When he patrolled the city lord's mansion, almost all the servants looked at him with reverence and respect. In essence, he was just a lowly grey race. He belonged to the lowest rank among the Obams, just like the Obams in front of him. It was all because of the noble, beautiful and great city lord that Dorothy was able to complete his counterattack, achieve the sublimation of his life, and obtain the position he had in the city lord's mansion. It was the city lord's generosity and kindness that granted him everything he had today. Therefore, be it in his heart or in front of others, Dorothy had never hidden that he was the most loyal hound at the feet of the city lord. He would never allow anything that would harm the interests and safety of the city lord. "I don't care where you come from or what kind of background you once had, but you have to remember that from today onwards, your only identity is the lowliest servant of the noble and great city master Sophia." Dorothy roared in a deep voice. "I don't care where you come from or what kind of background you once had, but you have to remember that from today onwards, your only identity is the lowliest servant of the noble and great city master Sophia. If I find out that any of you dare to be disloyal to the city lord, or do anything that harms the city lord's dignity and interests, I swear that you will regret being born into this world." After roaring, Dorothy waved his hand. "Take this group of filthy fellows to wash their bodies and change into the clothes of a lowly servant. Tell them what they should do, as well as the range of their activities." "Yes, esteemed Sir Butler." A female obum with slightly white fur smiled and responded respectfully. She had a pair of long and slender eyes, which was a symbol of extreme beauty among the Obam's race. Furthermore, her slightly white fur indicated that her bloodline was mixed with a faint trace of the bloodline that belonged to a high-level Obum. Dorothy's heart warmed as he recalled the beautiful memories of pressing her under his body. However, he maintained a stern expression on the surface and did not express anything. He nodded and turned to walk out. He knew very well that he had obtained everything he had today because of great luck. Who knew how many Obams were envious and jealous of him? They were constantly thinking of replacing him. Therefore, in his daily work, he would never make any mistakes, and he would not give anyone a chance to attack him. Well, when it was time to rest at night, he would find a reasonable excuse to call Kaesu to his room. It had been a long time since he had wanted to use this beauty to his heart's content. He was really looking forward to it. The Obum that Qin Yu had transformed into had his head shrunk. He was no different from the other Obams around him. His face was filled with fear and reverence, but he kept sweeping his surroundings out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, he was slightly startled. His peripheral vision paused for a moment, and he felt the attention of someone beside him. Xiao Jiao snorted and withdrew her gaze. She was a bit surprised by Qin Yu's vigilance. Although she loathed this person, since she couldn't get rid of him, it was best to tell him the details of the mission so that he wouldn't stir up trouble. "Qin Yu, our goal in infiltrating the City Lord Mansion this time is this steward, Dorothy. You don't have to worry about anything else. As long as you hide yourself, I'll act on my own. Got it?" Through some secret methods, a cold voice directly sounded in Qin Yu's mind. He paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. Although he was dissatisfied with some of this woman's actions, Qin Yu didn't mind if he could sit back and enjoy the fruits of her labor. "You bunch of filthy, lowly servants with a strange smell. Hurry up and follow me to the washing area. Wash away all the filth you brought in from outside. Don't taint the residence of the noble and great city lord. Now, everyone, Follow me, an Obum growled as he pushed his way forward. Qin Yu quickly sensed a trace of unnaturalness from Xiao Zhao. This was because the City Lord Manor's Opums clearly did not care about low-level Opums like them. The place they had arranged for them to bathe was actually a very large pool. Both the male and female Obum were chased inside, all of them were naked from head to toe, not a single bit of cover could be seen. A female Obum subconsciously grabbed onto her clothes, a look of hesitation on her face. However, what awaited her was a ruthless whip. The cold laughter of the City Lord Mansion's "What's so good about your filthy body? Hurry up and go in. If they don't want you, then leave." Trembling, the female Obum took off her clothes and jumped into the steaming pool. At the same time, there were splashing sounds as she fell into the water. Xiao Zhao gritted her teeth, raised her hand, and tore off her clothes. She closed her eyes and jumped into the water. Her body was trembling slightly. Fortunately, in the current environment, she didn't attract the attention of the surrounding Obams. Ha 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 ha, another group of newcomers. I wonder if they can adapt to life in the City Lord Mansion. Laughing loudly, a group of Obams with grey and white fur walked over. Their burning gazes swept across the surface of the water from time to time, looking at the bodies of the female Obams. Respected and powerful Lord Guards, I wonder if these lowly and despicable servants have the honor of receiving your training. After all, this is an extremely precious opportunity for them. They can better adapt to the work in the City Lord Mansion. The Obum leader standing outside the pool had a flattering expression. Oh, I see. Brothers, if you aren't too tired after your shifts, why don't you help these little girls? After all, we are all kind-hearted people. How about it? Ha ha ha, of course. After standing for an entire day, we can take a hot bath. We can also let the little girls scrub our backs. Let's go, let's go. I'm exhausted. I can take a break. Laughing loudly, a group of Obum guards with obviously strong bodies took off their clothes and jumped into the pool. Their fierce eyes swept across the surroundings. All males, scram to the other side of the pool. You are not allowed to take even half a step. Whoosh! Amidst the tumbling sounds of the water, the grey, low-level male Obams desperately ran to the edge of the pool. Although they were still superior to the human slaves, they were the lowest existences in the entire race. They had no status at all. Even though they knew what was going to happen next, even though there were their friends, relatives, and even wives among the female Obams opposite them, they did not dare to resist at all. Come on, brothers. Let us teach them a good lesson. Amidst their strange laughter, the Obum guards pounced forward one by one. The female Obams immediately screamed. Occasionally, there would be sounds of resistance, but usually, after a loud slap, there would only be soft sobbing sounds left. The sound of a male taking over a female filled everyone's ears. Xiao Zhao was completely flustered. Although her strength was enough to easily kill all the guards of Obum with the young lady's grace, she would still be exposed if she did that. Not only would she face danger, but the mission that the miss had given her would also fail because of this. But if she did nothing? She swept her gaze across the surroundings. At the Obum guards who were crazily in heat, a chill rose from the bottom of her heart, making her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. The Obum race had an extremely strong reproductive ability. In response, they were passionate about the most intimate movements between males and females. Even if she hid at the very edge, as long as she stayed in the pool, she would definitely be caught. What should I do? Just as Xiao Zhao was becoming more and more flustered, she suddenly felt someone grab her. A sudden burst of strength pulled her into the water. Don't resist. It's me. Qin Yu's voice sounded in her ear. His expression was somewhat ugly. Originally, after witnessing Xiao Zhao's strength, her cold appearance, and her confident attitude, Qin Yu had thought that she was a powerhouse, the kind that could complete missions on her own. But now, he suddenly understood that this girl was a complete weakling. It had nothing to do with her cultivation or strength, but rather her mentality. Just now, if Qin Yu hadn't spoken up a step faster, Xiao Zhao's resistance would have already erupted. At that time, the two humans who had sneaked in would have been exposed before they could even begin their mission. Even an idiot would know that their fates would have been extremely miserable. You, let go. Xiao Zhao roared in a low voice. Although she had the body of an obum after using the flesh transformation technique, she was still extremely embarrassed to be grabbed by Qin Yu naked like this. In particular, the way Qin Yu had looked at her just now. This hateful fellow, he actually dared to look down on her. Qin Yu coldly snorted in his heart. He released his hand and pointed downwards. That is the hot water outlet. It's hidden deep at the bottom of the pool. The temperature inside is very high, and with your cultivation, it should be easy for you to resist. After speaking, he turned and left, quietly cutting through the pool water and diving to the other side. After several breaths of time, Qin Yu's head popped up. Together with the other obams around him, their eyes widened as they looked at what was happening across the pool. Their breathing was heavy, and their eyes were filled with the same envy and burning passion. Xiao Zhao had been paying attention to Qin Yu from beneath the pool. When she saw his current performance, she was startled and immediately felt ashamed. Her current performance was far inferior to the Qin Yu she had always looked down upon. No, perhaps this was his true nature. He was actually interested in a group of obams. He was simply a freak. Yes, that must be it. Xiao Zhao's thoughts raced. She slid her limbs down to the bottom of the pool. Only when she reached the shockingly hot water outlet did she quietly relax. But even so, as she felt the intensely fluctuating pool water and thought about what was happening above, her beating heart could not calm down. On the surface of the pool, Qin Yu vaguely glanced at where Xiao Zhao was. When he did not sense any energy fluctuations, he let out a sigh of relief. He was truly worried that this girl would be so idiotic as to release her power and completely resist the temperature of the hot water outlet. Hey, have you ever tasted the opposite sex? An obum beside him suddenly spoke. His face was flushed red, and the fire in his eyes seemed to be boiling. Seeing that Qin Yu was stunned for a moment and didn't reply, the obum sneered with a look of disdain. You're actually a fledgling. Wait until you taste the wonders of the opposite sex in the future. Then you'll know how enviable this scene is. As for me, obum Dota with astonishing potential, I'll definitely awaken the dormant power in my bloodline in the future and become a powerful city guard. When that time comes, I'll be able to have everything you see. After saying that, as if it was beneath him to continue talking to Qin Yu, this obum turned around and conversed softly with a few obams who seemed to be rather experienced. His eyes constantly swept across the other side, trying to see more clearly through the fog. Qin Yu secretly smiled bitterly. This race of obams looked similar to a creature called Pig in the world he came from. Therefore, no matter how well he disguised himself, he still could not muster the slightest bit of interest. With no one to disturb him, he was happy to have some peace. All he wanted was to quickly end this farce before him. Unfortunately, Qin Yu had underestimated the powerful combat power of the obams guarding the pool. After a full 6 hours, they finally washed their bodies and left one after another, unsatisfied. Meanwhile, most of the female obams in the pool had already gone limp. Alright, you bunch of lowly things. Hurry up and wash your bodies and put on your clothes. Don't even think of slacking off. As the obams roared, Qin Yu mixed in with them and climbed ashore. He casually wiped his body and put on the robe on the wooden table. With a few glances, he found Xiao Zhao, who had mixed in with the female obams. She wasn't really stupid. She pretended to be weak and powerless, but her actions of putting on her clothes still seemed a little rushed. As expected, she was a weakling. She was merely an illusion. So what if she was naked? In the cruel world of cultivation, paying too much attention to trifling matters would only bring harm to her sooner or later. Now, Qin Yu no longer held any hope that Xiao Zhao could complete the mission alone. As expected, he still had to rely on himself in the end. After the new low-grade obams in the city lord's mansion were distributed, they were sent to different departments such as the kitchen, gardening, and cleaning. Qin Yu and Xiao Zhao each went to the kitchen and cleaning department. Qin Yu's eyes flickered slightly as he watched her leave with an obum. He hoped that she would be smart and not lose her life. Otherwise, Qin Yu wasn't sure if he would be implicated. The few of you, follow me. Qin Yu smoothly entered the kitchen. He was a taciturn newcomer, so he naturally took over the most tiring job, chopping firewood. The Obams were a strange race that viewed eating as an art and life. They would spend a large amount of time in their lives enjoying all kinds of delicacies. Thus, the kitchen held a very important position in the city lord's mansion. Naturally, the number of low-level Obams similar to Qin Yu's avatars also increased. There isn't enough black firewood. We're going to use it soon. Hurry up and chop, the fat and bloated Obam growled beside him. Qin Yu nodded and his hands moved much faster. The gazes that were faintly observing him immediately revealed looks of contempt and contempt. The Obam race possessed a high-level innate talent of being strong to the weak and afraid of the strong. Qin Yu's current performance had already placed him in the ranks of weaklings that they could treat as they pleased. 3 days later, Qin Yu had already become the busiest person in the kitchen area. There was no one else like him. He was almost doing the work of 3 people. The firewood around him was piled high, and he was completely submerged. Ignoring the proud gazes of the Obams, Qin Yu's gaze occasionally passed through the gaps between the piles of firewood and swept over the surrounding tall buildings. He constantly compared them with the topographic map of the city lord's mansion in his memory. Night fell. Qin Yu leaned against the pile of firewood and closed his eyes to rest. Everything that he was doing might seem extremely tiring to these weak Obams, but it was nothing to Qin Yu. It was just that he didn't dare to act rashly before confirming the strength of the city lord's mansion. He subconsciously looked in the direction in front of him. Even though he was separated by a huge pile of firewood and countless thick walls, he could still vaguely feel the terrifying aura that could devour everything. It was like an invisible thorn in the darkness that could easily pierce through his body. Sure enough, there was an existence in the city lord's mansion that even the 9 Serene Peak Stronghold Master and Miracle Doctor Yi feared. Qin Yu had completely recovered from his injuries. It could be said that the current Qin Yu was at his most powerful state in his life. However, he still had no chance of winning against such an existence. He only had one chance. If he was discovered, Qin Yu didn't think that he could escape from such an existence. Qin Yu retracted his gaze because he didn't dare to stare at it for too long. The perception of such an existence was definitely extremely terrifying. Just as he was thinking of a way to quietly complete the mission, a few movements suddenly came from afar, and they were quickly approaching from afar. No, stop. It was the suppressed voice of the female Obam that was filled with embarrassment and anger. Then, there was the excited gasp of a male. Don't resist anymore. In any case, you've already been ruthlessly played by the guards. Why don't you have a taste of me again? Hualala, a pile of firewood was pushed down, revealing Qin Yu's figure. He looked at the 2 Obams that were rolling together and sighed helplessly. He really wasn't interested in this sort of thing that was similar to 2 little piggies rolling together. He got up and was about to leave. Seeing this scene, the female Obam's eyes instantly dimmed. She cursed in a low voice, "Coward. You, stop right there." As if to show off his bravery, the male Obam shouted in a low voice. He pointed at Qin Yu and said, "Go outside and guard for me. If anyone comes in, see if I don't skin you alive." He had already recognized that Qin Yu was the most cowardly fledgling. He wasn't worried that Qin Yu would dare to disobey his orders. In just 3 short days, he had already formed a deep-rooted impression in the hearts of the many Obams. Qin Yu frowned and turned to leave. When he passed by, the female Obam hugged him. "I now announce that he is the man that I have chosen. If you want to obtain me, then ruthlessly beat him to the ground." After saying that, she glanced at Qin Yu and turned to leave. Her eyes were filled with malice. Clearly, she was taking revenge on Qin Yu for standing by and not doing anything. Or perhaps, she was trying to buy time for herself. "Ha ha, all right. Then I will twist his head off and let you know that obeying me is the best choice." The male Obam laughed in a low voice and turned around. His body could be considered burly and powerful among the Obams. He was more than a head taller than the Obam that Qin Yu had transformed into. His short hind hooves exerted force, and the friction between his body and the air produced a piercing sound. He was so fast that he left behind after images. Clearly, he had already grasped part of the power of his bloodline. Bang, there was a muffled sound, and the ground seemed to tremble. The female Obam, who was thinking of a way to escape, suddenly opened her mouth wide. She stared blankly at the obum who had been knocked to the ground and was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Qin Yu glanced at the female obum and turned to leave. He believed that if this obum was smart enough, he wouldn't say a single word about tonight's events. Of course, the best way to deal with this was to kill these 2 obams. However, Qin Yu didn't want to expose himself in the slightest while he was hiding. Sure enough, everything was peaceful. The obum that Qin Yu had knocked down seemed to have injured its head. After a moment of commotion, it was dragged away and dealt with. After a short period of chaos, the kitchen area became quiet once more. Qin Yu continued to chop firewood, burying himself deeper. Occasionally, he could feel a scorching heat sweeping over from nearby. It was the female obum. Fortunately, she only watched from afar and didn't dare to come close. Qin Yu frowned inwardly and allowed her to do as she pleased. Another 2 days passed. Just as Qin Yu was about to decide what to do, an alarm sounded in the city lord's mansion. In an instant, he felt a terrifying aura that made his heart palpitate from the center of the city lord's mansion. The chaos lasted for an entire night. Soon, fragmented news arrived. A human cultivator who had infiltrated the city lord's mansion seemed to have tried to kill the Dorothy steward because of a personal grudge. Fortunately, the great and benevolent city lord had bestowed a life-saving treasure upon the loyal steward, allowing him to preserve his life. Qin Yu cursed inwardly. He instantly thought of Xiao Zhao. She was definitely the one who had an accident last night. Based on what he sensed, if the owner of that terrifying aura were to take action, it would be easy to suppress her. Perhaps Qin Yu's current identity had been exposed along with her capture. Go, I have to leave this place immediately. Even if I fail the mission, I won't be blamed for it. It's better than staying here and waiting for death. However, before Qin Yu could sneak away, the kitchen area was heavily surrounded. An obum aristocrat whose fur was completely white arrived. His eyes were cold as if he was looking at a lowly ant. He coldly said, "The city lord has ordered that all obams in the mansion are to be strictly investigated. If they dare to resist, they will be killed without exception." As he waved his front hooves, space fluctuated, and a huge bronze mirror appeared. Revealing mirror. With a cry of alarm, an obum in the kitchen suddenly shot up. His form rapidly changed, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a tall human man and howled as he fled. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking air, a sharp arrow burning with white flames instantly caught up to the hidden human cultivator. With a blood-curdling scream, his chest was pierced and the flames quickly spread to his entire body. He fell to the ground and violently tumbled a few times before quickly turning into a pile of ashes. Chapter 859. Qin Yu's thoughts violently fluctuated, and he immediately gave up on the idea of forcefully escaping. His eyes inadvertently swept over the bow in the white obum's hands, and his pupils contracted, revealing a hint of fear. This was an extremely terrifying weapon. Even with his current ancient body, he would definitely not be able to block it. The obams in the kitchen area trembled under the cold gazes of the ferocious guards, and they quickly lined up. The obum that Qin Yu had transformed into shrank his head, and his body trembled. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the bronze mirror. It had a simple and unadorned appearance, and its surface was covered in strange patterns. Although he didn't know why it was called the revealing mirror, it wasn't hard to guess its use just from its name. It was highly likely that the obams had specifically used it to break through the flesh transformation technique. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's heart tightened, and his heartbeat slowed down. At the same time, a barrier quietly appeared between his flesh and blood. This barrier was a minor change that Qin Yu had made when he cultivated the flesh transformation technique, using his ancient body as a foundation. This was also the reason why Qin Yu didn't have the confidence to escape after considering it. With this flesh barrier, his flesh transformation technique's concealment ability would be greatly enhanced. Hurry up and line up. Walk in front of the revealing mirror one by one. Don't even think about slipping through, the guard obams roared. The white obum stood in front of the revealing mirror, coldly staring at every obum that approached. His hands that held the bow were like iron, and his slightly taut and bulging blood vessels were like steel chains hidden beneath his flesh. Every breath he took was filled with the smell of iron and blood. It was obvious that this was a ruthless destroyer that had truly experienced the baptism of slaughter. Qin Yu didn't doubt that if he revealed the slightest flaw in front of him, he would be shot without hesitation. The Obams stepped forward one by one. Their trembling bodies were reflected in the revealing mirror, revealing humble and fearful expressions. Qin Yu suddenly felt a gaze fall on him. He vaguely glanced over and his eyes met with a female Obam. His heart immediately sank. It really is her. It seemed that because of what happened that night, she had already developed suspicions. If she snitched on him. Cold sweat seeped out of Qin Yu's back. Soon, the female Obam walked in front of the revealing mirror. The mirror reflected her figure without any changes. All right, let's go. Next. After a few more Obams passed by, it was Qin Yu's turn. He trembled as he walked in front of the display mirror. There was no flaw in his fearful expression, but his heart was cold. With the help of his ancient body, he had made some changes to the flesh transformation technique, allowing him to have a more formidable concealment ability. But, whether or not he could hide from them was still unknown. Once he was exposed, even if he knew that the odds were against him, Qin Yu definitely wouldn't sit idly by and wait for death. He would instantly erupt with his strongest strength and kill this white Obam on the spot. Only by killing it would he have a chance to escape. At this time, the quiet display mirror suddenly trembled. Its smooth surface began to tumble like waves, gradually turning into a vortex. It was like a great mouth that led to the abyss, wanting to swallow Qin Yu. The entire area fell into a deathly silence. Qin Yu's body stiffened. At this moment, he could feel 3 pairs of eyes locking onto him. Each one was enough to pose a threat to him, and the white Obam standing in front of the display mirror with a bow in his hand was only one of them. If he resisted, he feared that a terrifying attack would immediately arrive and he would be severely wounded, but if he didn't resist, the result would be even more miserable. Between breaths, beads of sweat appeared on Qin Yu's forehead and his complexion paled. The white Obam raised the bow in his hand. But at this time, he frowned, a puzzled look in his eyes. This was because the vortex in the display mirror had suddenly stopped. There were no further changes, as if it couldn't determine the true identity of this Obam in front of it. But soon, the puzzlement and hesitation in the white Obam's eyes vanished. The bow in his hand erupted with a terrifying aura. This was only the lowest of Obams. In his eyes, this Obam was only slightly higher than a human slave. Since he had doubts, then he might as well kill him. Wait a moment. A scream interrupted the white Obam's actions, and it also stopped Qin Yu's explosive power. A female Obam rushed over and hugged Qin Yu tightly. Her face was full of pleading. "Honorable Lord, please forgive him. Let the child in my stomach see its father after it is born." The white Obam frowned. He looked at the female Obam with rapt attention. Indeed, he could feel a weak aura of life from her stomach. "Are you sure that the child in your stomach is his?" The female Obam grabbed Qin Yu's hand. "Honorable Lord, this is our blood energy fluctuation. You can feel it. They are of the same origin. There's no doubt about this." A thin bloody light seeped out from between her fingers. The white Obam's aura relaxed a little as he coldly said, "Let's go." Since he had developed a bloodline, there was no problem with this Obam's identity. Although the human race's flesh transformation technique was powerful, it couldn't fuse with bloodlines. "Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency." The female Obam's face was filled with gratitude as she quickly pulled Qin Yu away. 2 hours later, the white Obam quickly led the guards away. During this period of time, tyrannical energy fluctuations suddenly erupted from multiple locations in the City Lord's mansion. However, these fluctuations only lasted for an extremely short period of time before quickly disappearing. It was clear that after this sudden and strict investigation, all the humans hidden in the City Lord's mansion had been found. Because of these filthy, damned human cultivators causing trouble, the Honorable City Lord is in a very bad mood. Thus, we must pay special attention to today's lunch. There cannot be the slightest mistake. Otherwise, none of you will have a good ending. With a roar, the Obams in the kitchen quickly began to work. Qin Yu walked back to the pile of firewood, and with a slash of his knife, the firewood was easily cut into two. However, at this moment, his calm face and his eyes were filled with shock. Night fell, and the chaotic day in the city lord's mansion passed. Qin Yu closed his eyes to rest, but then he suddenly opened them. Several breaths later, the sound of footsteps rang out, and the female Obum walked over. Her expression was calm as she said, "You already know my identity." Qin Yu nodded and said in a deep voice, "You are a human. Humans. It has been far too long since anyone has mentioned them in front of me. It has been so long that I have nearly forgotten my true identity." The female Obum touched her face with her front hoof. "That's right, I am indeed a human woman. I know that you are very curious as to how I was able to deceive the display mirror and how I got pregnant." She paused for a moment before continuing, "In fact, it is very simple. It is because you are not the only one who has made changes to the flesh transformation technique. As for the changes I made, it is a complete and irreversible transformation. Once I use it, apart from my consciousness, I will be a true Obum." Qin Yu was silent for a moment before saying, "Thank you." The female Obum said, "There's no need. Just treat it as me returning the favor. Although I do not know your goal in entering the City Lord's mansion, I must remind you that it is best for you to leave quickly. I can help you once, but I might not be able to help you every time. And once you are exposed, I will also be in great trouble." She nodded and turned to leave. Qin Yu did not ask why she had undergone such an extreme transformation. It must have been a story that left one in despair. Qin Yu never imagined that he would be able to see Xiao Zhao again. After she was exposed, she had actually escaped from the depths of the City Lord's mansion and that terrifying aura. Although her current situation was extremely dangerous, she was still alive. This was already quite amazing. A large number of humans were imprisoned in a giant black cage. On one side of the cage were men, and on the other side were women. Unlike the other slaves, these people were all handsome and clean. They wore gorgeous robes, and if it weren't for their panicked expressions and the cages they were locked up in, it would seem as if they were attending a banquet that was about to be held. As mentioned before, to Obum, besides being slaves, humans were also an extremely delicious food. It was said that in the circle of Obum, the custom of tasting human flesh was prevalent. They called it the human feast. And these beautiful men and women who were brought to the kitchen and imprisoned in cages were clearly raw materials for food. And Xiao Zhao's figure was in the cage that imprisoned the women. Her complexion was particularly pale, but it added a sense of delicate beauty to her. 1 week from now, there will be top nobles from the imperial city who will come to inspect the great king city. These humans will be the main course of the banquet. You must take good care of them and prepare them ahead of time. There cannot be any mistakes. The Dorothy steward growled. His head was wrapped in thick bandages, and one could faintly see a bit of red. These were the humiliating scars left on his body by those damned human assassins. He had to thank the noble, benevolent, and incomparably powerful City Lord for bestowing him with a life-saving treasure. Otherwise, his head would have already been split open, and red and white blood would have flowed out. Thinking of this, Dorothy's hatred for humans deepened. He angrily snorted and coldly swept his gaze over the cages. "Watch over them. I want these food to maintain the greatest fear and awe towards the great Obum race at every moment before they die. Yes, Lord Steward. Please rest assured. Nothing will happen." Besides the Obum in the kitchen, there was also a team of Obum guards left behind to strictly protect the humans in the cages. Qin Yu waited until the 4th day before he finally found a chance to communicate with Xiao Zhao. It was clear that Xiao Zhao, who was filled with fear and despair towards the future, had not sensed Qin Yu's existence for the past 4 days. Thus, when he appeared in front of her on his own initiative, she nearly cried out in alarm. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Qin Yu was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He shouted in a low voice, "If you want to die, then just do it. Don't drag me down with you. You." Xiao Zhao's face flushed red. She knew that she had behaved badly, but she had never imagined that Qin Yu would be able to avoid the strict investigation. It had to be known that she had been forced into a corner. In the end, She had only been able to mix in with these human eaters and barely survive until now. Xiao Zhao took a deep breath and lowered her voice. She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't worry about me. Now that the strict investigation is over, the City Lord's mansion is relaxed. You must think of a way to complete the mission that the Stronghold Master gave you. Remember that Dorothy might have other life-saving treasures on him. You must act quickly and not give him a chance to react." Qin Yu looked up in surprise. He could see the fear in this girl's eyes. Even so, she still wanted him to complete the mission first. She was quite loyal. But unfortunately, Qin Yu would not act unless he was confident. He did not want to court death. "I can't act now. I need to wait for a chance." After saying this, Qin Yu turned around and left. He could not stay for too long, or else he would be easily discovered. Xiao Zhao's expression changed slightly. She did not know if Qin Yu was afraid and did not dare to continue with the mission. But she had no other choice but to continue waiting. "You know this woman?" The female Opim's voice sounded behind him. Qin Yu put down the hatchet and turned around to meet her gaze. "That's right. She was the one who tried to assassinate Dorothy." What a foolish woman. Not only did she fail, she even implicated so many people. The female Opim sneered. Suddenly, her expression changed. "You can't be thinking of saving her, right? Let me tell you, it's best not to try. Otherwise, you will only be sending yourself to death." Qin Yu shook his head. "I'm not willing to take the risk, but you can understand that she is the leader of this mission. If she dies, my fate will be terrible. So, if it's possible, I must save her." He paused for a moment. "And when that time comes, I might need your help." The female Opim's expression changed slightly. She gritted her teeth and said, "Are you sure that I have no choice but to help you?" Qin Yu looked at her in silence. "Consider me unlucky. If I had known this would happen, I would have watched you get killed." The female Opim cursed and turned to leave. A hint of apology appeared in Qin Yu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. In this situation, he couldn't care too much. Just as he said, if there was a chance, he had to save Xiao Zhao. As for the debt he owed this pitiful woman, he could only think of a way to make it up to her in the future. The 4th day. The 5th day. The 6th day. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the banquet for the nobles of the imperial city. The faces of the humans in the cages were filled with despair. This included Xiao Zhao. Ever since the exchange that day, Qin Yu hadn't approached her at all. Just like the Opims around him, he coldly watched everything that was about to happen to them. It seemed that when he said that he would wait for an opportunity, it was really just an excuse to comfort her. Xiao Zhao's gaze inadvertently swept over Qin Yu. Amidst the fear in her eyes, there was a hint of mockery and contempt. As expected, he was as timid as a mouse. If it wasn't for the fact that she hoped that he could complete the young Mrs. orders, she wished that she could immediately expose Qin Yu's identity and drag him to hell with her. "Hurry up and get moving. We must bring out our best standards for today's banquet. We must satisfy the nobles from the imperial city." As the chef Opim roared, the kitchen immediately started operating at full speed. One by one, the humans were quickly pulled out of the cages. Over the past few days, their food had been tampered with. Now, their limbs were sore and weak, and they couldn't resist at all. In fact, they didn't even have the right to cry today. All they had on their faces was a faint and calm smile. It was as if these humans felt joy from the bottom of their hearts at being able to become food for the noble Opim. At this moment, the Opim that Qin Yu had transformed into suddenly raised his head and looked into the depths of the City Lord mansion. The source of the incomparably terrifying aura that he had been sensing all this time was finally moving. Looking at its trajectory, she was finally leaving. Was she preparing to leave the city and welcome the nobles from the imperial city? The opportunity had come. Qin Yu closed his eyes. In his ears, he could hear the soft moans of the humans being cooked. He wasn't even sure whether or not Xiao Zhao was among them. But right now, he couldn't do anything. Otherwise, he would only be harming himself. Finally, the aura that he had sensed left the City Lord mansion and vanished from the range of his senses. It was time to act. Sure, Qin Yu opened his eyes. At this moment, his hazy and perturbed expression turned icy cold, like an icy spring that gushed out from the frozen earth. The silent heart in his chest began to vigorously beat, but it didn't release too much of its aura. All of the fluctuations were imprisoned within his flesh and blood. The female opium that had been paying attention to Chinyu this entire time had a change in complexion. Before she could look away, Chinyu met her gaze and nodded. Clenching her teeth, the female opium walked over. "What do you want to do?" Chinyu narrowed his eyes. "Help me sneak into the dining hall. You don't need to worry about anything else. You want to take advantage of this opportunity to save someone? Stop dreaming. There are even more guards in the kitchen today. If you make even the slightest noise, you will die without a grave. I have my own plans." The female opium looked at Chinyu. His expression was calm, without the slightest hint of his inner emotions. "You, don't waste any more time. Hurry up and go," Chinyu shouted. The female opium's heart trembled. She suddenly felt awe. She nodded and quickly left. Chinyu's gaze fell on her. He saw her approach an opium guard. It was unknown what the two of them said, but the guard's gaze swept over her and then turned to look at Chinyu. Chinyu's thoughts stirred, and he immediately put on a look of fear and trepidation. "Coward," the guard sneered. "Then we have an agreement. Don't go back on your word." The female opium forced a smile. "Of course I wouldn't dare to deceive you, my lord." The guard reached out with his hoof and touched her body. He chuckled and said, "Let him come over. Hurry up and follow me to change clothes." Yes, thank you, my lord." The female opium turned around. "You can go in, but I can't help you with anything else." Chinyu nodded. "Thank you." He walked to the guard's side and bowed. "Thank you, my lord." "Thank you." "You lowly opiums sure are adept at betraying your own women. Don't worry. I promised to help you, and I will definitely do it. But be careful when you do things. If you cause trouble, no one can save you." The guard sneered. He suddenly glanced at the female opium, licked his lips, and said, "You can come in as well. You can help your man change his clothes." The female opium's face paled. She clearly realized something. Although she had already accepted her fate, she had to do it in front of a fellow clansman. But at this moment, she had no room to resist. Seeing the guard's face turn dark, she quickly nodded in agreement. Chinyu maintained his bowing posture, as though he didn't see anything. The guard smiled and said a few words to his companion. He then turned around and led his men inside. The dining hall was a key area, but with the guard leading the way, there were no obstructions along the way. "All right, go inside and change your clothes. You come in as well. I'm tired from today's shift. You can help me relieve my fatigue." "Yes, my lord." The female opium glanced at Chinyu. Seeing that he didn't show any expression, she smiled bitterly in her heart. A fellow clansman? Sigh, forget it. She had already fallen to such a state. So what if she was a little more lowly? She would just treat it as exhausting the last bit of her humanity. From today onwards, she would be a true opium, and she would no longer have anything to do with humans. "Hehe, let's do it here. I'm short on time, so I won't do any foreplay." The guard chuckled and pounced over. Pu. There was a muffled sound, and the air was instantly filled with the smell of blood. The female opium widened her eyes. If she hadn't covered her mouth with all her might, she would have screamed. Killing an opium guard was definitely a major matter. She would definitely be thoroughly investigated, and she wouldn't be able to escape at all. You, Chinyu glanced at her. "If you don't want to die, then follow me." After changing his clothes, he pushed open the door and walked out. The female opium controlled the trembling of her body and hurriedly followed behind him. She had no other choice, unless she really wanted to die. Who are you?" An opium blocked in front of them and frowned. Chinyu's footsteps didn't stop. Space suddenly distorted like a wrinkled piece of paper, and this opium was directly wrapped up and twisted into pieces. Following that, several more opiums were killed in the same way. When Chinyu stopped, he had already arrived at the scene of the human feast. Several human delicacies had already been prepared. They were placed on huge tableware, and they wore clean and gorgeous robes. They had joyful smiles on their faces. Even more human delicacies were being prepared. Their bodies were twitching, but they could only let out soft moans. They couldn't move their limbs at all. Xiao Jiao was among them. However, her luck was very good. She was the last in the order of production, and she had just finished the cleaning process. Using humans as ingredients, cooking all sorts of delicacies. Qin Yu took a deep breath and stepped in. His sudden appearance instantly attracted many gazes. A white, fat, and bloated obum in a pure white chef's uniform roared. "Bastards, where did you two come from? How dare you come in without cleaning your bodies? What if you contaminate the honorable lord's food?" Bang! His head was directly smashed into pieces, and red and white flew everywhere, cutting off his word. "Ah, you actually dare!" Bang! Another head exploded. "Run! This opium has gone crazy. Save me! Guard, guard!" The opium chefs that were carefully preparing the human feast fell into panic and fear. But everything that was happening here was covered by an invisible strength, so the outside world couldn't sense what was happening. Xiao Jiao's eyes widened. She watched as Qin Yu silently walked forward. He didn't do anything, but the heads of the opiums were like overinflated balloons, exploding one after another. Soon, the entire kitchen was covered in scarlet. Everywhere one looked were the twitching, headless corpses of the opiums. "You, what are you doing here?" Xiao Jiao's eyes were red as she struggled to speak. Light flashed and a robe condensed. Qin Yu covered her naked snow-white body. His voice was calm as he said, "Don't worry. I will complete the mission." He turned and looked at the female opium that had been scared silly. He paused for a moment and said, "I still don't know your name, a human name." She was stunned for a moment before she regained her composure. At this time, he was actually asking for her name. Crazy, he must be crazy. But instinctively, she muttered, "Xiong Shui." Qin Yu nodded. "My name is Qin Yu." Xiong Shui stared at him in a daze. Was this the time to introduce themselves? Could it be that you don't know that you will soon die? No, all three of them were going to die here. Qin Yu didn't care about her expression. He turned and walked towards the humans that were already in the process of cooking. These people's lives had ended the moment they entered. Even if they didn't die now, they would soon be killed by the drugs in their bodies. Chapter 860. Qin Yu leaped onto the cooking table and pressed his hand on a human male. He instantly injected power into his body and temporarily suppressed the medicinal effects. It was as if he had been fished out of the water. He gasped for breath, and because he could clearly feel the pain in his body, his face turned deathly pale. His body curled up and trembled. However, excitement surged in the depths of his eyes. He turned his neck with difficulty and glanced at the corpses of the obams around him. He laughed as if he was crying. "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Good death, good death. Brother, I don't know who you are, but I, Liu Sheng, have to thank you. Thank you, for letting me see this scene. You want to eat me? Let's see who dies first." Delightful. Delightful. To be able to see the fate of these beasts before I die, I no longer have any regret. Brother, throw the corpses of these beasts into the pot. I'm hungry. I want to have a good meal before I die. However, not everyone could accept reality. A woman lying in the pot of oil, her body yellowed from the explosions, desperately struggled to break free. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred, and he rescued her. She stretched out her trembling hand and looked at him with fear in her eyes. "Save me, please save me. I don't want to die." Her weak voice was filled with despair, but there was also a trace of hope and pleading that came from the bottom of her heart. Qin Yu was silent for a moment before he slowly said, "I'm sorry, I can't save you." "No." The woman broke down. Her tears affected the flesh on her face, and a large piece of her flesh cracked open, revealing jelly-like flesh that trembled constantly. "Ah, I feel so uncomfortable. I don't want to die, I don't want to die." She struggled, and the surface of her body kept cracking open. Large pieces of flesh fell off, revealing her squirming organs and white bones. Although she remained intact on the surface, her body had already been completely cut apart by the chef obum, and she had become a true delicacy. "Brother, kill her." Let her suffer less and die with more dignity, a human male said bitterly. A human male at the side spoke bitterly. He paused for a moment, then continued, then, I'll have to trouble you to send me off as well. These bastards are too ruthless, I can't help but scream. I'll have to trouble you to let me go like a man, cough, cough. So I'm not the only one. My body feels like it's being stirred by knives. I can't hold it in any longer. The sooner I die, the sooner I'll be free. At the very least, I can still say that I'm a person who can decide my own life and death, and not food on Obam's dining table. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. The woman's pained body suddenly relaxed and the pained and desperate expression on her face gradually relaxed. On her bloody face, there was a light smile, as if she had fallen into a beautiful memory. At the same time, her pupils began to dilate. Finally, they lost their focus and dimmed. She had died. This was Qin Yu's attack. He had used his powerful soul to create an illusion for her, blocking out all perception and cutting off all pain. This wasn't the result she wanted, but it was the best result she could obtain right now. Brother, please send me off. The man's limbs had been cut off. The cuts were smooth like jade and there wasn't a single drop of blood flowing out. Flowers, fruits, and vegetables decorated his body. He bared his teeth and tried his best to smile. Brother, my name is Hu Dao. I am a human, Qin Yu nodded. Hu Dao, I'll remember you. His soul force erupted and the man's eyes glazed over. His smile became tranquil and he slowly closed his eyes. As Qin Yu returned to the dot, there were only 6 people left alive. 2 were women and 4 were men. The 2 women felt that they could still hold on for a bit longer, so they wanted to continue living. The men's attitudes were simple and crude. 2 wanted to see Qin Yu cook with Obam and the other 2 wanted to personally taste it so that they could eat their fill before they died. Xiao Zhao's eyes were red and tears fell down her cheeks. She thought back to many years ago when her parents had been turned into food by the cruel Obam and eaten. She lifted a hand to wipe her eyes and then looked at Qin Yu. As she looked at his calm and solemn face, she didn't know how much gentleness she felt. Xiong Shui glanced at Qin Yu who was really preparing to cook a feast for Obam. Her lips moved and she said with difficulty, although I don't think it's appropriate to say these things right now, shouldn't we take this chance to run away? If we stay here any longer, we really will die. Ah, that's right. Brother, hurry and run away. There's no need to worry about us. Hurry up and leave. The few of us can chat and we'll soon sleep. Eating or not eating isn't important at all. Qin Yu didn't turn around. He lightly said, I will leave, but not now. I still have some time to help you fulfill your wishes. He paused for a moment. It's just that I haven't cooked for many years and the ingredients are unfamiliar. I fear the taste won't be too good. Ha ha ha, it seems that brother has other plans. Then, let's not talk about it anymore. The taste isn't important, what's important is my mood. Then let's wait and eat a good meal. Brother, it's fine if you make something simple. Once you finish eating, you can leave. Qin Yu nodded and immersed himself in processing the white and fat corpse of Obam. The flesh of these pig-like creatures was quite good. Unfortunately, if it fell into his hands, it probably wouldn't taste too good. Let me do it. Xiao Zhao wobbled over. Cooking is something that women are better at. Qin Yu glanced at her and said, okay. He turned around and found a table. He swept it clean and placed a few chairs on it. Then, he placed the 2 women and 4 men on it. You guys wait a moment. After speaking, Qin Yu closed his eyes. He was also waiting. With Steward Dorothy's loyalty and respect towards the City Lord, he would definitely personally confirm something as important as making a human feast to prevent any accidents from occurring. And Qin Yu was waiting here, waiting for him to come. Xiao Zhao clearly understood Qin Yu's thoughts. She turned to look at him, shame filling her heart. She discovered that from beginning to end, she hadn't seen Qin Yu clearly, and she had thought herself infallible enough to give him a poor evaluation. Looking at his calm appearance, how could he be a cowardly clown who only wanted to win the attention of women if he was able to do this in such a dangerous situation? At this moment, Xiao Zhao suddenly felt relieved. She had no reason to believe that Qin Yu would definitely be able to complete the mission that the young miss had given him and bring them out of here alive. So now, she only needed to be at ease and prepare one last meal for these miserable people of the same race. In the kitchen. Steward Dorothy. Greetings, Sir Steward. Sir, you're here. Respectful greetings followed. Dorothy was expressionless, but his eyes were as sinister as a wolf's. How are the preparations for the human feast? Reporting to Steward, it's still in the process of being made, an Obam said with a flattering expression. Dorothy sneered. Lead the way. This is the finale of the banquet that the city lord has invited the nobles of the imperial city. Of course, I have to personally see it before I can be at ease. Those damned humans actually dared to assassinate him. He had to personally see them all turned into dishes to vent his hatred. Yes, Steward. Please follow me. An Obam led the way and led everyone into the dining hall. Qin Yu's heart stirred, and his eyes opened. They're here. The entire dining hall was locked down by invisible rules, isolating the outside world from the outside world. This was so that no one would be able to sense what was happening inside. And these invisible rules wove together like a giant net. Any aura that entered would be captured. Qin Yu had already memorized Dorothy's aura, so he naturally wouldn't make a mistake. The table was now filled with exquisite utensils. Large pieces of red meat were being stewed, and several men were eating in large mouthfuls. Seeing Qin Yu open his eyes, one of them said, "Brother, are you leaving?" Qin Yu nodded. He stood up and said, "I can only accompany you until now. Everyone, take care. Brother, take care. We will never see each other again. We can only repay your kindness in our next life. Hurry up and leave. You must leave this place alive." Qin Yu didn't say anything else. He turned and left. Xiao Zhao and Xiong Shui hurriedly followed behind him. Dorothy suddenly came to a stop. He forcefully twitched his long nose, and there seemed to be a strange smell in the air. This was the smell of blood. His eyes widened, and a look of shock and anger appeared on his face. He opened his mouth to roar, but at this moment, it was as if an invisible hand had grabbed his neck, suppressing all his sounds. Catcher, the sound of bones breaking was particularly clear. The Dorothy steward maintained his terrified expression as his body softly fell to the ground. Ah! The steward has been assassinated. There's an assassin. The eyes of the Obams beside him instantly turned red. The steward had been killed in front of them. No matter what, they couldn't avoid being implicated. What awaited them was the wrath of the city lord, and they would be burned to ashes. But soon, their fear and anger became meaningless. There was a sudden fluctuation in the air, like a sudden tide, and also like a gaping mouth that swallowed all the Obams. There was a low cry, and the air trembled. Qin Yu stepped forward, raised his hand, and gripped the Dorothy steward's corpse. Bang! Space violently shook. His corpse seemed to be eroded by the wind, directly turning into powder. All that was left over was a black stone. As if sensing a threat, this stone struggled to escape the spatial imprisonment. But it couldn't escape Qin Yu's strength. Xiao Zhao's eyes brightened. Qin Yu, hurry and seal it. Without needing a reminder, Qin Yu had already moved. His 5 fingers instantly clenched into a fist, and the black stone fell into his palm with a mournful cry, no longer responding. "Let's go." Qin Yu shouted out loud and quickly rushed out. At the same time, his appearance changed, and he turned into the Dorothy steward. After leaving the dining hall, Qin Yu shouted out, "Hurry and get out of the way. The city lord needs to send this human woman outside the city so that the nobles of the imperial city can enjoy dessert." Without giving the guards any time to react, he brought Xiao Zhao and Xiong Shui out. Right now, he had to race against time. Dorothy had already been killed, and without a doubt, the terrifying aura within the city lord mansion had already sensed it. If he couldn't escape as soon as possible, then once she returned, all that awaited him was death. Outside the Grand King City, banners fluttered in the wind. Countless Opams gathered together, their faces full of respect and flattering smiles as they chatted with the top nobles of the imperial city. Sophia suddenly frowned, a cold light flashing in her eyes. She had sensed Dorothy's aura, but it had suddenly vanished. This meant that he had been killed. She had just left the City Lord mansion and Dorothy had been killed, damn it. Taking a deep breath, Sophia bowed. Respected Mr. Olas, there has been an emergency in the Grand King City that I need to deal with. I am truly sorry, but I ask that you allow me to leave early. Olas smiled and nodded. City Lord, your business is more important. You and I still have a lot of time to slowly communicate. After Sophia expressed her apologies once more, she turned and flew back towards the Grand King City. Her bright and clear eyes were icy cold. No matter who it was, none of them could think of escaping today. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He suddenly felt someone lock onto him from afar. A cold killing intent that penetrated into the depths of his soul caused his body to stiffen, nearly freezing his blood. He had been discovered. Bang! Qin Yu's aura instantly erupted. He no longer maintained his opium state and returned to his human form. He grabbed Xiao Zhao and Xiong Shui and howled forwards. Ah, it's a human cultivator. Hurry and stop him. Kill. With angry roars, the opiums rushed forwards one after another, trying to stop Qin Yu. But soon, they felt fear. Scram. With a roar, Qin Yu stomped his feet. The ground instantly shattered and collapsed, forming a massive shockwave that swept out in all directions. Bang! Bang! The opiums that rushed forwards were sent flying backwards at an even faster speed. Their bodies emitted crackling sounds as their bones shattered. We can't stop him. This human is too terrifying. Everyone, run. The opiums screamed miserably as they scattered in all directions. Qin Yu didn't stop. He brought Xiao Zhao and Xiong Shui out of the city. In the opposite direction, the killing intent that had locked onto them was approaching at an astonishing speed. Faster, faster. Bang! Suddenly, a tyrannical aura erupted in front of them. The source was a black-furred opium. With a loud roar, its body seemed to inflate, rapidly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was over 1,000 feet tall and stood in front of the city gates. Human cultivator, how dare you intrude into the great king's city? Don't even think of leaving today. With a loud roar, the giant black opium raised its hand and ruthlessly slammed downwards. Bang! The air wildly compressed, emitting explosive sounds. Before this palm even landed, a terrifying mountain-like pressure had already descended, completely covering Qin Yu. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. But he didn't stop. Instead, he sped up even more. In the next moment, there was a heaven-shaking explosion. Ah! With a miserable scream, the giant black opium's arm broke off and its heavy body was sent flying backwards. A massive amount of blood rained down, like a rain of blood. Qin Yu stuffily coughed and his face paled. He forcefully suppressed the sweet taste in his mouth and stomped down, taking advantage of the chaos at the city gates to rush out. Ah! Great! We escaped! Xiong Shui cried out in joy. Xiao Zhao also revealed a smile. But, not only did Qin Yu not slow down, but he even sped up. His pale face also turned even paler. The happy smiles on Xiong Shui and Xiao Zhao's faces vanished, replaced by hesitation and apprehension. They wanted to ask what was going on, but as they looked at Qin Yu's cold and stern face, they didn't know what to say. In the next moment, Xiao Zhao's eyes widened. She turned around and finally sensed the terrifying aura chasing them. This strength was impossible to resist. No wonder Qin Yu was so nervous and didn't dare to stop or flee. But the disparity in strength between the two sides was far too great. In this situation, it was impossible to escape. It was only a matter of time before they were overtaken. Rather than dying together, they might as well, Xiao Zhao suddenly said. Qin Yu, don't worry about us. Run away by yourself. Remember to give that stone to the stronghold master. Xiong Shui had a panicked expression. What happened? Didn't we already escape? Escape? Xiao Zhao bitterly smiled. It's impossible for us to escape. She bit her lips. Qin Yu, don't waste any more time, otherwise it will be too late. Hurry and leave. Qin Yu suddenly looked up. We still have a chance. Deep in his eyes, a dark golden light surged. He shouted out loud, Wind, rise. In the next moment, Strong winds whipped up between the heavens and earth. Sand and stones flew into the air as far as the eye could see. And this was only what the naked eye could see. As the winds whipped up, invisible lines of rules stirred up like a pool of water. Waves and tremors spread outwards. Standing on the level of rules, it was like a fog had been artificially created to cover this area. Qin Yu had a nervous expression. He closed his eyes as he ran, sensing something with all his might. After several breaths of time, his eyes flashed open, a happy smile on his face. It really was like this. At this time, the killing intent approaching from behind was already astonishing enough. But compared to the horrifying black hole that twisted space like space, it was on a completely different level. It was like the existence he sensed possessed an extremely terrifying might, but for some unknown reason, it could only display a tiny portion of its strength. Thus, the other party was able to lock onto them from afar by using an extremely high boundary and drawing support from the rules of the world. It wasn't her own strength. This was incomparably important. Now, as Qin Yu disturbed the rules and artificially created a dense fog, the killing intent locking onto them from behind suddenly blurred. This proved that his guess was correct. If so, then it was as he said to Xiao Zhao. They still had a chance today. His thoughts raced. Without hesitation, Qin Yu shouted out once more, "Cloud rush." In the skies above, massive clouds gushed out from nothingness. They wove together, turning into thick cumulus clouds. And as time passed, the color of the cumulus clouds deepened. Finally, it turned into a thick darkness, as if it were dyed with ink. As the black cumulus clouds condensed, the chaos of the world rules became even greater. The killing intent locking onto them weakened once more. Qin Yu took a deep breath. His voice was like thunder. Rain falls. Rumble rumble. With a loud roar of thunder, lightning raged out in all directions. Then, black clouds tumbled and a torrential rain poured down. The rain was thick and dense, instantly blocking one's line of sight. At the same time, the rules of the world were washed away by the torrential rain, completely thrown into chaos. This was because this rain was solid rainwater and also contained a massive amount of the power of the rules. After Qin Yu fused with the Tao monarch Great Tao and borrowed the strength of the jade embryo egg, he had grasped a great supernatural ability of the divine Tao, laws from the word. With a single word, it was the law of the world. Thus, it could cause winds to blow, cause clouds to surge, and cause rain to fall. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, he could only summon the most basic laws from the word. But, he could still disturb the rules of the world. Although he couldn't tear apart the killing intent locking onto him, it was more than enough to interfere. At this moment, the killing intent locking onto its target had lost its target. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Without hesitation, he erupted with his greatest strength and his speed rose to the limit. He was like an arrow released from a bow. Dragging Xiao Zhao and Xiong Shui, he instantly tore through the curtain of rain, forming a straight path that howled as he vanished from sight. 10 breaths of time later, a snow-white obum that naturally exuded a noble and powerful aura arrived. Sophia's icy eyes swept around and her eyebrows furrowed. Laws from the word. There was a dignified tone in her voice. It had to be known that even in the divine Tao, there were far too few people that could cultivate such a great supernatural ability. This in itself represented one's comprehension of the great Tao of the world, as well as the degree to which one was favored by the world. It could be said that as long as one could obtain laws from the word, as long as they didn't perish along the way, they would have great achievements in the future. And what shocked Sophia the most was that if her senses weren't wrong, the person who killed Dorothy hadn't even stepped into the divine Tao yet. Without reaching the divinity realm, they already possessed the supernatural ability of laws from the word. This sort of matter did indeed exist, but those that could accomplish this were all top proud children of heaven in the world. But why would such a person appear in the royal king city, infiltrate the city lord's mansion, and kill the fish bait she had deliberately left behind? Could it be that this person was one of her subordinates? If this really was the case, then things were a bit troublesome. Sophia's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. She coldly snorted and the power of laws that Qin Yu had condensed with laws from the word was instantly swept away. The strong winds, the clouds, and the torrential rain instantly vanished. The skies were clear and bright, without a single trace remaining. This was originally a backup plan, but it seems I will have to use it first. What a pity for this cultivator who hasn't even reached the divinity realm but has already grasped laws from the word. Sophia muttered to herself. Then, she turned and left. Hu Chin Yu gasped for breath, a burning sensation in his chest. If it weren't for his strong will, he feared he would have collapsed to the ground. He turned to look in the direction of the royal king city. After confirming that the person chasing him had stopped, his tense heart finally relaxed a little. All right. I'm safe now. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged and began to rapidly restore his strength. Xiong Shue's body trembled with excitement. She never thought that she would be able to survive today. Xiao Jiao deeply looked at him. She lifted a hand and took out a palm-sized jade sword. After pouring a bit of her strength into it, there was a loud crack and the jade sword shattered. A beam of light shot out and instantly vanished from sight. Someone will soon come to rescue us.